I don't think that those laws. I think that those are duly enacted laws of the United States, and they should be respected as duly enacted laws of the United States, just like the laws against foreign bribery.
What is the difference between this and like slavery then?
And foreign bribery. I think that the laws against slavery deal with people who we think ought to have a claim to citizenship in this country and ought to have a stake. The people who are born in this country.
Wait, but we did it for a long time.
Okay, but we disagree on that, right? So like, if we agree on the merits of who should be part of the club of people who are allowed to vote and people who have a stake in the country.
Well, but there's obviously disagreement, but we can't because there's disagreement on the DACA kids, right? For instance, some people believe that illegal immigrants should be given amnesty based on the number of years they've been here, or if they're working here, or if they haven't committed crimes here, if they've gone to school here. There is a disagreement on who should be allowed into that club. That was the whole issue with amnesty and DACA and immigration.
All right, stream is up and running.
That just applies your DACA, it explodes your DACA
That's weird.
to apply to anyone who feels that they shouldn't be deported, right? If you have a drug
that's one of the
offense,
that's probably one of the biggest disagreements.
But you don't
on
believe
immigration
that everyone
is amnesty stuff, right?
But you don't believe that everyone in the country has an entitlement to have deadly self-defense if they're about to be deported.
Everybody? No, probably not. Like, for instance, if you like cross the border, if you're like 22 years old, you cross the border and they say you need to go back and kill you, they probably have a right to kill you.
But not because you didn't have a right to as a say in the country, right? Presumably because
you're breaking. Because I think that I think that DACA kids are like the actual thing that libertarians talk about when they talk about themselves, right? You're a person that was brought to a place, you've broken a law that you weren't even aware of, that you didn't consent to, and now like a punishment is being enacted on you that's effectively destroying your life in a way that is like impossible for you to have ever even known, right? You're brought over for a lot of these DACA kids, like less than like 6 or 7 years old, right? And the idea that somebody can essentially commit like probably one of the worst crimes against you, short of like torture, rape, or murder, right? They're literally displacing you from your country.
So this audio input is working. Let's adjust this mic.
Be able to defend themselves from that process.
Even if it makes the situation 1,000 times worse, which it would, if you killed.
I don't know if making the situation worse is considered for self-defense. Is it?
Yeah. We should. That's the reason we have our self-defense rules in the first place, is to make situations better, not worse.
I don't know if that's the case. Let's say that we run the numbers, or we can just do the rape thing, right? Guy's coming to rape a woman, and he says, "I promise I'm not going to kill you," and the woman's like, "Okay, well, I'm still going to defend myself with lethal force." Like, is the woman unethical for doing that if she might like escalate the situation from a rape to a homicide?
Unethical, or are you asking about the
We'll say the rule. We'll say the rule. Say the law.
I think that the law doesn't need to map on deadly self-defense only to deadly threats. I think deadly self-defense could apply to non-deadly threats.
Sure, but then you are necessarily you're escalating the situation and making things potentially worse, or almost.
I guess I see where the tautology or the circularity of that is. You're defining what is a better situation with reference to. Yeah, okay. Needless to say, I think that.
You're not going to answer that?
Why are you laughing? No. Okay, so in the rape example, no. I think you have a deadly. I think you have a deadly. Sure. I just want to make sure I'm answering the question. Every time you say I'm not going to answer,
the reason why I'm asking this, because I'm fighting against your earlier statement that like we only say that self-defense is good when it's like always improving the situation.
I think the crime of rape is bad enough that deadly self-defense is justified, even if there is no implicit threat of death or serious bodily injury.
I agree the same with the crime of decency.
Hang on. Yeah. But just be clear. I'm gonna reference another conversation we had when you were fine making your definition of rape include all kinds of non.
We weren't arguing legal definitions there, though. We were arguing social norms.
Oh, you're happy to bootstrap the typical definition of rape for the purposes of this conversation, correct?
Yeah, just like how in some cases I'll say like, bro, you're kind of inciting people to violence, and it's like, would you arrest that? Like, I would say Trump, in a layman's sense, incited people to violence, absolutely. But did it meet the threshold for incitement to violence? I'd say probably not. Which I think you've agreed. I think you've agreed with that position, correct?
Wait, the incitement that didn't meet the legal definition of incitement?
That Trump almost assuredly incited people with a violent acts on January 6th, but probably didn't rise to the but didn't rise to the legal definition of incitement.
Well, now I'm not sure because now there's been additional evidence from.
Well, sure, but back
Cassidy Hutchinson. Back then, I said that it's a high standard.
Yeah, but you agree with the layman's version. I'm just saying because you're trying to catch me using two different definitions of rape.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to be clear what we're talking about.
Sure, okay, yeah.
I'm not trying to catch you.
You were trying to catch me. You weren't trying to be clear. You were trying to catch me.
No, I know. I am trying to be clear because you wouldn't agree with deadly self-defense of stealthy.
Maybe.
Even though you said that's rape.
Well, it's a if you saw somebody reach down and pull a condom off, and you got a knife in your pillow, and you're like, Mister, did you just take the condom? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck you without the condom on. And he was gonna do it, and you tried to push him off, and he was coming in. I think you can take the knife and stab him in the fucking neck.
Now who's adding other things? There's no threat to your life. It's just
no. Even if he's not, no. When I say he's gonna go in you, I mean with his dick. He's not gonna kill you, but I think you could kill him. Sure, 100%. Aim, hell yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Wait, do you disagree?
For stealthy?
Yeah. If the guy,
I guess if it's a but for condition to sex, you wouldn't have consent to sex, right? So you would agree that stealthing is rape in that case, and
so
there would be a lack of consent.
No,
it's not defined away. It would be non-consensual sex, in which case it would be rape, right? And I don't think that there should be a.
But you should be able to stab somebody if you catch them stealthing and you warn them, right?
But the stealthing I was talking about was if you notice someone, surreptitiously trying to stealth you, and you don't bring it to their attention, and you don't have this confrontation with them, and you just kill them out of nowhere.
Well, I don't know if I would almost ever agree with that. When we argued with self-defense before, wasn't a big thing like putting somebody on notice that there needs to be a reasonable expectation that they're going to be killed for doing it?
Well, you asserted your boundary in the first instance. You said, I'm not going to have sex with you without a condom.
Yeah, but is it reasonable to think that somebody might kill you?
Does it matter?
Well, wasn't that a big part, like the reasonableness of like, yeah, I think that's probably matter. I think even for my crazy self-defense takes before, I agree that there needs to be probably some reasonable expectation of what like the boundary is.
So if you had said at the forefront,
like for instance,
hey,
if there's a military base and I see that, I'm at Area 51 and I tell a friend like, yo, we should cut through this fucking base, okay? From how I was raised, what my mom told me was that if you drive through a gate in a military base, MPs will kill you. I don't know if that was true or not. That's what my mom told me, especially after 9/11. They'll kill you. So I would expect to die crossing the line. But like, let's say I used to run around with friends in the neighborhood before we had bikes. We'd cut through people's backyard. We'd climb the fence. We'd cut through the backyard. Now, technically, that's trespassing. But like, is it reasonable to expect that you're gonna get fucking killed doing that? In like a residential area, probably not. But like, it would be reasonable to assume in other areas that may be, right?
Okay, is it reasonable to assume that you were going to kill DDoS kid? You didn't warn him.
I don't think you need a warning. I think it's reasonable.
Bullshit. You just made a condition about reasonableness and reasonable notice that you have not satisfied. That guy never thought you were going to kill him.
If I would have told him, listen, if you don't stop, I'm coming to kill you, do you think that would have made it okay then?
I'm asking you for your rule. I don't think it's okay even if you do say you give him warning.
I think there are certain actions that you don't need the one. Like for instance, if I were to compare this to the tire thing,
bro,
if I were to go outside, don't bro me. If I were to go outside somebody's house and they caught me slashing their tire, I would expect to die. That would be my expectation. It would be. And I understand a lot of you guys in chat feel some type of different way about that, but that's where I'm at in my life. If somebody caught me doing shit like that, I would expect to die. Like 100%. If I was
no one would have expected.
If I was in some dude, and again, maybe it's a matter of where we live, or maybe I'm just crazy. If I was outside some dude's house keying his Mustang and he caught me, I would expect him to chase me to either whip my ass or fucking kill me. 100%. That would be my expectation.
So if you ask this kid or anybody on the street, hey, if someone DDoSes you, would you expect to be fucking shot and killed in your house?
Don't say, hold on, wait. Don't lessen it. Not just DDoSes you. No, not just DDoSes you, but somebody is continuously DDoSing you for months, even after you move and change your IP address and take every measure you can to stop them. I'd say, 100%, absolutely. Fuck.
That most people in this country would have an expectation they're going to get shot and killed.
Oh, most people in the country? No, but most people in the country know what DDoS is. But most people that like make a living like online doing shit or whatever, and they were like torturing.
Okay, so you think this kid had? Do you think this kid assumed the risk, and he thought that it was plausible that you were going to go kill him?
Well, he probably thought there's no chance that I would have, right? Would be my guess. But if we were in the same area and had the means to, I would expect he'd probably think so. I'm not sure. I don't know. He might be real dumb, but
dude, no, come on. There's no implicit. Even if you're doing that shitty shit with knowledge of the internet, I think most people would say that they wouldn't expect that the punishment would be deadly.
I think it's reasonable to expect it would be. People have killed for like stealing $100 out of somebody's wallet. Why would you not think the same for costing somebody thousands and thousands of dollars in business if they're using to support their family?
Then shut up about the needing to warn, because if it's enough for $100,
I didn't say, hold on, you can't help me doing this. No. When you say need to warn. I just told you that it's a reasonable expectation of what you're doing. There doesn't need to be a warning. If I go out and I start keying somebody's car, I don't need them to warn me first. I know that what I'm doing is gonna be fucking killed if the guy comes outside. I don't need a warning, right?
Okay. Oh, okay. So
you just need to have an understanding that, like, if you're causing like a certain amount of harm or damage to somebody, yeah, they're probably gonna kill you. And you know what? If you're too stupid to understand that, then your genes, that's a Darwin Award waiting to fucking happen. Amen.
It just sounded like there was like a very robust notice requirement that you were talking about, but now you're gonna reasonable away any kind of property infringement.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Catch me up. When did I say there was like a robust, reasonable requirement? What was that?
Okay, it sounded like that. It sounded like you were
I'm sorry,
because
I thought I said multiple times
we're
that there were like
talking about-
situations where like
let
if you
me
caught
unwind
doing
it.
okay, yeah, unwind me.
I'll help you out. So we were talking about stealthing, right? And the situation in which someone says before sex, "Hey, I need a condom to have sex with you." That's
Yes.
like a but-for condition. And then he's like, "All right, whatever you say." And then they are about to have sex, and he has the condom on, and then she catches him taking the condom off. Stab right there in the moment, justified, right? And you said no. You said no because I would expect her to warn.
Yeah,
because,
I don't think again for stealthing. I don't know if that's like you're dying.
Bro, there's no way that this situation, which I think even under the legal definition, I think probably should be rape. If you make it an explicit but-for condition of sex and you're not fulfilling that seems like it might even fit the regular definition of rape, correct?
I don't know if that. I'm not sure if that even does.
Well, let's say that I don't know, if you have sex with someone's twin, thinking that it's the real person, won't you think that's rape?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's like a murder thing.
But it would be rape.
Sure, but I don't know if
You
you
think
can.
deadly self-defense is justified for all rape?
No, probably not. There's a lot of different types of rape. That's a very multifaceted, multi-layered crime.
Okay.
Wait, do you think you can kill somebody for all forms of rape?
Let me think about that. Can I think about that? You put me on the spot.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't think it's necessarily ethically justified. I agree with you. The law gives you protection from deadly. What we're talking about is the rule.
I think the reason
is
why
the
for the
rule
twin one,
justified?
the reason why it's so hard to imagine is because, like, how do you find out in the moment that it's like a twin that you're having sex with? We do agree that you can't revenge kill somebody for rape, right?
Yeah, but then that's a big problem for you
Why?
because you can't. The DDoS kid. It would be on future crime, right? Future intrusion. It wouldn't be based on what he did in the past, right?
Well, it's the
that
fact
what
that
you're
he's
saying?
continuing doing it. If he
Okay,
stopped,
okay,
then
alright.
obviously it might.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you wouldn't be justified to kill him now. You would agree with that?
No. It would.
No,
feel
you
good,
wouldn't
though.
agree, or no, you're
No,
right.
I wouldn't be justified. But damn, would it be a good ass game?
No, stop, bro. Okay, so in the case, let's go back to stealthing. If you're stealthing, you say that you need to warn before you stab.
For stealthing, I think so. Unfortunately.
But if you slash a tire, no warning needed.
Nah, if you're fucking with somebody's vehicle like that, if that's like how they get to work.
Just one time, not even a course of conduct, just one time, one slash.
If somebody sees you doing it and they like shout at you, yeah, fuck it. I don't even know if they need to shout at you. That's
Wait,
just
wait,
like,
wait.
it's
So,
so
okay, now-
obviously beyond
So then
the
stop. Okay, I
Okay.
hate all your
Yeah.
like the added shit that you put in the facts. If the
Oh,
easy
sorry,
case for
okay.
you is
what happened?
if all it takes is someone needed to slash a tire for you to be justified to shoot them in the face, no warning even needed, then stop putting in all that extra stuff about your livelihood. He's doing it over course of conduct. You
Well,
just
no,
agreed.
but hold on. I'm sorry. The livelihood stuff is why they might not actually need it for their livelihood, but I'm saying that's why I would just assume that that's like you're gonna get fucked there.
So is
Like
it
for instance,
justified to
like
shoot
for
someone?
instance, like if I was on somebody's property and I was like just like petting their dog or I was like near their dog or whatever, I don't know if I would expect them to like kill me for that. But and maybe this is just shit that I heard that's not actually true. If I was like on a farm and I was like messing with somebody's livestock, like I don't know if they would come out. Like I would kind of expect that like I'm in some crazy territory if I'm like fucking with somebody's horse or cow
all
or
right,
some
and
shit.
this will be my last question.
Yeah, go for it.
Is it justified to shoot someone in the face without a warning who just slashes your tire?
You know what's That's a benefit to society right there. Not only should you be allowed to do it, you should get a reward for it. An award for it.
You're memeing out of it.
I'm not memeing out of it. Fuck them. If you think you can walk around with slash people start, yeah, fuck it. We're in a better society for being able to shoot people for it. Fuck them.
So if all it would take is that, I don't know why you don't just grant the copyright infringement cases. That
Because
you don't grant all of the landlord cases I'm taking.
If you made, first of all, I already did for the landlord. If you made if the copyright case more analogous, I probably would. Like if it was somebody that was ahead of schedule, like copywriting like multiple books from you and shit, then I'd say, yeah, fuck it, go for it. Yeah, I think you can do it. But you're saying,
I mean, it was one tire. All you needed was one fucking tire, and that was enough to shoot someone. So don't now bring in all the baggage of your.
Well, no, because you
example.
use the copyright thing as an analogous thing to my fucking to my
It's
DDoS
one
thing.
tire. You just said one tire's enough.
Sure,
so
in the case
now
of
I
one
don't
tire,
even
if
deal
you
with
knew that somebody was gonna go ahead and like steal your fucking book beforehand and publish it or whatever, and like it's clearly that's like something that's against the law and you shouldn't do it, then yeah, fuck it. One book,
That's
one
fucking
book,
deranged.
one book is enough. Fuck it. Yeah, you should be able to do that. Fuck them. True. Based. Yeah. Anything else?
No, I think that's it.
I want a world where people are afraid to steal and fuck with people's shit. I'm pro Batman, okay? I'm pro Batman. I support Batman. I support the Dark Knight, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think he's a criminal, violent bat?
No, I think he's doing what needs to be done.
Me too.
Really?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Gotham is corrupt.
Yeah, it is, and that's why we need the Dark Knight to save.
Yeah, I agree. If it's like true corruption, I think that shit can be done 100%. Wait, what was your question before I leave?
How's life going?
It's good. Just
How far do you live from UMD? I was gonna message you, but I don't know how far.
are you talking to me or are you talking to Jake? UMD?
Yeah. It's the University of Maryland.
Oh.
Maryland. How
live in
far is
Maryland. I
Maryland
live in
from New
New
York? I
York.
don't know how far.
I don't know.
Is it like a 1 hour drive or like a 6 hour drive? I don't know.
I don't know. I've never gone to. Let's see.
Aren't these states like all bordering each other? I don't know anything in the Northeast. I lost interest in Jada. What's up, Jade? How you doing?
Kind of in a constant state of being stunlocked.
For what?
How are you?
Why are you
Oh,
stunned?
just life keeps throwing me curveballs, and it's too much for my brain to handle, so everything is nulling over.
What kind of curveball is that?
Yeah. Have you ever been in a state of constant turmoil where you can't even think? Let me try to think right now.
Okay. Is it like school, family, boy, streaming? Like what is the when you say constant? What's going on?
It was work, and then it was an organization that I was a part of, and then it was moving as well. So family, work, organization, and I was a part of, and yeah, basically that.
When you say organization, you mean something like Scientology or some shit.
It was ironic enough, it was a volunteer.
So a militant vegan organization.
Yeah, we did like outreach and stuff. One of the people that was higher up.
Everybody get caught. You said one of the people higher up. Say that again.
One of the people higher up, they were very, they were stepping over a lot of boundaries, and I was caught in this, I was in a really bad headspace. Some stuff had happened to me with a relationship, was really heartbroken, really sad, lost a lot of self-esteem because of that. And I was going to was helping yeah, and with my mixture of kind of, I don't know if you, I mean, I bet you've experienced immense turmoil and sadness in your life, and people, some people may feel like this, some people might not feel like this, but when you're in a constant state of pain, like you're only focusing on your pain, sometimes it can be hard to realize other things that are happening in your life as well. It's hard to like pay attention to your friends. It's hard to pay attention to red flags that are coming up. It's hard to figure out like just kind of self-preservation kind of goes out the door when you're like this. And so yeah, I was caught up in that, and then this person was not respecting when I would say I'm not comfortable with stuff, but I was already in like a constant state of pain, so it kind of just blended in. Like it was weird. It was like pain, like something would come up that would make me feel bad or uneasy that the person would do, but I was already in such like mental turmoil that it would just kind of blend into things, and then I wouldn't even sense it until like after when I had like a big realization, and then it turned out that this person like was really awful to a lot of women in the community. So
wait, you're not about to out me, right?
I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding. One of the things that you talk about,
but redacted.
Yeah,
Pardon?
I'm just fucking with you. Something that happens is if you have like a lot of turmoil in your life, or if you have a lot of issues that are preventing you from noticing things going on, there are people that look to take advantage of that explicitly, and it can be really hard in the like when you're in the depths of those kind of like unhealthy back and forths to even realize that something wrong is happening because there's like so much else going on. So that's like it's a pretty normal thing what you're describing to be in those types of situations.
Yeah, I felt pretty like mentally deranged in it, but I went on Reddit and people said that's normal.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I was dealing with that, and so now I've moved twice in the past like 3 months. One place was like over to Alberta. I love my family there, but it was a little bit, I don't think they, like during Thanksgiving, if there's like a vegan person in the chat, you'll probably have experience with this, but I don't bring up vegan stuff around my family unless they bring it up. Just because I think people are more open to discussing about it if they're the ones to instigate it, especially my family. So, and you know, they were making a lot of jokes about, you know, oh, don't smell the turkey, you're not allowed, and so when people make jokes or they poke at my position, I feel like it invites me to kind of clap back and investigate a little bit, and then they're like. They were accusing me of, are you saying I'm a murderer? Are you saying I'm a terrible person? It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. And then I ended up just like sitting on the floor upstairs reading a book for Thanksgiving. But yeah, so it was a little bit weird with it's just a different place. Like, I was helping my family move in Alberta, and my uncle, he got a whole bunch of these boys from a football team, and one of the boys were making these really sexist jokes, and some of them were pretending on while they were carrying things and bumping into each other, they were like, you're assaulting me, you're raping me, and kind of joking like that. And one of the boys was like, because his mom was there, one of the boys was like saying some sexist stuff to her, like, you know, you're just a woman, like da 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 da. I forgot what it was, but
Sure.
like all she could do was like laugh and say, you know, blah 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 blah. You know, you can't say stuff like that. So I don't know. I feel like if I was a mom, I'd be more on top of figuring out like what's going on with my kid. But yeah, it's just a different place over there. So I moved from there. I spent about like 2 months there, I think. And yeah, and then I moved back to BC, spent some time here, and then I moved pretty much right away, and now I'm on Vancouver Island. So, yeah.
Holy shit. Over, that's west, right?
Yeah. So,
Damn.
yeah, I'm
Are you,
still
like,
unpacking.
Do you work and everything now, or what are you like even doing?
No, I'm out of work right now, but I'm looking at, because electricians make a shit ton of money, and
Are you an
and
electrician?
you don't have to go to school for well, it's like, yeah, I'm looking for apprenticeships with being an electrician, and you have to go to school for 4 years, but not for the whole 4 years. It's you have an apprenticeship and you go on and off to school, and then you get ticketed, and then yeah, you make really good money. And then my dad is also battling with fentanyl and heroin addiction, so I want to get enough money to put him in rehab. So that's why I'm also like wanting to become an electrician.
Gotcha. Well, damn, that's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, but
You feel like you've learned
Power
any...
through.
How old are you now?
I'm almost 21 on April 7th.
Wow, happy almost birthday. Do you feel like you've learned any valuable lessons?
Yeah, I have learned valuable lessons. I think that anger is a valuable tool. I think that it doesn't make you a better person to give the wrong people the benefit of the doubt. I think, I don't know, I always prided myself on being like, friendly, kind, accommodating, but I think it's also been really bad for me because I make excuses for people. So I'm gonna try to be, more stern. If I feel angry, I'm not gonna be so ashamed of it and stifle it down. I'm gonna actually try to.
Something that has to be said, and it's hard to trust on this, I think, because especially I think as women, and you come across like this, I could be wrong, don't be insulted or whatever, but I think women are generally conditioned to kind of be like more like accepting and forgiving of like weird shit or whatever. I think in general, women's intuitions are usually pretty good at figuring out like who's kind of like creepy or fucked up. I think that's a good, but I think that a lot of women kind of get argued out of trusting their gut on some things, but it almost always is the case that that's like a mistake. Like I don't think I've ever heard a woman ever tell me that like, oh, like I used to think this guy was like really creepy, but then I got to like know him better, and it actually was like really cool. But I have heard the opposite a lot, where a woman's like, I thought he was kind of creepy, but I don't know. But then I kind of like gave him a shot, and like, yeah, he's like really fucking weird, or worse, it ends up in like rape or assault or some horrible thing. Yeah. But I think in general, I think that like intuitions on people being abusive or weird or whatever should absolutely be trusted. And then also, just curious, how old was this guy in the for that organization or whatever?
Oh, it was fucked up.
He was pretty old, yeah?
36.
Yeah. When it comes to older guys, your the amount of leeway that you give them should go way down. Once you're past like 28, 29 as a guy, you should know what you have to do to not come off as creepy or to not come off as like unsafe or whatever around a woman. And if you're getting any type of red flag from a guy that's that old, that should be it shouldn't be setting off red flags. You should be like, I need to get away from this person. He's just not good, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, I agree with everything you said.
Yeah.
Have you ever experienced someone of the opposite or same sex being or like you get a bad feeling about them and then you kind of just stifle it down until you realize, oh fuck, this person's actually a piece of shit?
I feel like generally like I have a lot of tenacity. It's hard for me to get like really burned out on people, so I kind of there are a lot of people that have a lot of red flags, but I don't mind necessarily exploring those as much. But it's because I don't feel like I'm not being like super harmed by the interactions. Like I have like a pretty decent ability to emotionally cut people off, and if somebody is like truly, especially in matters of like rape or something, like I don't have a problem like asserting a boundary like very confidently and saying like, hey, this is like we're done at this point. Like this is not gonna happen. But yeah, but if yeah, but it comes down to like how comfortable you're doing that in the moment. Like that's a really important thing. Yeah, but my life is a lot different because I'm like a streamer person, right? Like if I wasn't a streamer, like my friend circle would be like 4 people, you know. But because there's like content abound, and because I'm online and everything's like so crazy, there's a lot of people that I surround myself with that, like, if somebody were to ask me, like I like, should I trust this person or whatever, like I would have to be very careful with who I recommend. There's very few people around me that I would trust, that I would tell other people to trust, especially when it comes to like guy and girl things, because you have no idea from a guy to another guy. I've met a lot of guys that are super friendly, super courteous, super kind or whatever, that are super fucking creepy / rapey towards women. So my interactions with them have no bearing on how they would treat like a woman, especially a younger woman. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, so you have a lot of funky characters in your circle. What's like the main? Because I mean, you might agree, you might disagree, but you might not. You might see how they behave and not agree entirely with it. What's the reason for kind of keeping them around?
I like people that have unique thought processes, or people that are interesting. And people that have like mental illness and shit also happen to be very interesting and have unique thought processes. So a lot of the people I keep around tend to be kind of like mentally fucked. But it's not because I'm looking for mentally fucked people. It's just because they tend to be more interesting. But yeah, but I don't know if like very few of these people I would like trust with anything in real life generally, unless like an exceptional situation came up or something. But yeah.
Do you think like these extreme characters, you feel like they're honest in a way, like this is true humanity boiled down to its like very most, whatever they embody the most, which is might be like anger or jealousy or pride?
I feel like it's true humanity. I don't know, humanity runs on a spectrum. Yeah, that's all I would say. I don't know if they're true humanity or not. There's a lot of like normal people that are pretty crazy too. Like me and Melina have learned that more and more. That like sometimes I feel like it's just streamer people that are insane, but then like we'll go through some normal people that end up being like pretty crazy. Like Melina's made and lost a lot of friends here in like Miami Beach that are also like fucking insane. So yeah, I don't know. I say insane, but there's like normal. I think there's a lot of like normal stupid things that people do. That makes sense. Like guys that are fuckboys, people that lie, cheat, or steal. Like a lot of people do things like this, and it's pretty normal human behavior. So yeah, I don't know. But we're also in like Miami Beach, so the people here are also extra crazy. So yeah.
Is it true that people in Florida are a little bit more crazy?
No, you'd have to look this up, but I'm pretty sure there's a special law in Florida that makes it so that the media gets 100% access to like police files that's unique in this state that's not in any other state. So when you hear about like Florida man does crazy things, it's because the press has unique access to all of the crimes that are committed here, that you always hear about so much shit happening in Florida.
Okay, yeah, I heard about that. I didn't know if it was true since I read it on Reddit, and
Sure. I mean, you can Google it,
can't
but yeah.
trust. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've sometimes it might be it might be rude of me to say, but I sometimes I look at people and I really question whether they're sentient or not. Just because it seems like people do things and they have like 5 settings and they just click on one setting and they have no ability to see the gray zone or ability to change their actions depending on the case. It's like for instance, it's like a child goes to their parent being like, "Hey, mom, I don't like when you yell at me," and then she just like yells even louder and is like, "What are you talking about? I don't yell." And it's just like, I don't know. And I know people are sentient, but it just seems like the people they either go 100% or they don't go. It's weird. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, something that's very hard to keep in mind is like people are just a collection of all the things they've experienced, and when we deal with somebody, we can't see their experiences. So it's very easy to be like, this person's crazy, this person's stupid, whatever. But usually, if you see somebody that's doing a particular thing that doesn't make sense, it's probably a thing that's worked a lot for them in the past in some capacity, and that's why they do it. It's very hard to see that, because oftentimes if you're noticing it, you're seeing the times when it's not working. But there's probably been a lot of times where it has, and yeah. But the problem is when it stops serving them, it's hard for them to change up and not do that particular thing anymore. Jesus. What happened to mods in your kick chat? Listen, if somebody in DGG chat goes to kick and wants to mod, I can mod you. I modded like 1 or 2 people, but I think they left. So.
Do you agree that people that are baby boomers, they seem to be a little bit more like unhinged versus the other generations?
Nah.
Nah. Okay.
I used to say baby boomers were unhinged, but there's an older lady, Attila? Oh, fuck, she's gonna hate me.
Attila, that's a cool name.
Yeah.
Attila the Hun.
She's gonna hate me for not getting her right. Oh my god. Anita, that was her name.
Anita.
Yeah, she emailed me a big email once because I shit on baby boomers constantly. I used to do it all the fucking time. Nate the Younger, you just got modded. Good luck. I used to do it all the time. And then she sent me a big email like in defense of baby boomers. And she basically walked me through like baby boomers went through a lot of different changes for society, right? Like baby boomers did like civil rights, expanded access to women, did things for abortion rights. Like even though people shit on baby boomers for a lot of stuff they did, they've also like ushered in a lot of like pretty big changes as well. And they seem like they don't get very much credit for that, which I kind of agreed with. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. She's like, yeah, a lot of people shit on baby boomers, and she feels like it's a little bit unfair.
Jellyfish.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, everybody likes to not take accountability for the things that they like to put the blame on other people. So that might be attached to that as well as like all the issues that our generation deals with. It's all because of the baby boomers.
Yeah.
And we're just so unfortunate to be living after them.
Mm-hmm.
But how have you been with your life?
At some point, I'm gonna have to take like I need a little bit of a reset. I think I'm kind of looking for that right now, because stuff has gotten kind of a little bit too crazy lately, I think.
Oh, too crazy. Okay, so it's not stale.
No, my life is anything.
It's never stale with you.
My life is anything but stale. Yeah.
Oh God. Oh well. Are the things that are crazy happening in your life you can't talk about them right now?
Well, a lot of it is related to like the Mr. Girl stuff. That's like pretty crazy right now, pretty obnoxious.
Oh, it's still going on.
Yeah, he just finished releasing like 120,000 word essay on me.
Uh-oh.
That's. Oh gosh. Huh. And I don't know what to. Maybe there's nothing to ask about that. I can probably go online and search up all the stuff.
Yeah, I mean he probably contacted you for it, so.
Yeah, he did 3 times, I think. Yeah.
Just 3 times?
Just 3 times. And actually, the last time that he contacted me, he was asking, if do you want to share anything like positive or not positive?
Oh, he's very tricky. He was looking for people to share things positive about me.
And then twist it around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something he was trying
when
to
I
do.
read that, I knew that was the case. Yeah. So I was like, no, that's. But yeah, it's like. Oh yeah, Destiny once gave me an avocado, but then he wanted half of it. Oh, Destiny is such a terrible guy.
Sure.
He offers people's things and then takes half the avocado once it's too late.
Yeah, basically.
Stuff like that. Yeah. Well, are there any new orbiters around?
New orbiters. Yeah, we got one guy called Corantos, who is like
Corantos.
Yeah, do you know that guy?
No, I don't.
He's
Sounds
like
a great guy though.
He's a radical Muslim, who might be gay, and also lives in Malaysia and is from Somalia. He's pretty crazy, but he's pretty funny.
Oh, do you know what part of Malaysia?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I have some family in there.
Okay. Yeah, there's that going on. Who else? Who else is a new orbiter? There might be some TikTok girl named Farah who accidentally tried to get my entire life destroyed by calling me a rapist. We had like an argument in real life, and she cut the clip up in a I would say kind of a misleading way, and I didn't ask to like review it or anything before it went online, and it went online. It was kind of bad, but she's currently maybe an orbiter. We'll see. There's a crazy girl online called Ayla. Do you know who she is?
Ayla, no.
Yeah, her craziness seems kind of similar to my craziness. She's like very autistic and discreetly like analyzes things and shit. She seems interesting. She's pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, Abba, you know that guy? I don't know. I say that. I'm joking. Probably not, but.
ABBA?
Yeah. Like Abba and Preach?
ABBA. Oh no, is that a streamer?
Yeah. No, he's a YouTuber
Abba-
from Abba and Preach. He's
Abba
from
and
he's from Montreal. You should know about this guy.
Oh, ABBA and Preach. No, I don't know about this person.
We got a Ukrainian girl called Anna. She is cool. She gives us updates on Ukraine and stuff. She was in Battle Zones. That's a Christian thing. Sneeko was in Orbiter for a while, and then he's sailing through the universe. And God knows what.
Nico. Oh, I saw that guy on TikTok.
Yeah, he used to be out there.
Yeah, all those when the camera's set up above the table, like not right above, but like kind of more tall, and they're kind of peering down on the tops of their heads, and they're around a table. That's when you know that some stuff is gonna be said.
True. He does say some stuff.
Yeah. Do you? Well, no, you don't agree with them, probably.
No, not at all. Thanks for asking. Oh, Low Tier God. Do you know that guy?
Say that again.
Low Tier God.
Low Tier God. No.
He's a cool dude. He plays fighting games, and he tells people to kill themselves. I think he's a cool guy.
Oh. Whoa, like a true gamer.
Tells people to.
Yeah, true.
He's a
true
cool
gamer.
guy.
One of the old gamers, yeah.
I feel so disconnected, which is, I probably am. But it's nice to, check in once in a while since this place was such a big part of my life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was. And it might be, you might be laughing at that, being like, but no, it was good times. Good times. Remember going off stream, talking to my mom about all the things that have happened, and my uncle, he's a big Hassan watcher. He in Alberta. He's in Alberta. I was staying with him for a bit, and I come home and there's Hassan.
He lives in
on
Alberta
TV.
and he likes Hassan? Jeez.
He says that he's done a lot for the liberal movement.
Okay.
And he was overhearing some people at a table being like, "Hey, you know that Hassan dude? He I don't agree with all of it he's saying, but some of the stuff he's saying, it's making some sense." So maybe those cowboys in Alberta are being swayed by Hassan. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I don't watch Hassan. I don't know too much about him.
Well,
I don't watch any streams. All I do is play Hogwarts Legacy.
careful. Wait, do you stream it all anymore?
No, I haven't streamed like a year
Okay.
since before, since all this stuff happened. Yeah. So I wanna get back to streaming just casually because it's always been a fun hobby of mine since I was 13, and
Jesus.
yeah, but
Gonna need a treasure
life's
chest
crazy.
soon.
But honestly, what I like to say is you only lose once you're dead. That's when you're really fucked. You can't go back. So
Maybe. You can lose a lot more before then, don't worry.
oh yeah. I could become homeless. I could become addicted to drugs. I could oh god, you know what happened? It's funny thinking back on it. So I was like super depressed, and I took like so much weed because I thought that would help it. But basically I blacked out for 3 days.
For
I
3
blacked out
what?
for 3 days.
Okay, Jesus.
But it was like my vision was a slideshow, like a PowerPoint. I would like open my eyes, and then I would suddenly be in the washroom, and then I'd suddenly be walking on the street. Yeah, it was terrible, but yeah. Have you ever been in a slideshow due to drugs?
I don't think I've ever had slideshow feelings. I definitely get feelings of things not being real, but I don't think a slideshow, no. Actually, I've had can I say after images? Does that make sense? Where when you move your head, you're getting an after image effect kind of? I've had that on really strongly before, but that's only one time.
Oh,
I think that's as good as it's getting.
after.
Please tell me my
I
raft
don't know
is
if I
still
know what you're
there.
talking about after image.
Did you quit weed completely then, or?
Yeah, I haven't touched it since. That kind of, I remember calling my mom, crying, be like, the world, it's a slideshow. I don't know. And yeah, it was, yeah, my mom, yeah, called my mom. She's dealt with a lot of drugs though before, so.
Yep, Raft
she's
is
not
gone.
really
I'm dead. Let's see.
Yeah, she doesn't have like a bad stigma about it. She
Mhm.
was just like, okay, honey, just eat lots of bread,
No, don't want to
drink
say.
water.
Let's see if I can
Yeah, and
redeem that.
what else has happened?
Did you just move like yesterday, or?
I moved like I think
Hey, my Raft is
just
still
over
here.
like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, but we have so much stuff,
Think you can
and
get-
yeah, we're just unpacking, and it's kind of, I don't know. I've been moving so much, so it's a little bit of a, I'm like super tired to be unpacking again. I'm just like.
Do you have like a lot of
exhausted.
stuff when you move?
Yeah, we have a lot of stuff.
Alright, now it's not going
My mom, when she was going through some rough times in her life, she kind of became a hoarder, and so we're having to get rid of a lot of stuff, and
Wait,
she's
do you,
very
like-
sentimental.
Wait, I'm sorry, when you said you're moving, are you moving like with your family too, or?
Yeah, with my family too. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, cause we moved to the island, and my mom was like, she was worried about me. She was like, there's only 5,000 people in the town that we're in, so she's like, oh, it's a quieter pace of life. You can heal with me and gather your bearings while
Heal with me.
you
That
heal
that
from
sounds
what I was going through, and
a little manipulative.
and it's I took it out because I don't feel like I'm at.
That's like Tory
it's a little bit
behavior.
embarrassing, but I don't feel like I'm at like the mental space to
So
really
cringe.
just be on my be all alone from what happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, first I'm gonna find some work. Yeah, specifically, gonna try to become an electrician and gather my bearings like that. And but yeah, it's just I mean, so yeah, life is just sometimes throws you a curveball, but I've been through this before once in high school, and I know I can get on my feet again. It's a little bit of a, I have to be more proactive about my. I think it's easy to feel bad. Specifically for me, I'm not talking about anyone else's mental health experience, but specifically for me, for myself, I think it's easy to. It's easy for me to just spiral and tunnel if I don't do something about it. But if I do something about it, if I actually get up and I'm proactive in making my situation better, I can heal myself. So I just have to be. But sometimes when bad shit happens, you don't want to get better, which is, you just want to be like, oh, life dealt me a
And
bad
there's the
card,
shark.
Fuck, this is unfair. I deserve to, rot away, even though it's, depressing, but
Well,
I
I'm
know
sure you
that's
can-
not.
You'll figure it out. I mean, you're
Yeah.
only like 20 years old, right? You got plenty of time to.
Yeah,
start
yeah.
doing
I got Yeah. How's Nathan? How old is
He's
he?
good. You turned 12 last month.
Well, wow.
Almost.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Visited me
When's the
last.
last time you streamed with him?
I don't think I streamed with him last time I was here. I think it's been a while since we streamed with him. When I was at my last permanent, he came and visited me for a week. He just played his Switch the whole fucking time like a loser. I'm very proud of him.
What games does he play on his Switch?
He just completed the fucking. Now, it used to be Roblox, and that's like Fortnite.
Oh, whoa, the two games that.
Yeah. Those are your favorite games, man?
Yeah, those are my favorite games. They are the best. Yeah. Honestly, I
Got
remember
to change
I
the
played
settings
Roblox
so I
for the
can
first
set
time,
pause.
and because some 12-year-old came into my chat being like, "You have to play Roblox," and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna play Roblox right now." And I played Roblox, and they're like, "You have to play this horror game," and I'm not kidding. Like everything was a block. Everything was.
Wait, in Fortnite?
No, in Roblox.
Oh, I'm sorry, in Roblox. Oh, yeah. That was
Yeah,
He's got
like
good
some of the
radius
horror
on
maps, they're
his
genuinely
SEs.
scary. Like I had to pause. No. I had to pause the game and be like, dude, who's the sound designer for this game? It's yeah. So yeah, but I'm also easily scared. I was playing Hogwarts Legacy yesterday, and this is a spoiler for people that haven't played it and do want to play it, but if you just cover your eyes for the next cover your eyes, cover your ears for the next 15 seconds. There is a quest where you have to find Tobs, and there's like a whole bunch of spiders, and I'm scared of spiders, so I had to teach my mom's husband, Rob, how to play Hogwarts Legacy so he could get through the spiders for me, and he was like, oh god, I have video of it. I might post on Twitter, of him
Sounds
being
like post it. That sounds fun.
what command is the nuke? X? Okay, fuck. W, X, Y, Z. And yeah, so I had to teach him how to play Hogwarts Legacy so he could get that through. Yeah.
Have you beaten the game yet?
No, I haven't. No. I get oh god, it's I can't really I can't play video games for like more than I want to say like 4 hours, or else I get like super tired. I've just been oh god, it's it's kind
Whoa,
of
that's
depressing,
a
but
lot of
I
days.
just sleep mostly, so yeah, I get really tired really easily. Yeah, I can't play video games for that long. But I've been reading a little bit, so yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, stop smoking weed, so that's good.
Yep.
All right. Well, anything else for us?
That's about it. Yeah.
Well, thanks for the yearly, Jade.
Thank you. I'll come back in 2 years' time and update you.
Thanks. We look forward to seeing what'll happen. Yeah.
Okay. Well, take care, Destiny.
Always. Be careful, buddy. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Loser. Zooming loser kid. Children. Loser child. Okay.
Wrong. You know that about me. But this idea of like, if enough people can realize that black people are criminals, then everything's gonna be solved. I don't understand. Destiny is right about it. A lot of these people, they don't really even want to solve it.
All right,
They just,
let's reduce
like,
that sound
really
effect.
Get off on complaining about it.
Oh,
But if you ask these people, it's like, okay, black people fighting, what is to be done? Is there like a coherent answer? I say, look, you got to go into these black neighborhoods and basically have like a counterinsurgency. You have to have the military go in. You have to have police on every street corner. You got to stand by the cops. You got to hire cops and criminals. You got to stand by them. You got to have their back. You know, there's some things you can do. There's so much more going on in the conversation. And, you know, black people are playing a knockout game or something. I'm as racist as the next guy. Don't get me wrong. You know that.
Oh god. Is this where we find out if Kidology is just like a radical centrist, or if she actually has things she believes in? I didn't know that Kidology was a fan of Mr. Girl. Oh god. I'll be interested to see. If she ends up being like the one that gives him like a good interview because she acquiesces to all of his insane demands. React Live.
Everything. Architecture, city planning.
Not Saturday.
You
Wait,
know,
why do I
I
care
think
about this?
There's the politics is also very fascinating, like really fascinating.
I know
A lot
for a
of,
heck if I ever actually get
social
the chance to
justice
debate someone
stuff,
and they send
but
me a
not
bunch
in
of
a sort of
insane
annoying
demands,
sense, sort of people
I am
actually,
sending a picture
doing things.
of
At least
Excalibur
that you
from
can
Soul
see.
Eater.
So yes, I'm enjoying it here very much so. So I've
I
got
want
a
them
few
to know
more days.
exactly who they're acting
I'll
like
enjoy them the best
and
that I
my
can,
feelings on it.
And then we shall see. But anyway, the rest is up
need a
to
drink.
you to today because, as I said, unfortunately, we've had to postpone with Not So Erudite. But we will be talking. I'm very, very interested in talking about her live stream with wheat waffles. There was a whole debate, which was very interesting. Highly recommend watching it. It was fascinating to listen to. But today, we can really do whatever you would like to do. So, would you like to do call-ins? I'm absolutely fine doing a call-in.
We're putting together a version with all the sources in it, but I don't know if we're going to make that public. But I'll definitely send it to you. Trying to figure out because what I don't want is people just listening to Destiny in his own voice. I want them to like read the words he says written down, because I think it's a totally different experience.
Yeah, you think? You think?
But that's why there's no sources in it, is I just didn't want people clicking off and just listening to a bunch of Destiny streams, basically, instead of reading it. Because reading it is like a totally cognitively different process than being read to.
Yeah, that was a big criticism.
He's so stupid.
We'll just keep it chill. We'll just keep it chill. Anyway, so here's the thing. We trick her into thinking that we're such a nice guy. We're tricking her into thinking, we're fooling her into thinking, we're giving the illusion that we're surprising her on how much of a nice guy we are. We'll just keep it chill. We'll just keep it chill. Anyway, so here's the thing. We trick her into thinking that we're such a nice guy. We're tricking her into thinking, we're fooling her into thinking, we're giving the illusion that we're
Destiny reacts to Moo Kitty exposing stream.
Why did she pay out a second reaction channel? For her first channel is 20,000 subs.
Why am I not getting things? Not hitting things. Alright. Need to make my raft bigger.
Definitely a 5. Good job.
To prevent another dangerous situation with the Salamanca family, Chef Ramsay brought in a guest judge to help diffuse the tension and maintain a level playing field.
Welcome. It's an absolute pleasure having you here. Thank you, Chef. Right, next up, step forward, please.
Now, second in line, Tuco Salamanca. And right from the start, things don't go as Chef Ramsay planned.
What the is going on?
That's the deal.
I'm not in a good mood tonight.
Alright. Oh. Uh-oh, here comes Bruce.
Put him in a really nice crib in the country. Yes, they gotta steal the food off your plate. You better eat everybody that.
9 potatoes.
Episode 4.
Nice. Tough decision.
I need a new fishing pole.
Like guacamole. Love guacamole. It's the second time the Salamanca family dish has failed to meet standards, and tension in the room is rising.
I hate cayenne pepper.
It sounds like arguing.
Okay.
Alright, I can tab your stream for you.
This is 5 days old, bro. We already watched this. Sneako's meat.
Thank you for the
canyon video.
follow.
I'd love to see that little soy boy come up here and mess with me. You all know he ain't gonna say anything to my face.
Supposed to be Sneako?
What? Is that Charlie? Hey, yo, baby.
What?
Can you and your man take this into the other room, please? I can't hear myself think with all that love making you're doing.
Fine,
Thank you
whatever.
so
Yeah,
much,
no
baby.
problem.
Yeah.
No problem, Sneaky. No problem.
It's
It
Sneako.
is Sneako.
It's Sneako.
Jesus. Who the heck is that supposed to be?
Yo, chat. Charlie is at my door. What should I say to him? What do you want, you little soy boy loser? Nice. What the hell is that?
Ooh, pinch.
Chat. Charlie's he's at my bedroom door. What do I do? Hey! This is private property! You better leave! He's not leaving. Okay. Alright, fine. Sorry, Charlie! But you asked for this! Chat, I'm out of ammo. I gotta find another clip. It's called a magazine. You better get out of here.
What is that hanging under him? Is that supposed to be the chair?
Charlie, I'm actually a huge fan. I
A chastity
watch your
lock?
stuff all the time. Just let me turn off my stream and maybe we can talk this over, okay?
What the hell? And Slenderman.
Let go of me!
He likes it.
Andrew Tate wept.
That was absolutely bonkers.
There's nothing that gets me more hard than my favorite movie, Paddington 2. This movie is like if you combined Belle Delphine's tiny little tits and something else that's good, I don't know. Anyway, that's it for today. See ya.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my fucking god, that was ridiculous. Ooh, I'm running
Again,
short on
assuming
food.
they don't have a brain nervous system.
Hunger.
Then, yeah. Some people might have a. Just a second.
You sure? Then you can eat lobsters too. Just a chain of ganglions,
No,
no
it's not
central
true.
brain.
No, lobsters have a brain. Lobster brain. So they do have a brain. The lobster nervous system is very primitive, most similar to a nervous system of an insect. They literally are insects. But lobsters and other invertebrates have only approximately 100,000 neurons, while humans have over 100 billion. They do have a brain and nervous system, and there is actually, I think recently there was a big paper published proving that they do feel pain.
Okay,
and
why is Destiny
at
laughing?
least have conscious experiences. So no, lobsters do have a brain and a nervous system. The thing is,
You literally skipped the part neither have brains on your search. It says right there no brain.
lobster brain.
Is it like, is he like not seeing the world? Is it like a different sensory, like?
Oh, neither insects nor lobsters have brains. They do. Where the hell is this? University of Maine. Okay, well, the Lobster Institute. I don't know what they consider to be a brain, but...
The fucking, it's the Lobster Institute.
Lobsters do not have a centralized brain like brain area like mammals. Instead, they have a large ganglia, a large cluster of nerve cells above and below the mouth, smaller ganglia at each segment of the body. The shellfish network. Okay, wait, give me a second.
The shellfish network.
Crustacean.
Big lobster is coming for him, dude. Oh my god.
And thirst.
What is this?
So Tristan and Andrew Tate are now in house arrest, which is not quite out of jail, but it's progress. Progress is good, always. We take those. I sent a voice note to both him and Andrew. Andrew responded as well. I've been in touch with his team or with friends of his as well here in Dubai for the longest time and getting very close to the situation. And honestly, I'm just very happy that the truth actually eventually comes out. And it's just fucking unacceptable that all the, forget the jail time, forget the time there. Ultimately, people like Tristan and Andrew will use this to their advantage. They will become stronger, okay? But forget about this. Now think about all these fucking worms and insects that spoke.
Yeah, they're
them.
just gonna get stronger. You
As
should just
if they
murder
committed
them.
The crimes.
That's not gonna work.
They're being said they committed without any proof.
Ooh, dolphins.
And these people like Hasanabi, Destiny, I don't watch a lot of this. To be honest, I don't watch any of it. But I know these two in particular are cunts. And people like them, you know what? I hope they keep the same energy. If the brothers end up being...
Why don't you bother those
out of jail
dolphins?
because there's no proof of any wrongdoing here. I hope they keep the same energy. But you know what? They will not. They will not. Why? Because they're fucking insects. They are worms, you know? And the only thing they
Agreed
do...
on
they do it for
Hassan, not
clicks,
on Destiny. I
and
like
they do
Destiny.
it for attention economy.
On account of him being
They
a
don't care about
Time
the
Lord
truth.
personality.
They don't care about who did what. Like, imagine for a second. Imagine you hate somebody, okay? I'm sure there's people you don't like in your life. I personally don't hate people, but I don't like some people. Even if Hasanabi comes tomorrow and is, in jail, and there is no proof of him having committed any crime for being in jail, I will defend Hasanabi, even though he's a cunt. Why? Because my heart is in the right place. My heart is pure in this regard. How can you have the balls to speak out loud in public, keeping that energy, just because you don't like a person? How insane is that? I will never understand this, and I will never understand the lack of morals and the lack of principles that lead you to think this way.
Let's see. Put this in there. How do I only have one flag?
Okay. We'll be back and we'll watch the end.
Ooh, need that. Why did I do that? Press the wrong button and now I'm dying of drinking salt water.
Alright, I did it right. Actually, I shouldn't be wasting resources on solid foundations. Giant island, I want nothing to do with that. I will die. Again. Alright, nothing's happening.
Okay. Thanks for all the ones, guys. Nice.
I'll watch them for a bit.
Vita, thanks for the follow. Five more gifted, 24-hour stream, guys.
Wasn't sprinting. And I never got the fresh water.
By the way, thanks again to everyone that gifted a fucking sub, guys. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, up going to 1.5k right now. It's your support. Love y'all. Y'all are goats, by the way.
Yeah, I'll freaking
Like,
die
thank you
if
for
I
follow.
go there.
Fire. Make sure you to stay in the stream. We're dropping with viewer, but if you guys just stay in, I'm chilling. You guys can get up to 1k while being in my stream. Let's get, guys. Type 1 if you think I can go to 1.5k before the stream will end. Type 1 if you think I will reach 1.5k. Type 2 if I will not. Type 1 if you think I will reach 1.5k.
It's pretty
Before I go off.
standard streamer
Let me know, guys.
behavior.
Want everyone to spam 1 or 2? 1? W's in chat. Bro, I love y'all. I love y'all. You're such a good community right now. I swear to God. I love y'all. Thank you so much for this community. 2? Oh, Shadow White. Okay, Shadow 2. Okay, let's see. Let's see. No hate. No hate. 2? Bro spamming T, bro. Come on. Bro spamming T. Bro hates me, bro. Bro's a sub and hates me, bro. Don't forget to follow Mikey. He followed. Don't forget to follow Mikey. He gets the 10
need
subs,
water.
You're not far?
Get some
Yeah,
water.
not far. 5 more gifted. I'll do a 24-hour, guys. Somebody. 5 subs. I don't hate you. Oh, you don't
have to
think?
replace
Oh, I
that.
know you don't think I will reach. Bro, but look, you're 152. I think you will. Everyone, if you need, leave a follow. Giving the community shoutouts. By the way, join my Discord. I'm sending the. Join my Discord right now if you don't spam Stevo, please. So everyone can actually grow. Give everyone the chance, not spam it. Spamming will get you timed out. So. Guys, join the DC if you're new. Join my community Discord, by the way. I'm streaming every day, live on Kick. Yeah, if you get 5 more, you need to get 5. No, I'm joking, you don't. But I'd really actually be sick if somebody drops 5 so I can do a 24-hour, but it will not happen, by the way. Okay, guys, everyone follow Mystics. Everyone follow Mystics. 3 more, and I'll give somebody else a shout out. Everyone follow Mystics right now. Follow him up, guys. Yo, Vita, bro, I need to time you out, bro. Sorry, bro, but that's not the way how you grade.
Alright, need to fish something.
That's not the way how to get
Something
game,
I don't
bro.
want to keep.
I subbed? No, you didn't sub, bro. Don't spam. What did I say, chat? I need a moderator, bro. There's no moderator. Oh yeah, you subbed. Timbat, join the DC and DM me a message. I will give you VIP and all of stuff. Thanks for the sub, bro. You're the goat. Everyone, make sure to be in the Discord and DM me. I will rate you once. Item. The Numtat, bro. You. The Numtat, you already got VIP.
Alright.
Make sure to DM me.
Next
in
is a
Discord.
sale,
Thank you.
so I
Thanks
have
for the
more
sub,
control over
Timbat,
going to
and thanks for the
islands.
gifted Numtum. You guys are going crazy right now. I love y'all. How many subs to make a 20? Okay, we need 3 more subs. I'm gonna do 24-hour stream. I hope this will not happen. No, yeah, 3 more and I'll do a 24-hour stream. I hope nobody will. Don't, guys, don't. 3 more, it's gonna be a 24-hour stream, but I think we won't reach 3 more. 3 more, and I'm gonna, bro. I DM'd you? Okay, bro. Now I'm gonna play some Fortnite. After I'm going for the shoutouts again, okay? And I will shout out the guys that subbed and all. By the way, guys. Oh, Razi, look, you're the goat for saying thank you. Finding somebody that says thank you. And Bundy, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. 3 more subs, and I'm gonna do a 24-hour, guys. To stop spamming? Oh, can you DM me it, maybe? I think I'll just moderate you, bro, because I'm looking for moderators right now. Absolutely, thanks for the follow, bro. Love y'all. DM me if you... What's up? The chat is getting active. Everyone that wants shoutouts, join the Discord, by the way. We're gonna do a lot of stuff there. By the way, Spell Out, you got a sub, you didn't even say thank you to the guy that gifted it to you. That's a bit weird, bro. Absol, thanks for the follow, bro. I love all. 3 more fucking subs.
Up
And
for
I'm gonna go
sale,
24.
so right
Somebody
here.
that has balls. 3 more subs. I'm
Still
gonna
not
go
enough
24 hour. Whoever has balls right now, if you have the biggest balls, if you want to shout it. Or get
And I
home
need
yeah.
it.
3 more subs, 24 hour. Last time I'm gonna talk about the 24 hour. If you don't reach the 3, then it's over. Then I'm just gonna be alive tomorrow. 3 more subs, 24 hour, guys. I promise.
Oh, right.
The Numtum, bro, you going crazy. I need you as a moderator, swear to God. Everyone follow up the Numtum. I'm giving her a shout out later. But for now, just follow her already. If you want a shout out to...
I didn't want to pick that
bro,
up.
Bro, Numtum, you going crazy, bro. You're second place, bro. Okay, how many do we need? We need, let's say... Oh, 2 more.
Food.
I'll give you the moderator rule, I think, on Discord. Wait, what's your name, Numtum? Numtum will get moderator. By the way, you can get followers in the Discord too, if you want. That's my DC right now. Join the Discord
Still not
if you want
enough.
something like that. Shitless Moses, thanks for the follow, bro. I appreciate it so much, guys. 2 more 24 hours soon, guys. You should be getting closer to verified. Yeah, if I get verified, I will do it 24/7. Numtum, bro, you... W's in chat. I want everyone W's in the chat right now. I want everyone W's in the chat now.
Than for white people, for instance. That's just genetics.
Don't think that's true. I like to go to Colombia to talk to girls. Like, really? Why is that? And it's like, Colombian girls are, all of them know how to dance a ton at clubs. I love the culture that they have around like hiking and like physical activities outdoors. I want to learn how to speak Spanish. I like a lot of like the history of the culture and they're like all that shit. I'm like, oh, cool, yeah, that's fine. But when somebody's like, I need somebody that's feminine, submissive, docile, and American women are too masculine and they bully me too much, I'm like, okay. Like, that's just like, if I heard that.
I'm saying you can also have the option if you wanted multiple wives as well.
Okay.
QB, you're kind of reinforcing all his stereotypes.
Well, so if she's an attractive girl,
She has options?
She has options, and some guys saying, look, I will put the ring on it. Overseas, you don't have to worry about that. Because they know that they're replaceable. It's like, look, if you don't get with my program and do the things that I want you to do and live the lifestyle that I want to live, I can replace you. In the United States, most men do not have that leverage.
I feel like I was really close to, like, not really close, but I was making some headway. I'm like getting Destiny to drop the stereotype, and I feel like, all right, let's get into it. So, yeah, so this is a follow-up on the debate you had with Allende. I couldn't really get too many words in there since you guys were quite passionately going at it. But this is one issue I think you and I fundamentally will disagree on, which is interesting because there's not too much of that. So I want to clarify a statement you made, secretly hyperbolic, but this is actually what you believe. You said that American women were famous for in terms of desirability. Do you
The
actually
same?
believe that?
No. If I said that, I misspoke. They're obviously not the same. People from different countries are going to be different.
In terms of desirability, though, how desirable they are as a partner?
In terms of desirability, I mean, I guess it would depend on what you're desiring in a partner.
For most men, for the majority of men.
Well, no, I feel because didn't I make fun of people for looking for foreign women because of different things they consider desirable? Wasn't that kind of like the linchpin of my argument? So
I thought the linchpin of your argument was just the power imbalance of guys who go to third world countries because they lack the riz to meet girls in their own country. So they're doing it because they want to either control or manipulate a girl. It can be like any kind of positive motive, simply because they like the culture of that country more or they are looking for certain values.
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah.
Wait, what? So is your response that yes, they are the same or no, they're not the same?
No, I don't think they're the same. They must be different, right? I would say.
Okay. Which country do you think has the most desirable women, just from like their...
Well, I'm an American, so for me, I would say American women are the most desirable.
Have you traveled? Like, I know you've been to like Scandinavia. Have you been to like Latin America or like Asia or like those places?
Not really. I've been to Cancun. I've been to Venezuela.
Eskimos. I would want an Eskimo girl.
What's the place to the north? Aruba. But I haven't been. Not really. Not truly. No.
Okay. But you would agree with the statement that for a lot of guys, women in Latin America are more desirable, and not because that we can control them more because of things like supportiveness, family values, femininity, and whatnot?
No, I don't buy that.
Oh, okay. So what do you think is the actual... Wait, I'm just kind of confused what your argument is, because on one hand you're saying that no, American women are not as desirable as foreign women, but then when I follow up and I say, okay, but like, why are those guys going there? You're saying it must be a negative thing and a power thing. So can you expand on that?
Yeah, I guess I feel like when I hear a person say that they want to go to like Central America or South America or Asia or whatever to find a woman, I think generally what I'm hearing is a person that is It feels like a person that struck out a lot in the United States, or is looking for a woman that is like has values that are way more conservative than I would consider, like, I guess things that I would disagree with. I mean, you can do it, I guess, but it's just like it's not where I see what I think that like I guess a high value person should be valuing like in a partner, I guess.
Okay, let's explore that. What do you think are things that a high value person should be valuing in a partner?
Somebody that can contribute evenly in a relationship with you. So like somebody that is on your level intellectually, successfully, somebody that shares like some similar cultural crossover as you, stuff like that.
Yeah, I was doing a little research before this debate just to see what like the studies on this say, and they surveyed tens of thousands of men, and they were looking for like what are the most desirable personality traits. Here's what they found. So intelligence was number 3, but number 2 was let me see, it was it was supportiveness and kindness. Kindness was number 1, supportiveness was number 2. So supportiveness is very, very important for a lot of men. Kindness is kind of like no shit. I guess supportiveness is as well. So then you have to make the argument that women in America would be just as supportive. On average, we're talking averages as women in a place like Colombia or like Czech Republic or whatever.
Yeah, I guess how do you define supportive? Because I feel like in general they should be.
Well, I guess so. Here's another piece of data on this. So
there it is. Hey,
one
Bruce,
study
goodbye.
You kind of have to like look at all the studies and try to piece things together. But there was a study they did where they looked at Mexican women versus Mexican American women, right? Like meaning like the ones who live in Mexico and the ones who are first generation. And they asked them what they thought their primary role in a family was. And the Mexican woman said it was being a mother, and the Mexican American woman said it was like, well, you know, it's I'm focusing on my career, my education, stuff like that, right? So you would think that if a woman thinks that her primary role is being a mother, that she's probably going to be more supportive in a family environment than a woman.
Well, that's one definition of supportive. But when I think of like my wife is supportive, we don't have any kids. So I mean, if you're going to define supportive as like willing to support a family, then sure. But I feel like that definition of supportive is probably going to vary. Like if you're saying like I want a wife that's supportive, I don't think that every man that says that means I want a wife that wants to have a family and take care of kids. I don't know if that's
it doesn't necessarily need to have anything to do with kids. That's just one metric. But like you would think that a woman who thinks that her primary role is to like take care of the kids, which again I'm not actually saying that's a woman needs to think. I'm just trying to look at it from like a higher perspective. Why men do what they do would be more supportive even when they're not having kids. Like for example with a husband's career or like for example some projects that he's pursuing versus a woman who's primarily focused on herself. She's probably going to be less supportive or whatever it is that her man wants to embark on.
Yeah, I don't agree that just because somebody's more willing to have a family, those people might be actually far less supportive depending on what we're talking about. For instance, if the husband has to like move somewhere for work, a person that's more family oriented might be opposed to that because they want to live closer to their family to take care of children. So I don't think that necessarily comes over that a person that's more willing to like have kids and take care of a family is going to be more supportive in more areas of your life. I don't think so.
Let me try to approach it from a different metric. Maybe this will resonate more. Okay, so you would agree that reliability is very important, right, in a partner?
Yeah. Some of these words are like very broad anymore. Like, what does reliability mean? Like do they show up on time to a dinner date, or like are they going to be there for you like if you get fired? Like reliability, that's a very broad word.
Let's start off. You start dating, right? You're not asking them for the big things yet. They're just going to show up to the date. They're going to be on time. If you ask them to maybe grab you something, they will. Like they're a person you can count on.
Yeah, I would say in general these are important traits of everybody. Yeah, for sure.
Well, of course, 100%. Right. So this is another point of contention with the passport bros. The flaking rate in America, like for example in Miami, right? And it varies what place you are in America. In Miami, flake rate is like 80-90%. And like middle America.
When we say flake rate, what are we referring here? People just like breaking up.
You set up plans with a girl and she doesn't show up.
80 to 90%? Are we just talking Tinder dates or?
In Miami, yeah, primarily talking online dating. But we can go outside of online dating and just go to like regular dating. It's not going to be as high, but it'll still be high.
We're at a fundamental disconnect of lived experiences. 80-90% for real life dating? That sounds fucking insane to me. I've never seen that anywhere in my entire life. But if you're saying like after you set up a Tinder date or something, maybe, but.
Yeah, I'm saying 80-90% for Tinder dates. I'm saying once you go outside of that, the flake rate drops, but it's still kind of high. Maybe it drops down to 50% in Miami.
Okay.
So the point I'm making is when you go to Eastern Europe, flaking disappears. It's not a thing over there. If you make plans with a girl, doesn't matter if it's on Tinder, in real life, at a coffee shop, unless the girl legitimately gets into like some kind of emergency, like where she literally physically can't make it, she will show up. Now I remember that was being part of the culture shock I had when I was traveling through Poland. It was like because typically in the US, I'll have to set up multiple dates with multiple girls so that one girl shows up. In Eastern Europe,
this got to be really old because Destiny would have done this meshing ages ago.
That's not a thing there. It doesn't happen. So just that in of itself would, I think, be a very strong indicator why dating would be better in a country where women aren't flaking.
I don't even know how to. Okay, let's start with number one. What is your proof of this? Do you want to read something with me, or?
What is my what?
Are you like referencing like a study or something when you talk about like flake right here?
No, with flaking, there's no. I couldn't find study on that. That's just my anecdotal experience and anecdotal experience.
Oh, sure, cool. But for your anecdotal experience, you're an American traveling. You're a foreign national, like traveling to another country, like picking up women, right? So of course your experience over there is probably gonna be a lot different, no?
Yeah, but then when we look at, for example, I like run a mastermind group with hundreds of people. When I look at, like, for example, the Eastern Europeans who live in Eastern Europe, like the Polish guys who live in Poland, their experiences aren't that different than mine when it comes to women over there. Like when I'm coaching, for example, a guy who lives in Poland, right? And like I start I might start talking about flaking, like, yeah, in order to get a girl not to flake, he's like, wait, what? No, we don't do that here, right? Like they don't fucking have it over there. It's not a thing. It's very rare at the very least.
I don't know if I believe that. But I mean, I don't know what else I could. That just sounds highly implausible to me. But I don't know. I can't.
Wait, you don't believe that women are less flaky in Eastern Europe than they are in the US?
When it comes to like Tinder dating and stuff, I don't think so. No, I'm not.
Let's start off with just Tinder dating.
Yeah, I don't even know how much Tinder is used like in Poland or whatever. I have no idea. Is that even an app they use over there?
Yeah. It's used in pretty much every like major country.
But I also don't know how much flaking is coming to the United States. That seems like pretty rare, pretty uncommon to me. Like, if somebody told me they were getting flaked on like a lot of dates, I would say something is going off. But unless we're just talking Tinder, but even in Tinder, I don't know how common it is. When you say flake, are you talking about like somebody just ghosts you and stops responding? Or are you talking about like you set up a date, you show up at some place, and they just like don't show up and they don't say anything?
Yeah, we're talking about you set up. Yeah, what you're referring to is ghosts. We're talking about when you set up plans with a girl, right? 8 p.m. and then you either go to confirm, or it's like an hour before. You're like, hey, I'm on my way, blah blah. The girl just disappears, or she says, hey, I can't make it, and start randomly.
Alright, this should be pretty good.
You know, like I have a headache, or my friend invited me to a party.
I don't
Jay-Z's doing this, whatever.
to go
And you think this happens what
anywhere.
percentage of the time? Like outside of Tinder, outside of Tinder.
Okay, outside of Tinder, in what city? Miami?
Sure.
Because it's going to be very different in Miami.
We'll say average for America, I guess, then.
Okay, well, when we do average in America, we're taking like in places like Albuquerque, New Mexico, like Midwest, it's like kind of reasonable versus in Miami or like LA, it's really high. So we're doing an average. I would say it'd probably be something like 55%.
Jesus. I don't know. I don't think I can gauge. That 50, you said 55%?
Something like it's slightly more than 0.5%. But again, that's not the best data point because places like, for example, Cincinnati is going to be maybe like 30%, and Miami is going to be like 80%, and that's what's going to like kind of cause it to be 55%. But overall in the U.S., yeah, it's going to be either half or slightly more than half. Flicking is very common.
The hell? Oh.
Interesting.
Wait, have you never like experienced this? I mean, I know you're like.
Yeah, I have a couple times. No, it's happened a couple times where like the girl's just like, oh, like I couldn't make, like a couple times. But I think it's pretty rare that I've like ironed out plans with somebody and they just like, sometimes like I might get to a point in a conversation where we're trying to figure like, hey, do you want to blah blah, and then they like ghost you at that point. That's happened. But like actually like made plans and the person just doesn't show up. That seems pretty rare. I feel like I'm trying to think of. I'm just saying that's happened once or twice because I'm sure it has, but I can't recall the time I had it happening. That seems pretty rare to me. Or I would imagine it is. But this is like same thing with high school, same thing with college, before Tinder, and then even post Tinder. In Nebraska, I included my social so they could see my Instagram. In California, I didn't. I don't think I ever got flaked on in California though. But
let's talk about that. When you were living in California, like roughly how many Tinder dates did you go on?
I think I probably went on not many. I would say in the 3 years living there, I probably went on like 13 or 14, and I probably banged like 7 or 8 chicks that I met like exclusively on Tinder.
Okay, 13 or 14, and you said you were not. They had no idea that you were the destiny, like you weren't mentioning your socials or anything. You weren't telling them before.
No, because at that stage of my life, I wanted to meet fucking streamer girls because I was getting people doing crazy. There were at least 1 or 2 that recognized me though because they made a comment or whatever. But usually they would make it pretty early when we were on Tinder. Nobody revealed afterwards like, oh, by the way, I know who you are. Like usually they would say something like, oh my god, are you Destiny or whatever. Like there was one girl who immediately recognized me and like we just hooked up that night and she knew who I was. So like that's it, obviously. But for the most part, like most of them didn't. Like there was one girl that I would later become pretty close friends with who like I remember we went out to dinner once and she started talking about how she was a huge fan of JonTron and she didn't know why he disappeared on the internet, and that was like really funny. But yeah.
What years was this?
It would have been. I moved here a year and a half ago, and then before that I lived in Glendale, Culver City, Huntington Beach for 3 years.
So we're talking like 2019, 2020.
Yeah, around then, yeah.
Okay, and so you're saying that out of the 14 Tinder dates you've had, like, so in order to get those 14 dates, you maybe set up like 15 dates and one girl flaked. You're telling me there wasn't like 15 other girls that flaked on you?
No shot. I think I would kill myself. That sounds horrible. No, by the time we like actually set something up, no. I can't even think of that ever happening. I'm trying to think. And even in Nebraska or whatever, that seems. But it might be in Miami. Maybe it's like way different.
No, not really. I mean, I've lived in California. I've lived in Texas. I have clients all across the U.S. I would say that like my sample size is pretty decent. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're just like the luckiest motherfucker ever. What you're describing is like, well, yeah, I can't imagine girls flaking half the time. That's the reality of like every guy. I don't even.
I need to start doing the Tinder shit here in fucking Miami just so I could see like guys. But yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I'm just curious from my audience. What do you think of flake rate? I am a virgin, or less than 10%, or 10 through 50%, or 50% plus. I'm just curious my chat.
Dude, I would bet any amount of money that if we were to create a Tinder profile for you and we were not to reference the fact that you're Destiny, just like a regular dude, that your flake rate here with girls that you actually make plans with will be well above 50%. I would bet every single dollar in my like fucking savings account on that.
Huh. So you chat for a bit, you get like a phone number, and then you go make a date, and they just don't show up, and then make an excuse while you're like at the restaurant that like they can't come here or whatever?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're smart, you're not going to show up until the girl, like you're not going to leave your house until the girl says that she's on the way, right? Because you don't want to waste your time. But yeah, basically like that.
Interesting.
I mean, are you like having like very long phone calls with these girls before you meet up with them?
Fuck no. I mean, like, I'm probably chatting a bit. It depends on the type. Generally, like, I'm usually... my flake rate might be different because, like, I'm very, very, very open. Like, as soon as we start chatting, like, within, like, 3 messages, I'm like, hey, just, I'm only looking for something casual, probably hook up, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, a lot of people unmatch me after that or say, oh, I'm not interested in that. So the only people that are left from that point, I think, like, generally know what's up. Maybe that's a difference. Like...
No, I mean, I'm doing literally the same exact thing. That's basically what I teach. Yeah, you want to screen. I mean, would you be down to do an experiment? I have to, like, actually put, like, all our fucking, like, savings on it, but to create a Tinder profile for you and see what kind of flake rate you get. I'm, like, so fucking confident that's going to be about 50%.
Yeah, we should try to see that.
Yeah, I feel like that'll be interesting. But yeah, I mean, what did your chats say in terms of their flake rate?
Can I see results of my polls after they've happened, or is it just going?
No, you can see them live as they're going on.
No, in my chat room.
Oh.
But I did a poll, but okay, I think it was like I think around 50% said it was less than 10%, and then like 40% said it was 10 to 50%, and then I think like 10% said it was over 50%.
Okay.
But I don't know.
But that adds up to like 70%. What would you say was the initial for the first?
I said about half the people said their flake rate was under 10%.
Oh,
and then 10%. The other about half said it was between 10 to 50%, and then there was like 10% that said it was over 50%. About.
Yeah, I don't believe the people. No offense to Destiny's chat. I don't believe the people were saying it's less than 10%, unless yeah, no, I cannot think of one variable that'll make me believe it. Unless, of course, they're in other countries, in which case, if they're like in Eastern Europe, I can totally believe that. But yeah, that just like doesn't support the experience of like any one of my friends who are good with girls, or myself, or my clients, or anyone at all. Like, yeah, it's not the end of the world if a girl flicks at you, right? If you're talking enough girls, it's not a big deal. But yeah, I've never had anyone say in the U.S. that their flick rate is like less than 10%. That's just like
Time to go.
I think the only way we're going to find that out, I mean, I don't know, I can see if I can try to find a study on that. I think the only way we're going to get to the bottom of that is we do an experiment. But yeah, I mean, that's just like absurd.
If I delete my Tinder, can I remake it, will it refresh all my matches or whatever?
If I build another base.
If you delete all your, yeah, so basically your matches go away, so then like you're starting fresh.
Does it give me like a fresh NMR and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll remake it tonight, fuck it.
Yeah, I think that'll be an interesting experiment. Alright, well, anyway, kind of like an impact there. I guess like, I don't know how I could convince you.
I didn't like it. I mean, like, that's an important data point, because if fucking half of girls were giving me a date in the US, I might say fuck this shit and go somewhere else. That's a huge number. I'd be like,
yeah, that's why I'm telling you, that's why a lot of guys date, travel internationally, date there. Like, I just using myself as an example, like, I can get laid in the US, I have a girlfriend in the US, right? Like, I can meet girls in the US, but I prefer dating in other countries. It's more pleasant. Like, when I'm in, like, Eastern Europe or Colombia, right? Like,
do you think it might matter that I'm, like, I filter out, like, on a lot of people that might be more prone to this? So, for instance, like, this is gonna sound really shallow. I don't mean it to sound whatever, but, like, if I see, like, a girl has, like, really big lip fillers, like, I'm swiping left on all that shit. Or if she looks like she is, like, a fucking Miami party girl, like, I'm swiping left on all that shit. Like, I don't think I can put my hand on the wrist like that. So maybe I'm, like, filtering for a lot of people that are of a certain, like, caliber, or look for, like, a certain type of thing that these girls might be more likely to play than, like, the random, like, kind of nerd tech or, like, average girls that I kind of, like, DM, or...
I think it could play a role, but it's not going to be that drastic of a thing. I'm also kind of into like the alternative type of girls, so I typically, I mean, I do like the fucking big booty Miami Latinas, but I also like kind of like the alternative type of girls that you're describing, who are like more into like fucking, I don't know, all that shit. Let me actually do a poll in my chat and see how the results are going to be. And answer this like really honestly, guys. Don't like.
I put a poll option for virgins too, so that people had no experience. They didn't just like feel compelled to fucking answer and some shit.
What percent of people said they're virgin?
What was it in my chat, guys?
Let's do
60 or 50%? Yeah, that's my audience.
50%?
60 or 50%, yeah. About
Damn. Okay. 10 to 50%. Okay. Ooh. I'm gonna do a poll in my thing. 10 to 50%. Let's do 50 to 80%. No, 50 to 100%. That'll be the last option. We'll get results of this in a few minutes. But yeah, like this is like, again, going back to what I was saying, like that's the reason, like for example, I find dating in foreign countries more pleasant. It's like one, the girl will show up, right? Two, there's typically less catfishing from what I noticed, so that's always nice when a girl looks at their photos. Three is that I find that girls are just typically more feminine and like just more like easygoing and fun.
What does feminine mean? What does that mean?
Think of like the opposite of masculine, right? Like a masculine guy. Think of a girl who's like very like just kind of girly. It's kind of a hard thing to describe. A girl who's very girly. She giggles a lot and she's like she doesn't try to like I don't know like act tough. She just does things that are traditionally feminine. Like that would be like for example being supportive. You know what feminine is.
Okay, I feel like there's a lot of these types of women in the U.S., but I don't know. Maybe.
No, they exist. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying.
It feels like there's a lot of them. It feels like it feels like in your mind like the average U.S. woman is like a crazy rad femme that's like on Twitter posting how much they hate Elon Musk.
Nah, man, that's like what first and fifth thinks. That's not my thing at all. Like, I know that there's a whole variety of girls in the U.S. I've dated great girls in the U.S. We're just talking simply about averages here. I don't think the average is like some crazy fucking rad femme girl. I think the average girl is the average girl. She has, a few things going on. She has a life, blah, blah, blah. She's getting bombarded with lots of options on Tinder, right? So she has the luxury of being able to reschedule a lot of guys or click on them.
Well, to be fair, just on that, I don't think the average girl is on Tinder, right?
I think the average girl has been on Tinder at some point. I don't know if she's actively on Tinder. Like, if you ask most girls, they've been on Tinder at some point in their life, but they might not be on there anymore.
Oh, it's not even very
That might be possible. But like I said, like Tinder's like 5 to 1, like male to female, so I don't know if like the average girl is like on Tinder, right? Because the balance is like so far off.
Freaking
God. Well, we can talk about like outside of Tinder. I meet girls in real life too. So if I'm like walking around like Miami, like for example, I've met great girls walking around Miami. I'm just more likely to meet a girl that I like walking around Eastern Europe or Colombia.
Interesting. Okay.
Like going to like Scandinavia, for example, Finland. Girls in Finland are very, very polite and friendly. Like even if the girl's not interested in you, she's gonna be like ultra nice. Like she's gonna be like, oh, thank you so much. It's such an honor that you approached me. Like,
I feel like that just got the opposite. At least in Sweden, like I feel like people are kind of cold.
I've never been to Sweden. I can just only speak in Finland.
Oh, okay. I feel like for Finland, Norway, and Sweden, for all of these, I feel like the people, like I feel like it's almost like a joke how autistic I think those people are in terms of like being antisocial.
I've literally never met more polite and friendly women than I have in Finland. Like the girls are like perfect 10s. When you look at them, like, oh, this chick's gonna be a bitch. We're like ultra friendly.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Where were you at in Finland? What did you even go to Finland for?
I was just exploring. This is 2018. I was just checking out my countries. Yeah, for that.
Yeah, for the male to.
Wait, Valina, can I ask you one more question? That's cool, Destiny.
If she's too retarded to ever actually get on the computer, so
I was gonna ask you what her opinion like on her friends are in Scandinavia versus America. But yeah, like even like just going up with my girlfriend in Colombia, like her. I don't know, like, we're like, we talked about like my single friends and like, yeah, can you hook them up? She's like, oh, he's not gonna like many of my American friends, but I have some Colombian friends that are good, stuff like that. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like if you were like maybe if you travel more to like Colombia and stuff like I'm not saying this is like a dig at you. I know you're busy too, but like I feel like if you maybe like spend some time living in Eastern Europe or Colombia, you might have like a totally different experience.
I don't think so, because those are like the exact types of women that I like avoid as hard as I can. These are like the most boring people in the world to me. But I mean I understand why somebody else might be drawn to it. But
wait, what do you think makes them boring?
Like the ultra feminine, quiet, giggly, bubbly girl is just like I'm into like the really bitchy, cunty, like more aggressive types of women. Like always, like really like my yeah, of course.
You like the more cunty girls?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I have a very aggressive, domineering personality. I don't want somebody that I feel like I just steamroll in every conversation. That's really boring to me.
Okay, well, you know, I'm just one bit different. I do not like cunty girls. I think probably most guys don't really like the cunty girls. But if we're like one of the things for you, for example, is education. Like women, I think on average are better educated in Eastern Europe than they are in the U.S.
I feel like there's no way that's true.
Let me fact check myself. Well, I just know like when like I was in Poland for a month that like you know in the U.S. you talk to a girl like, yeah, you know, what are you doing? Like, oh, you know, I'm just like hanging out, or oh, I'm just taking summer off. In Europe it's always like, oh, I'm pursuing my like postgraduate degree and like you know fucking this. I
Get it for free.
But okay, let me actually
I'll take that.
if this is true. Let me try to find some study. Education level, Europe versus America. Also, like college is like basically free over there, so it kind of stands to reason.
Yeah, but I feel like in the Western world, especially America, I feel like we have some of the most like educated populations. When you look at like Paris, France, I'm sorry, when you look at like France, Germany, the UK, the United States, like compared with Eastern Europe, I feel like our amount of educated people is like just really high.
Okay, I'm pulling this up now. Secondary education, 7.4.
4 bricks.
Yeah, this is like spending per. Okay, like on a lot of like, it doesn't actually tell you who studies more. It just tells you like who there's better funding. Let me see if I can find it.
It's like I guess look at like percentage degrees,
Yeah, okay.
versus whatever it is.
Bachelor's, let's do bachelor's education level, Europe versus America. So national Europeans typically complete university for 73 years. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Okay, here's an interesting one. U.S. versus Europe in higher education. Now in very short time, you have different continuing importance to teach. Another major because when compared to European institutions, we lose hands down. According to the College Board average, yearly tuition cost of private. Okay, is this talking about the cost though, or the level?
Also, it wouldn't surprise me if the average European was more educated than the average American because of their access to education. But for Eastern Europe, I would be surprised if that was the case.
Okay, let me go to a question like this. Where is their higher secondary education? Europe versus America? Yeah, in chat, can someone find this, please?
What was the results of your poll or whatever? I'm just curious. For your flight rate stuff.
Yeah, sure. Let me take a look.
Alright.
Okay. It was under 10%, 28%, 10 to 50%, 43%, 50 to 100%, 43%. So those guys are well above 10%. I don't know. I'll for some reason I can't find like a good study on this, but I would be pretty confident that there's more higher educated people in Europe than America.
In Europe, I think that's probably true, yeah, because our education is fucking free. We get fucked on ours.
So you're just saying it's Eastern Europe that you disagree with?
I think so, right? Because aren't Eastern European countries generally lagging behind Western European countries when it comes to like kinds of industrialization or things like related to like educational attainment and everything?
I don't know. Comparing university like Poland versus say culture, how do you? Okay, there we go. Okay, then I found something good. Poland versus United States compared. Okay, average years of schooling. Poland is ranked 10th. The United States is ranked 12th. Children are college, university, gender parity. Okay, this is basically even. Let's see that one spending. Literacy total. Okay, wait, no, 99.8. Okay, so Poland is slightly more literate than America. Another people. Secondary education years 6. Okay, and Poland has more, like on average when you do an aggregate of the years people spend in secondary education, Poland wins slightly. They're ranked 87th. The United States is ranked 102nd, but it's pretty close. So Poland is at least as good when it comes to education as America, if not better.
Damn, okay, America just sucks. Never mind. Are we really like last in all of these things?
Oh man, America sucks by a lot of fucking objective metrics. We're number one when it comes to military spending, but in terms of like a lot of like things like.
Oh no, wait, am I reading this wrong? I'm sorry, I might have been reading this backwards. Hold on. I'm sorry. No, I'm not reading this backwards. No, wait, Canada is dead last. Am I reading this backwards?
No, that can't be.
Oh, hold on. I am reading this backwards. I'm sorry, my bad. I thought this was rank on the list. This is percentage that have attained college. Okay, hold on. The U.S. is like 8th on this list then. Control F Poland is like fucking down at the bottom. Not at the bottom, I shouldn't say the bottom, but they're like ranked like 30 on here. I'm just looking at.
Which list? Is this guy saying 25% of female working age population with education? Poland supports 78.73. Can you tell me, Mr. Avocado Cookie, what it is for America?
I'll let you on Wikipedia like a list of like tertiary education by country or whatever. I don't know that. Also not that. But the standards they use, like it might even be different what they consider like post-secondary or post-education. I don't know. It might be hard to.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's the initial kind of getting a little offside. But the initial point I'm trying to make is like if a big thing for you is education, you're just as likely to find an educated woman in Europe as you are in the U.S., if not more so potentially.
I guess it's going to depend on the area you're going, right? Because I'm also like, I'm not really looking like in the U.S., right? I'm looking like in San Francisco and LA, or I'm really looking online. But like it's going to be a little bit more, like, because I'm sure there are huge swaths of like the dating market that I will never want access to. Like I'm not going to, no offense, but like I'm not going to like Alabama or like Louisiana, like looking for a partner or anything too, right? But that's going to be similar to Europe as well. Like we're not going to like the rural parts of fucking Poland, of Western Poland, to find somebody to
right. Right, you're going to be in, this is a funny comment. Associate university equals post-secondary education. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you're going to stay in the major cities and the same thing for the U.S., but basically the average person. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, like, I think that, like, no amount of, like, secondary anecdotal experience will convince you, so I think the only way for you to, like...
Well, a lot of it is, like, personal opinion, too. Like, if you want to travel somewhere else to go to, I guess you can do it. I don't think I ever would, like, specifically go to, especially, like, poorer countries to look for, like, a significant other. I don't think that would be a thing I would ever be interested in. But it's also something that, like, is fundamentally, like, inaccessible to most men, too, right? Like, traveling to other countries to look for a wife is already pretty expensive for most people.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But you also have to keep in mind, you're like a special candidate. You're married. You are famous, right? Like, so you're not the average person, right? You're not the average person traveling to other countries to look for women, right? It's typically not famous married men. It's like single dudes who are like lower status and whatnot.
Sure.
So I can see how you would do. Yeah, for you it would be worth the bother because you can just meet chicks like in the U.S. But I guess here would be another question I have for you. It kind of felt like during that debate, I don't know if this is still your position, you're almost like kind of like shaming the men that would go to like these third world countries because of the power imbalance. But wouldn't you say that like when you meet women through Instagram and whatnot, because you're famous, there's also power imbalance, right? Like isn't there going to be a power imbalance either way?
It's not so much the power imbalance, it's more like the desperation to flee a country through means of like a green card. I think is a little bit different. Like I don't think that like even for other countries, like, you're not going to find people in Germany who are desperate to be with you because they want to escape to the United States. I feel like for hunting Eastern European women and like South American or Central American women, like that dynamic is a bit more at play.
I don't know, man. I feel like you have the powers in your favor either way, right? There's not that many.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Like, a 10-year age gap doesn't tell me about a power imbalance because it could be a 10-year-old and a 20-year-old or a 30-year-old and a 40-year-old, right? Like, there are power gaps in every type of relationship. That's always
but yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, there could be exception. Like, you could be, for example, going to Poland and you're talking to, like, the fucking coolest, most educated, most, like, fucking desirable woman in Poland, right? So there could be exceptions.
Can't even do it.
In general, it feels like people don't like Western American women because they feel like they're too masculine. They don't like the fact that they're so educated. They don't like the fact that they work jobs. They just want somebody to, like, have a baby. That's what it feels like in general. When people talk about, like, being passport husband.
Yeah, I think there's, like, an element of truth to what you're saying. I do think that's the position of some
When I say element of truth, I mean that feels like 80% of people to talk about shopping around for, not like 10%. This feels like the vast majority.
Okay, so that's where we disagree. I think it's probably closer to like 20-30%. I think most guys, at least the friends that I have and the people I know, they don't care for women to educate. That's not like a negative thing for them. They just like the fact that women are more feminine, that they have better family values, they have better values in general, they're more reliable, they're less flaky. Those are the metrics that make them want to date in other countries. I mean, it's like not a coincidence that like every single, or most people in my sphere who get to a certain point of success at some point leave America and move to a different country and just live there because the dating there's so much better. Of course, it was also cheaper there, but you know, you can't just have the dating aspect of it.
Is that true? That people are just leave the U.S. and go live in like fucking like Romania or whatever?
In the manosphere, like the pickup community.
Oh, in the manosphere maybe. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. In my subsect of the community.
Gotcha.
But like pretty much every, like, I'm literally the only one that stays in the U.S. They always ask me why you in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. If your goal is just like fuck a ton of women and do that, like you could probably do that in those countries probably a lot easier, I would imagine.
But it doesn't have to be fucking a ton of women. You could just have like I think for most guys that they get to a point where they're like they get bored of fucking a ton of women. They want to get into like a relationship or you know semi-relationships or several relationships. I don't think it's fair to say like all those guys are just trying to fuck as many women as possible. Maybe initially, but from what I know, like quite often they just wind up dating or they want to do something like what you do, which is like a variation of an open relationship.
Well, not what I do. They would probably all want one-sided over.
A one-sided relationship, right? It's a little bit of a character to say that they're all just like fucking trying to like get their late count up. Of course, there are people.
Well, I would say that anybody that's going to a foreign country like that to try to get into a one-way open relationship is absolutely fitting that caricature of what I said to a T. 100%.
But if there's practical, tangible benefits to dating a woman, let's just say from Poland, than there are from the U.S., why would that be the bad thing or character?
Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. You can do it. I mean, if it's the character, but I mean, if you want to do it, then.
All right, I'm going to need the rock.
Go for it, I guess. If you want.
No, I understand you're not.
I feel like yeah, it's like these are like huge differences in what people like. I understand that what I shop for women is going to be a lot different than, especially like manosphere red pill people. But I feel like women are like today are like so much more interesting than just like baby and food machines. But it feels like in the red pill community they just want baby food machines, and that's about all a woman should be providing. And then anything more than that is like masculine and gross. That's like generally that's what I get. The impression I get on Fresh and Fit. It's the impression I get when I listen to Tate. That's like ubiquitously like the message that like women are meant for making babies and making dinner, and anything more than that is kind of gross and masculinizes the woman and makes her combative.
Yeah, I agree that like kind of character exists in the red pill community, but that's like a fairly small part of the amount of people who travel to date in other countries. I mean, would you say that's the vibe you get from me? I just want a woman who's like a fucking baby machine, whatnot.
Not necessarily. I don't think so. Although we haven't talked specifically about like what you're looking for in like a wife or whatever. But
right, but you see me interact with my girlfriend. It's not like yo, shut up over there and fucking go back to like fucking cooking your eggs for when I get you pregnant later tonight.
Not really. No, I haven't seen you interact with your girlfriend. We go out publicly. I don't know what your home life is like. I don't think but I'm not gonna sit here and like vouch for anything, right? Same thing. I wouldn't expect you to vouch for me and my relationship. Like you haven't seen us interact at home. It might be.
Oh right, but I mean, I think I have enough information to make a informative opinion. And you're probably not like trying to keep Melina from like pursuing her goals and hobbies and treating her like a fucking baby machine. Like I could be wrong, but I think I'm very confident making that statement just from watching how you guys interact. The way you interact with your girlfriend is fundamentally differently than the way like Myron interacts with his non-girlfriend, or if you ever did one, how he would interact with her. So I guess like going back to that point, I agree with that character that does exist. I just don't think it's nearly as pronounced or as popular as you think it is, where it's like 80%. I think for a lot of guys, it's just like they have a job that allows them to work internationally, right? They have the freedom, they have a virtual job, and they're like, I could live in this country where there's like a 70% flake rate, or I could live in this country where there's a 20% flake rate, and women are more feminine, and I have a better experience, and things are cheaper. Why would I not live there? I don't think it needs to be about like controlling women or like making this like this sinister thing where it's all about like.
Yeah, it's also, I guess I've never in my life heard somebody say that like I'm moving to a country because of a different flake rate, but that might just be like different communities that we're a part of, I guess. But again, like I mean, there's a reason why this stereotype exists all over the world for a reason. I'm not like just making this up, right? Like people, like the stereotype of a person that does this is like an old guy, usually in his 40s or 50s, has a decent amount of money, probably overweight and balding, and is like going to find a woman that can like barely speak English to like be his wife/baby machine.
Right, I mean, there's stereotypes for everything. There's a stereotype of, like, for example, your community of, like, the ultra-sensitive, blue-haired lefty, right? But if I, like, try to characterize you now, you'd be like, yo, well, that's not me, though.
Yeah, that doesn't fit me, but I'm not going to say that stereotype doesn't exist for a reason. That's a lot of sense. I literally say it all the time. People have, like, fucking blue-haired fucking losers, like, I say that shit.
Don't attack me from No, but I'm agreeing with you, the stereotype exists. We're not disagreeing about that. We're just disagreeing about how predominant.
That's my limit.
I mean, I was just like, not to sound mean for people like me, but like, if I saw somebody with blue hair, I would instantly make like 20 different assumptions about their political beliefs, and I'd probably be right like 80% of the time. Like, the stereotypes exist for a reason. Same thing where like if somebody told me he's going to like Eastern Europe or South America to look for a wife, I would also make a ton of assumptions about the type of person they are, the type of woman they're looking for. I think I'd probably be right like 80% of the time, I think. But
I don't think you'd be right 80% of the time. I think you might be right like 20-30% of the time. Okay, let me pose the question like this. What kind of evidence would I need to show you for you to change your perspective on this issue?
Evidence. I don't know, like if the polling data that I'm asking even exists. Like, is there polling data on like why do you like? Here's one question, I guess. Like here'd be an interesting question. I don't know if the data exists, so it's really hard. One would be like, how fluent is the average wife of a person that picks up somebody in like Central or Eastern Europe or South America? One would be like fluency of language. That'd be one part. A second part would be average age of guy getting a oh shit, Melina, you're right. Average age of a guy that's going over there, is it like 45 or 50? Melina just told me there's actually a name for this in Sweden for people that go over and try to find like the core wives and shit. I don't remember what you said it was called. Her dad had a name for it apparently. But yeah, I guess like that, like data on that, like why do you search for a wife over there? Like what are the traits you're looking for? How do these relationships generally turn out? I guess like these would be like pointers that would point me in that direction. But that's pretty unfair. I'm asking for pretty particular polling data. I don't know if that like those studies have been done, but.
Yeah, I did like 15-20 minutes of research before this debate trying to see what polling data I could find, and there's not really good polling on this. Also, like people are generally not going to answer that question honestly. Like if you're going over there as a sex tourist, you're probably not going to be like, yeah, I'm a sex tourist. You're probably going to be like, oh, you know, right. So I think that that would be kind of a tough thing. What about is there a level of anecdotal like evidence I could show you? Meaning like I show you 10, 20, 50 guys who move to those countries, and you hear their reasons for moving there.
I think anecdotal stuff would probably it would slowly cause me to change my opinion. But even everything you said kind of reinforces my opinion of what I felt before. Like for instance, you said like these women are more feminine and giggly. That doesn't feel like a thing to me. Like that just feels kind of like we're just looking for kind of like dumb, bimbo-y, uneducated women. That's what it feels like to me. But, I could be wrong.
A woman can be feminine and be very intelligent. Like, I would say my girlfriend's very feminine, but also very intelligent, right?
Possibly, yeah. But in a lot of red pill communities, like, intelligence is a masculine trait. So they, like, say no by definition. So maybe you're unique in that and that you don't. But
you know I'm not a red pill part of the red pill community.
No, I know, but the people that talk about this type of behavior that you're talking about are primarily red pillers, right? Or sex pats, right? Like,
not really. I mean, they're just one of the groups of people talking about. There's a whole bunch of this.
No. Before, like, red pillars, this type of behavior was, like, exclusively viewed the way that I'm saying it. That, like only red pillars have come out and tried to say, oh, no, like, it's normal to look for more feminine women, blah, blah, blah. Like, prior to, like, red pillars, like, most people would talk about this behavior, I think, the same way I'm talking about it. I'm almost positive of that. I've never heard it expressed natively.
There's a whole bunch of other communities. There's expat communities that you can find on Facebook, where most of those people don't even know what a red pillar is. You can find, typically most cities will have like a page on city data, and you can read about it on there. There's in the pickup community, this is something that's been discussed in the pickup community. I think is older than the red pill community, even the black pill community, which is not a community I would really endorse, but that's discussed. So yeah, this is discussed in a lot of communities. It's not just the red pill community. There's just only one of many communities that talk about travel. Like this is why would this be exclusive to the red pillars?
Well, no, I'm saying the redefining it is like just finding like a beautiful feminine woman that's actually intelligent and well educated and all that. That like I think generally it's just going to be like you're looking for women that don't speak the language well, that you kind of have like a huge like power differential over because you probably have a lot of money, and like that's generally like what most of those types of people are shopping for. But
yeah, I just feel like that's a negative character. I mean, like sure, there's some guys that I'm sure fall into this category, but like just going off like again my anecdotal experience of guys I've met in travel, which is quite a few. I don't know any of them who are looking for like just like this like poor immigrant they can abuse. It's typically like
sure, but then I wonder if we might just define it differently. Like that Allende guy you guys seen yesterday.
Allende,
yeah. Like I don't know how you consider him. I would consider him that type of person based on everything he said to me 100%. But you might not consider him that way, right?
What would you consider him exactly?
He's a guy shopping around for like an adolescent, immature, stupid woman who won't put up with his shit, or who would put up with his shit. That's how I view like a character like that based on everything that he said yesterday.
What is that based on?
Just all the answers that he gave to literally everything. Also, for the record, I'm pretty sure every other girl on that panel agreed with me that the answers that he gave, it sounded like he was looking for kind of like a dumb woman who doesn't know better because he would probably get called on his shit by anybody that actually did. So he'll say like, oh, I just want a feminine one that's not as combative and blah 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 blah. But he's just looking for kind of like somebody that's younger, stupid, lacks experience, and is desperate for a passport.
I guess. I mean, maybe I'm biased because I actually met his ex-girlfriend, but oddly enough, her name was Natalia too. But like, she's none of those things. She's like, I'm just Colombian American. Like, has a pretty strong personality.
Why she is?
Yeah, that's why she's his ex-girlfriend.
And even if I did, I don't think it would be fair for me to get into that. It's just like something to deal with privately.
But, I mean, like, what do you think? Like, for instance, when you look at 90 Day Fiancé, do you think that those guys are just looking for like more feminine women?
I'm not familiar. What is 90 Day Fiancé?
It's a whole show built on like that sex pat kind of like caricature. It's like I think it's generally like older dudes looking for women that barely speak the language, or they end up barely speaking the language. They mail to them and they meet them for the first time. You've never heard of the show 90 Day Fiancé?
No, I don't watch TV.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But I'm not disagreeing with you that those people exist. I know they exist, right? There's like kind of like I saw this meme of like it was like this really old dude, like this grandpa with like two like younger Thai women who were probably like 20, 21, and they were at the ATM machine, and it was like this is the only way I can get lead nowadays, and something like that, right? So yes, that shit does exist, especially more so in certain countries like Thailand and whatnot, where like older men who just literally have nothing else to offer feel need to go there in order to get laid, right? That does exist. But then there's also a complete separate group of dudes who are just like guys that you would say are more or less high value. They have businesses, they're young looking, they have riz, they have game. They just made a conscious choice to compete in the marketplace that's a lot more favorable towards them.
Huh. Okay.
But again, like I guess like so you said if I show you a series of anecdotal evidence, that would give you like slowly nudge your opinion.
Maybe if I met more guys that did this, that were like people that I felt like were looking for more than just like baby machines and food machines. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we got unplugged from like the whole red pill community because that's tainting your.
But again, that Ande guy, he fits the T, like, or he fits the bill to a T. Like that's exactly what I would expect to be. That like he fits the stereotype of what I imagine like those guys would be like. So I don't know if we might just see that like a little bit differently.
Oh no, you could be right. I just don't have the information to make that conclusion about Ande. I don't know.
Okay.
But you could be right. I don't know well enough to know like whether that's something that he looks for or not. I'm just like really careful making like statements of fact about people that I don't have the information on. Okay, let me redirect to this. We talked about the Tinder experiment. We talked about the you're very unlikely to start living and dating another country. What about do you plan on traveling to any third world countries anytime in your future, just for like a weekend or something?
I don't think I have any plans to right now. No, that's a lot of domestic. I'm going to Wales. I don't know if that counts as third world.
No. Yeah, do you mind if I get a guy from my chat on? He has very, very strong positions on this.
Yeah, knocks about.
Alright, cool. Let me bring him on. Alright, QB, jump on. This dude loves travel. See, like, I'm kind of a tough spot because I'm like somewhere between you guys, where like I think I can totally see the logic of like traveling to other countries. I've done it and I've seen the benefits of it, but at the same time, I do agree with some of the characters that you have of like the typical red pillar who just wants a woman who's just literally incapable of doing anything besides like popping out babies. QB, no, we don't have 15 minutes. Just jump on now. You don't need time to set up. You don't need to look good for Destiny.
Is it a guy or girl?
It's a guy.
Oh, does he like need to do his hair?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Oh, let's bring this guy on. Nomad Tate lifestyle. You're cool with me bringing like 1 or 2 people on? I don't want to make it seem like I'm ambushing you or something.
Ambush me, dude.
Yo, you doing, guys?
What's up, dude? So you live in Europe, right?
I used to live in Europe, but currently I'm located in Paraguay.
Okay, so yeah, talk about your experiences and what you want to.
Yes, so I was noticing a few things that I'm a little bit critical about what Destiny was talking about. So there's one thing which I disagree with. It's about the education, okay? So what exactly is education? Is it a piece of paper?
Yes, a piece of paper from a 4-year degree, yeah.
Or is it actually also live experience?
No, it's a piece of paper.
Hold on for a minute, please.
Okay.
Look, sometimes the most interesting conversation I had with people were mostly people who actually had life experience, and they could teach me many things. And this also included even women, right? So, oh yeah, it's a very unmasculine thing if we're actually learning something from women. But no, actually, many of them who were supposedly not educated, they could tell me many interesting things. And I was very surprised about it. And I really disagree also with your position about Colombia, for instance, being a boring country. Like, what exactly makes Colombia or third world countries boring for you? Is it the mentality? Is it the people? Is it culture? Or what exactly is it? Because
I think he meant the women there are boring, not the country itself.
Oh no, I meant that like I'm sure you can find exciting women probably any country in the world. I meant finding a woman that's just like giggly and bubbly and like feminine or whatever. That sounds like really boring to me. Like if there was a woman and she was asked to like describe herself, and if like one of the first like 5 words she used would be like feminine, I probably wouldn't get along with this person.
Damn.
Okay, so you mean
we're just totally different in that sense, I guess.
The characteristics that like feminine or giggly, they are boring for you, not overall the culture.
Generally speaking, I mean, like there are women that I like that are like bubbly and giggly, but if that's like a big driving part of their personality, it's probably a person I wouldn't like very much.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood you on that point, so fair enough. And as for the passport brothers or this movement that is currently very much discussed about, I would say there's also like there are different positions I have concerning these people. So there's some people who want to bring back certain women from poorer countries because they really cannot get laid, and I agree many of them they just lack game, hence why they are really creepy, because they don't know how to carry themselves, they are not sociable, they don't know how to talk to people, they don't know actually what to do in their life because many of them just don't have any life basically, right? But then there are also other people who can travel, who are not creepy or who don't fit into these stereotypes because they actually made something out of themselves. They achieved something in life. They have, for instance, a location-independent business, so they can work. I'm not talking about the digital nomads, right? I'm talking about people who own a business. And they can work from Paraguay as they can work from maybe Central Asia or the US or Europe or wherever. Well, also exception totalitarian governments, right? So I don't think they can go to North Korea, right?
Throw rocks.
But these people, they actually achieved something and they want to stay. in certain countries, and not just because of the cost of living or because of other things, but because they prefer the mentality of certain countries.
Okay.
So me, for instance, I prefer the mentality here in Paraguay. People, they just fit with me, right? Like when I'm talking to them and they talk to me, even without having the very profound vocabulary in Spanish, they get me as I get them. Whereas back in my place, I never felt like I was truly at home.
Yeah, can I just add one more thing to this? Because this is, I forgot to bring this up. So another thing, obviously, is beauty, right? Physical attractiveness. I'm sure you've seen the statistics on this. 71.6% of adults aged 20 and over are overweight, including obesity. In America, so that basically means almost 3 out of 4 girls is going to be overweight, which is going to be generally less desirable versus like you go to like Eastern Europe and like Colombia. That's pretty rare there, especially when you're talking like their 20s or early 30s. So that's definitely like another factor why I think guys might be motivated to.
I don't know if that's a fact. There's plenty of non-overweight people in the United States.
Right, but if you 3 out of 4 people are overweight, like that's not looking good.
Sure, but I mean 3 out of 4 men are overweight too, right? So I'm just wondering, right?
Yeah,
But I'm saying like if you're looking for like an average weight partner in the United States, you can probably find them. I would imagine. Like, if somebody's like, I had to go to Colombia because there were too many fat people in the United States, I'd be like,
Right, but you're gonna have when the ratio is much more like, okay, like if you let me try to word it like this, right? You go to a club, one club is like there's 4 dudes for every girl, right? Like sure, you can find a girl there, it's just gonna be a lot harder. The other club is two girls for every guy. It's gonna be a lot easier. It's the same thing here. Sure, you can find a girl who's not fat, right? That's doable. But when 3 out of 4 girls are overweight, like the odds are against you versus if you go to a country where it's like 5%, 10%, the odds are much more in your favor.
yeah, I guess for me personally, I guess I never thought about it that way, but I mean technically, I guess mathematically that's true.
I mean, like you would say, like you're attracted to like, you know, like girls who are not overweight, right? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I would just find girls that are not overweight. But I wouldn't think like statistically speaking, like what's the area that I need to be in for the least amount of like overweight girl. I would just say.
Well, I'm not saying it's the primary reason. I'm just saying that could be.
Sure. No, it's just because there's lots of non-overweight people in the United States. I would never think like, God, I'm running out of non-overweight people to hit on. But I mean, I understand what you're saying, sure.
I would also say that the genetics play a huge role. Like when we are comparing, for instance, people from white ethnicity and also people from Southeast Asia, it's more difficult for them to get obese than for white people, for instance. That's just genetics.
I don't think that's true, but.
Well, actually, I think I have once read something about, was it metabolism or something else? It was like some type of study. I'm not sure where exactly, but there were claims concerning the differences of genetics and that these were the main reasons why also people, also for other reasons like education and discipline and what they eat and so on.
I kind of agree with Destiny. I think it's mainly the diet and lifestyle. I don't think it's like we're genetically more predisposed to being fat. Maybe to a small extent. I don't think that's like the major factor. But also, okay, here's another metric that there's studies on happiness. On average, women are happiest in your favorite place, Scandinavia, right? So that's another like if you obviously you would think that woman who's happy is going to be a better partner, and she's going to be more engaged and whatever.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy when she starts dating me though, so it doesn't matter.
Well, that could be the case, my man. But again, I think like just like if we look at all these metrics, it doesn't seem like America does that good. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, I guess. But I mean, like, you're talking national averages. If you're wealthy enough to go to another country, you're probably wealthy enough to have like access to way different dating markets in the United States too. But or maybe you don't. If people want to do it, listen. If people want to do it, knock themselves out. But like, until I meet a whole bunch of people that are passport bros, like it's like here's the instance. Okay, let's say some guy comes up to me like, listen, I like to go to Colombia to talk to girls. Like, really? Why is that? And it's like, Colombian girls are all of them know how to dance a ton at clubs. I love the culture that they have around like hiking and like physical activities outdoors. I want to learn how to speak Spanish. I like a lot of like the history of the culture and they're like all that shit. I'm like, oh cool, yeah, that's fine. But when somebody's like, I need somebody that's feminine, submissive, docile, and American women are too masculine and they bully me too much, I'm like, okay. Like that's just like if I heard that former answer way more, then I'm like, oh, okay, sure. But I almost exclusively hear like the latter answer that like American women are masculinized and they're SJWs and they're all and it's like all this like weird like political stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, that's generally how I hear it.
Okay, and what about people, for instance?
I think you're strong. Wait, let me just respond to this. I think you're strong on the other side because I don't think most guys are saying, yeah, they bully me too much. I can't handle American women. I think it more comes down.
Well, you guys literally said combative. That was a word you used before, right?
Right, but that's not. It's not that we can't handle it. It's just that it's not attractive.
Well, and what about people who just happen to prefer a certain type of looks that you cannot find in the US or that you cannot find?
Well, you can find it. It's just rarer.
Well, maybe in a bigger city, but let's say if you live in the middle of nowhere, practically, right?
Yeah, but who's living in rural Arkansas flying to fucking like Lithuania to find a girlfriend, right?
Maybe there are people like that, you don't know. Maybe they prefer the Lithuanian look, or maybe they prefer the Colombian look.
Well, typically it comes down to what your job is, but if you have a virtual job, like you are gonna, sure, that probably this is gonna be a little bit expensive, but you're gonna make that money through cheaper cost of living. Like it's way cheaper to live in those countries than in America. Like that within a few months, you'll be like, you know, you'll have recouped the cost of your travel and more. So like financially, if you have a job that you can do virtually, it makes more sense unless you're like a podcast or something where you need the connections to be in the US. But aside from that, like it makes more sense to like live in a third world country where the cost of living is like half or a third and whatnot. And like,
yeah, I understand this is possible. I think this is exceptionally rare. What you're describing is a pretty rare thing.
Okay, we just fundamentally
like for instance, like for the percentage of people that can work remotely, I would guesstimate that less than 1% are moving and living in other countries. That's a really rare thing, I think.
Yeah, they're not doing it. You know, maybe they want to stay closer to their family. Maybe they, I don't know, they really like the comfort of their city that they grew up in. Sure, they're not doing it.
But also people in the US, especially, they have a lot of family roots from other countries. So I would even suggest that it's not far-fetched to claim that many people who still are in touch with their roots from their own family, that they like actually to go to their home country where they're actually from or where their family is coming from. Like, let's for instance take Alex as an example. I'm pretty sure there are other people who have his origin in the US living there who wouldn't mind to go back to live for some time in, I think, was it Belarus or?
Yeah, I'm from Belarus. Yeah, like for me, for example, the reason that like I don't move to Colombia or like Eastern Europe, well, not Eastern Europe now, but I guess South America, right? Like I would love to move there, but again, I'm really close to my family, and that would be like pretty, tough for my parents to come visit me. So that's one of the reasons. And two is I have some health issues which require me to be with the American healthcare system. But like if it wasn't for those two things, I would definitely move to like Colombia or Brazil or like one of those countries. I want to bring on QB. Nomad, do you have any closing thoughts before I bring him on?
No, I'm pretty fine. Thank you for bringing me on.
Thanks for coming on. Let's bring on this dude. He's all about the travel lifestyle, so let's see.
What's good, Alex? You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Travel lifestyle guy.
I caught some of the stream. I would say for this, the travel lifestyle is not for everybody, but it's a good option for men to explore options with women based on what they desire. So you have some guys that they do want a traditional, female, but the laws here in the United States, unfortunately, long-term puts them in jeopardy of their assets.
Yeah, so this is like another one just before you go too far. And you can finish it. But like this, he's already said enough for me to put him in like that group of people, like the marriage laws, the divorce laws. Like he's already in that group for now, right?
Hold on. Let me say the other.
Yeah, go for it.
And then you have guys that like casual dating, okay? Where, as we kind of mentioned earlier, the cost of going out and doing things in certain events is a lot less compared to the States. And then I would say the third group of guys are men that basically they've been in relationships, they've been divorced, and they just want to have fun with a girl and they'll do the pay-for-play route. Those are kind of the three travel type or the travel bros, I would say, in the community. Well, go ahead.
Well, I don't have anything to say.
Oh, okay. And in regards to the marriage stuff, like, I'm going to be honest, it is extremely difficult for a man in the United States to sign a marriage contract and not have any power in the relationship or in the marriage long term to where his assets are not like a liability or a detriment for him. If you go marry a girl in a foreign country, which I would still preach don't involve the state, you're not in that position. And you can have.
Wait, do other countries not have like multiple? Never mind. Sorry, keep going.
I'm saying you can also have the option if you wanted multiple wives as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
QB, you're kind of reinforcing all his stereotypes.
No, it's good.
Well, I mean,
40 minutes trying to talk him out of.
Okay, but according to him, from what I've listened earlier in the stream, that guys that are going to other countries, they have no options. They're basically losers back at home, and they can't find what they want, which is not true. I've personally been in a situation where I could have settled down with a young professional girl, but I said to myself, I have it better in another place, okay? Where long term, I can build myself up financially and not be in so much of a risk compared to living here in the United States.
I mean, look, like those dudes do exist. They're not like something Destiny made up. I just think the disagreement is how predominant that is. Like he says it's 80%. I would say it's closer probably like to 20-25%, right? Like pretty much the majority of every dude I know who travels, it's not because they can't get laid in the U.S. or they struggle with girls in the U.S. They do just fine with girls in the U.S. But they're like, like there's this other place where it's a lot better.
Well, this guy says he likes girls in Paraguay or whatever. Why do you think they get you more? What part of you do they get better that people in the U.S. didn't get?
Say that again. What?
This guy says he likes girls in Paraguay or whatever. What do they get more about you that women in the U.S. didn't get about you?
I can't speak on that guy.
Well, I'm asking him. Because that's what he said.
Okay, you said something about Paraguay. You went in out there.
Wait, did I make that? Oh, that was the previous dude. I'm sorry. Fuck, never mind. That was the other guy. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, different person.
Yeah. But for example, I will say this: just because you travel doesn't necessarily mean you'll get better results. So, like for example, you got some travel bros, mainly black travel bros. Jeez. They love going to Asia. They can't really go to South America because if they go to South America, they're going to get the same results. A lot of rejections.
That's not true. They can get laid in South America too.
Well, they can, but I'm saying in Asia, all right, you don't like I'm gonna be honest. I can only speak on the places that I've been to in South America, but it seems like height is not so much of a requirement compared to the Philippines in regards to like Colombia or something. Okay, they're able to have more an abundance and selection of women compared to them being limited to like a Colombia or Mexico.
I will say this, like, I hope you don't take this like as an insult or anything, Destiny, because it's not meant to be.
Go ahead.
I do feel like, and which is like props to you, you've been able to become very successful, but you are kind of very disconnected from the dating scene for the average guy. Again, you are, famous, you are fairly charismatic, like, you have a hot Swedish wife that you can use as a tool to help meet girls. Like you are very different than the average guy. And I just like wonder if you're like
with the blue hair,
your response. Oh, the blue hair doesn't really matter. I wonder if your response would be like totally different if you didn't have the fame or the natural riz or whatever the fuck you want to call it, especially the fame.
I got a quick question after him, Alex.
No, I guess
to be clear, I did fine in high school. I went to an all-boys high school, and I still had a girlfriend for 3 or 4 years. I got married when I was 19. I had a kid. I bought my first house when I was 19, 20. Like, I mean, I feel like I did okay. I don't know if at any point in my life I was like, God, I wish I could just go to South America to find a different woman.
Yeah, I remember we discussed this, I think, the first time we talked. I was like, I asked you, like, do you feel like you're more of a natural? And you're like, yeah, like you kind of have natural riz, wouldn't you say?
Sure, I guess, but that's a lot different than saying just because you're famous. But I mean, but okay, go ahead.
Well, it's one of the factors. It's one of the factors.
But now my pay definitely helped. I'm not gonna deny that, obviously, of course. Yeah, I mean, don't fucking deny that. Yeah.
I just wonder if you're hang on, Kibi. I just wonder like if your position on this would be like totally totally different if you're like one of the, I don't know, like 40% virgins who's like watching, you know, the stream on your end. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if like...
Sure, I understand what you're saying there. I agree that that might be the case, and I can only go by what people tell me, but I have never in my life talked to another real life person that's like, oh yeah, like the red pill stuff, like, yeah, that definitely lines up pretty much completely with how I view the world or what my like experience has been like, or anything like that. Only people that are directly in this world have ever told me that. Every girl has disagreed vehemently. Most men have like disagreed with how these markets work. Like, the only place that this seems to be true is in these communities where people are like incentivized to sell it. But also, it could just be the types of people I talk to in communities as well. Like, I'm totally admit that it could be.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the red pill, like, I mean, I've said this before, I think there's a lot of garbage in the red pill community. But when you go off like what I teach, which is like in a lot of ways different than red pill, it's really rare that when I explain to a girl in detail and clear up her misunderstandings that she disagrees with me. Quite often, girls are like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I can't recall a time where I was able to like clarify my position and like really simply explain to a girl, and she was like vehemently disagreeing with me. That very rarely happens.
Sure, I guess.
They cannot build
So you met your wife when you were 19. If you don't mind me asking, like, how long ago was that?
And don't have
a
rope.
I met my wife when I was 16 or 17. It would have been in high school, which would have been what, 2004?
Oh, okay. So we're talking about 15 years ago, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now.
Wait, you met your wife when you were 15? Oh, you're talking about your first wife. I think he's asking about your second wife, Melina.
No, Melina, I met, I don't know, like 4 years ago.
Yeah, okay. I think
that's I only met her because I'm famous. She reached out to me because she'd saw my fucking YouTube. Like, that's...
Okay, so basically, your first marriage was a divorce, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So being a guy that knows, you know, again, the laws here and society and other places, it's in a man's best interest to totally avoid the system and not experience what you had, unfortunately, with your first wife.
Why? That system is what enabled me to get financially for school. That's why I got married.
Well, again, when a guy is willing to settle down with a woman, especially in a marriage, he's not looking for the D to happen, the divorce. So what gives you more leverage is going to a place to where you're not in compliance with these laws here in the United States, unfortunately.
Okay. Why not just sound like a prenuptial agreement if this is like such a huge concern to you?
Well, prenups unfortunately get thrown out depending on which state you live in.
What percentage of marriages even need a prenup? And what percentage of marriages prenups are getting thrown out? Like, you're talking about such an obscenely rare thing, but you're like willing to tell a whole bunch of people.
A lot of prenups get thrown out.
A lot?
Look at the NBA players.
Are you coaching NBA players for dating advice? Why are we talking about NBA players?
No, and I'm not a dating coach, by the way.
Well, sure, but what, you shouldn't be living your life by what NBA players do? Like, that has nothing to do with this conversation.
Well, hold on. If their prenups are getting thrown out, what makes it think that my prenup is going to last?
Because their prenups probably have millions and millions or tens of millions of dollars of assets that are being like held at risk here. So of course the complicated battles over this are going to be like way more. But for a normal human being, like only 10% of divorces even have alimony involved. The idea that it's like a super common thing, like, oh yeah, your wife.
I will want to see the stats on that. I think the alimony is a lot more than 10%. There's no way.
I personally don't really like the marriage argument. I think that's a weaker argument. I prefer the preference argument over, because you can just not get married in the U.S. You can just like get into a relationship.
Well, careful. No, that is not true. Be very careful, because in the United States you can be common law married if you live long enough or something. So be careful.
Yeah, I've explored that. That's only in like that's in like
Texas?
10 out of 50 states.
Just be careful.
Living for like at least 5 years. It's not as common as people think.
Yeah.
It only applies in like 10%, like 20% of the states.
Just be careful.
But if you're a guy that makes over 100K a year, okay, and you've been dating your girl for, I don't know, maybe 3 or plus years, and let's say she's over 30, and she wants to, you know, get married and have kids, you're not going to have that type of leverage to do the whole common law marriage thing compared to going overseas.
What do you mean by leverage? Or what do you mean when you say that?
Okay, well, a girl is going to say, look, if you don't marry me, somebody else will. That's what I mean by that. So if she's an attractive girl, she has options, and some guy is saying, look, I will put the ring on it. And you're saying, I won't put the ring on it, she's going to bail.
Okay.
Overseas, you don't have to worry about that. Because they know that they're replaceable. It's like, look, if you don't give up my program and do the things that I want you to do and live the lifestyle that I want to live, I can replace you. In the United States, most men do not have that leverage.
I feel like I was really close to, like, not really close, but I was making some headway. I'm like getting Destiny to drop the stereotype, and I feel like we just traveled backwards.
We're good on that, Alex. But again, your leverage is a lot better in another country.
Sure, I agree, for sure.
Where's my anchor? Oh, there it is.
Do you have anything else you want to bring up or ask Destiny?
I think that's mainly it. Again,
I need to eat.
We witnessed, you know, unfortunately, you told the story about the divorce situation, and now you've remarried again. I think one more final
unfortunately, it's okay. Like, marriages end, like, it happens. But I mean, it's fine.
No, I disagree. What made you wanted to remarry again versus be a bachelor? I think that's my final question.
Because I love my life. My wife, I want to live with her, and she's Swedish, so the only way we can live together is by getting married, right? Because she needs a green card.
Oh, so did you met her in the States, or you met her in...
Technically, I met her in New Zealand.
Oh, okay. And you didn't want to... You didn't want to live there in New Zealand or...
Fuck no, I live in the greatest country in the world. Why the fuck would I want to go to fucking New Zealand? What?
Okay. I mean, I have a different stance on it because, again, the marriage law is here. But I hope it works out for you. You know, that's all I got to say.
Okay.
All right. All right, thanks, QB.
Okay, no doubt.
All right, yeah, I guess, like, I think the only real thing... I think the only real way to get to the bottom of this, or at the very least make some segue, is to do two things. One is the Tinder experiment. So I'll help you with that. I think that could be a lot of fun. And then you can just like report on the results. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't think I will be. I think also the cold approach experiment will also kind of give us a little bit of a basis of just like what kind of reactions do guys.
Yeah, a little bit, but I want to be clear and careful too. Like, the cold approach thing is going to be fun for me, but if I was a normal guy, I wouldn't be going for dating markets in Miami. That's not who I am, right? I don't even know if I have any appeal for the types of women that are going to be like on South Beach or whatever. It'll be fun to do. I'm going to know that. It's going to be fun. But I wouldn't like take this as like, oh yeah, like if I can't do this, like it's going to be fuck for everybody. Like I wouldn't go for these girls. I'd be probably hitting up girls that like go to like schools and shit. Grade school. No, but like girls that are like working like master's programs, like college educated chicks, or chicks that are nerdy or working in like tech or some shit. Like these are going to be more my crowd, like online people in fucking Discord and shit. Not like girls that go clubbing at like, you know, $5,000 a bottle fucking clubs on South Beach, right?
Oh, we're not going to go to the $5,000.
No, but I'm just saying there's like a general type of girl that exists in like Miami Beach or or like East Miami, or Brickell or whatever.
Well, okay, but let's say your job is in Miami. Like you work in tech company that's based in Miami. Like what would you do then?
I would probably, I imagine I'd probably go out to Miami more, like to actual Miami, not just Brickell and South Beach, right? Because the girls that I see, like, dude, I go down to eat like at Fleming's, at Big Pink, at all these restaurants down here. Like, I spent a lot of time in South Beach. I'm pretty sure I was struck out with 95% of the girls that exist down here. Like, this is not my scene at all. Like, 95% of the women here are like 30% fucking BBLs and lip fillers. Like, they're probably looking for Chad dudes that are either dad's money, old money, or like 6'2" and like fucking shredded dudes. Like, it's a totally different market than what I would like conventionally be going after for women. Like, I would be interested in them, and I don't think it'd be interested in me.
Yeah, the way you need to pick those girls up is like as you're talking to them, like 5-10 seconds in, you have someone like a friend of yours go up to and be like, oh my god, are you Destiny? Holy shit, I love your YouTube channel. And you were on like No Jumper, bam, got in the bag. Okay, so not South Beach, I get that, but where are you gonna like where, Kendall, or where are you?
No, we could try this up because I think it'd be fun to do, but I'm not gonna like draw like broader conclusions. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying in general, like where would you
Kendall? I mean, I want to hit on girls that at least have other teeth, right? I'm sorry, I'm just kidding.
But, like, where would you go though? Like what part of town?
I don't know. I haven't looked around here at all. Probably like areas near like universities, like college sticks and stuff would probably be the types of girls that I'd be more interested in. Maybe I don't know. Where's like University of Florida? I have no idea. Like probably like those college county type areas would probably be the areas that if I was like looking for girls, I'd probably be around there, like trying to pick people up. That'd be my guess.
I mean, the closest thing we have to college area is in Miami, is Coral Gables, like the Coral area. That's where University of Miami is. But unless you want to like drive north, that's basically it when you're talking about college girls. Okay. You're kind of like a little bit limited in Miami to some extent. I mean, I would say like my advice would be to diversify. Like get on dating apps, meet girls in real life as you go about, go to bars occasionally, try to leverage your social circle. I would say just like diversify as much as possible.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be my dating advice. Okay. Is there anything else you want to discuss?
No, that's all.
Have you been getting? I saw you've been getting some pushback for your debate with that Spencer dude.
I haven't seen that. I don't care. I talk to anybody. If anybody pushes back, fuck them.
Didn't you react to like the no jumper thing? I thought
to the no jumper thing. What do you mean?
What was your take on that debate? Did you think because he seemed like again I'm trying to think of how I can word this without saying it the wrong way. He seemed more chill than I would have expected.
Yeah, it seems like he's either matured and grown or he's faking it all. He'll come out as a secret Nazi. Who knows?
What's your take on that? Which one do you think it is?
I just meet everybody where they're at. I assume he's changed, but maybe he hasn't. I don't know.
Is there anyone you would not debate at this point?
If it's a conspiracy thing, I'd have to like do a lot of research beforehand. So. There are certain people that are like one-trick conspiracy ponies, especially on like the race realist or Holocaust provision and that I generally avoid. But if I do enough research, and I feel like it maybe.
Okay. So you're pretty much down for debating one. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I debated President Sunday yesterday.
Holy shit, how did that go?
Exactly how you think it would have went. He just basically stonewalled me the entire time. You know, I got him on a bunch of statements he made that were factually inaccurate, and then he would be like, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that." Basically, didn't want to talk about anybody. Constantly kept changing his position, and then when all else fails, he just regressed to personal insults.
Wait, what did you actually debate about?
A few things. He made the comment that I am Andrew Tate 2.0 or Andrew Tate Light, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So that I have like a lot of common with Andrew Tate, which is not really true. The other one is that he made the claim multiple times that I'm miserable. I must be a miserable human being. So I was trying to get him to expand on why he thinks I'm miserable. Yeah, then he kept saying I'm bored of these issues when he kept losing. So after that, we wound up debating on trans issues. And then he said, I need to do more research on this. I can't debate about this right now. So literally, we just couldn't debate anything with him.
Damn. Well,
yeah.
Oh, that's over with.
So, she was mad that you called her
online.
ugly. The nudes part doesn't matter because she didn't care about that, and women do that anyway. Got it. Gonna ignore all of that. Okay.
That's a giant island.
And then she acted disproportionately, right? Do you think, and I'm pretty sure you do because you, or maybe you said it was gross how you treated her about like calling her ugly, but I figured that you understood that like trying to get her like fired and have her scholarship removed was also a disproportional act. Or am I
probably.
wrong?
Yeah, no, it probably was.
Okay. So if that
to be
is-
clear, also, I didn't do that, but go ahead.
Okay. That's good to hear. If that is the case, the reason why I'm complaining at you, even though she was disproportional, is because, as I said, I'm not focused on other people. And as I said, you can ask me why not. But my point is, when I'm levying critiques towards you and how you irresponsibly use your platform, I'm not saying, oh, a bunch of other people did some bad crap too. I'm talking about what you're doing, because I care about your actions.
That's fine, but I needed to be framed that it's in response to other things. Also, this happened 10 fucking years ago. Or 12 years ago? I don't remember. But,
Was the blue tea 12 years ago?
yes. Wait, how long ago do you think that was?
I don't remember.
Wait, well, what do you think? I'm sorry. Fuck, I shouldn't have said that because now you're gonna lie to me. Fuck! Wait, how long ago do you think that was?
You think I lied to you?
I think you'll lie to me now. I think now you're gonna say, oh, I thought it was like 9 years ago. How long ago did you think that was? Your answer right there just made me think that you thought it was pretty recent.
No, I don't think it's pretty recent.
Wait,
I'm
how long ago do you think
it 12 years ago.
Well, no, I'm curious how long ago you thought that it was.
I thought it was more recent, honestly.
Like, how recent? I'm just curious.
Like 5 years?
Okay.
But if you're telling me that's 12 years ago, that's fine. Like, I don't.
This was like 2012,
like...
or I think it was 2012. It might have been 2013.
Yeah, I.
Okay.
Then I need to look what I missed there.
It might just be that Max didn't include dates at all. I don't know. He left out a lot in his little thing, but okay.
So that's possible. Because when I'm trying to remember that section, I don't remember if there was a date on it.
Okay.
Anyway. Do you think that invalidates what I said?
I think it's important to keep in mind. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Again, like I'm gonna lean harder into this. I'm gonna play my Nebraska roots from Midwestern state here, or whatever. I think that if you treat people in a certain way, I don't think you can be surprised by how they respond. Like, maybe there's like a better response, then we should hold people to a higher standard. But to virtue signal over it, or to act like it's so obvious that there was like a better option, I think is ridiculous and unfair. But
you're referring to what I said. Yeah, okay. I don't think it's virtue signaling, but my people tend to do that, so I understand you.
Whoa, what do you mean by my people? Careful.
Jews specifically.
Do Jewish people virtue signal hard? Is that true?
No,
Oh.
I'm memeing because. Okay, whatever.
Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, my point is not that I am virtue signaling that there was an obvious way to keep forward. I am very interested in your current view, because like what was disturbing to me is that when I was watching you talk to Wick, it seems like your conceptualizations of a lot of the events, while you did express like remorse and took responsibility for them, or some remorse for some of them, except for the DDoS kids, is that like then your answers to the critiques are just like, yeah, but how do I say this? I don't think it's virtue signaling to say, hey, I do hold you to a higher standard because of the size of your platform and your sphere of influence.
Sure. To be clear, I don't think I'm held to a higher standard. I think you guys hold me to popely, godly standards, to be clear, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Who's you guys? Is it Jewish people?
People that are digging up drama from 12 years ago in my life to critique how I handled it. I think that's an unbelievable standard. I don't think anybody would have made it as far as I have with this level of critique. I don't think any normal person. There's not even very many streamers.
Am I part of that, you people?
Yeah, a little bit. You play your part. But
Okay.
I'm just saying in general, but go ahead.
Okay, so let me make it very clear. If you're bothered by me coming here and asking you questions, you can just tell me and I can fuck off.
No, it's fine. I mean, the problem isn't you asking the question.
No, the thing is, you can't be like, no, I welcome these conversations and I make content of it and it's all good. But then you get to call me you people and signal to your audience that I'm actually part of a machine that I'm not.
Sure.
That's
the
what
problem.
bothers
The problem isn't the questions. The problem are the thoughts. The fact that you think these things means that you're
You
going to echo
don't know
them.
my thoughts.
Clearly you just said that you think you need to critique behavior of mine from 12 years ago and have like conversations about it, right?
Is that what I said? Or when you told me that it was from 12 years ago, I said, oh yeah, I fucked up on that. I think that is relevant information. I wonder if if it makes you feel like it invalidates my critique. Is that what happened?
Well, okay,
I think it is.
Then it's gross negligence then if you came and you weren't even aware when the dates are. But that's, listen, all I'm saying is that like,
Oh, come the fuck on. Okay.
you didn't even know what it was. I'm just saying that it's like it's frustrating sometimes. Like, when was the last time you had to answer for something that you did like 12 years ago? Like, that's just it's an insane bar. You have no empathy for me dealing with it. And I understand I'm not a person that garners much empathy, but I'm just saying. But that's okay. You can keep asking.
No.
Okay.
Why do you think I have no empathy?
Because even the conversation.
Because you assume that about me, right? Or because you know other people who don't have empathy.
Okay.
You don't know shit about me. You don't know what I think about you. You don't ask me what I think about you because you don't actually care. But then we're in this conversation and you get to paint me in a certain way. I have a lot of empathy for you.
Okay,
More fucking
my bad.
empathy than you want me to have. Okay?
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I will not group you with anyone else. You're your own unique butterfly right now, with no other group attached to them, except for the Jewish one. Go for it.
Except for the Jewish one.
Yeah.
Amen.
True. I'm trying to be a good goy right now. Go ahead.
You want to open another can of worms with Jews now, or just Muslims?
I love Jewish people, okay?
That is very cringe to say.
Why? What? Okay. My best friend is Jewish.
I think when people say, I love X group of people, it's cringe.
Oh, so I can't love black people either?
No, you can't.
Okay. All right, go ahead. What's your next point?
Oh my god. Let me think of my butterfly wings and think what my next point was.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, we talked about no one having empathy for you, so we covered that. The thing.
Yeah, I seriously doubt this girl is actually capable of empathy.
What else did I want? Okay. So, in the case that so what you're saying is that when you steelmanned an argument for retaliation, you can basically, quote unquote, explain off in a reasonable way most of the dominant examples.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, if I can steelman and... So it's not actually what?
So it's not actually a good argument, even if you can steelman.
Well, yeah, I can steelman a lot of arguments for things I don't consider good arguments, right? I just think if Max wanted to present his story and he wasn't actually, like, NPD, he would have been able to do it in a more compelling way. But, I mean, these are things that I think about. So obviously, like...
Do you know he's NPD, or do you just find it...
Absolutely, yeah.
So you don't know. Okay,
I do
so
know.
you're diagnosing him like you did Anna. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I do know. I know he's NPD. It's okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But this isn't about Max. Go ahead.
Do you think diagnosing people with mental health disorders is a responsible use of your platform?
Well, in trying to frame somebody's behavior, sometimes, yeah. He's sick.
Really?
He's got a personality disorder. I can't just treat him as a normal human being, right?
Well, the thing is, I'm not sure you have... Well, I know you don't have the qualification to diagnose him with a personality
disorder. Trust me, I got lots of first-hand experience with mentally ill people, so...
That's not what qualifications to diagnose people is.
Okay,
unless you're secretly a psychologist or a psychiatrist.
Good
that
qualification.
I wasn't aware of.
Nice job. Okay, what is the next part of your thing? I said good qualifying.
Yeah.
Because I might have been. I might have just pulled out my BA in a personality disorder diagnosis. You don't know that.
I mean, I wish you would, because that would make it so much better than you just randomly going around tagging people with personality disorders.
I wouldn't say that it was random for Mr. Groh, but go ahead.
Yes.
He exhibits traits of narcissism. How about that? Will that make you feel better?
If you said that every time, yes, it would make it better for me. Thank you very much. Okay. But you're not going to.
No.
Because
that motherfucker is NPD as fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's okay.
So
go ahead. Yeah.
So why are you being dishonest about what you actually want to say? Why pretend like you're building a bridge when you're not?
Listen. Okay, it was a hypothetical bridge. Okay, we were just laying down the blueprints. I wanted to see how it would look, and I looked at it and I didn't like it. But you know.
Yeah, of course you did. It would require too much work, as in like saying 2 more words whenever you wanted to insult someone.
Bro, not insulting.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to provide a framework by which to understand his behavior.
Oh, don't make me sit here and like defend Mr. Girl, okay? That's not what I want. I don't even have the information about him to defend him, even if I wanted to. What did I want to say?
I'm not sure.
Okay, just give me a second, okay?
Got all the seconds in the world.
Oh,
okay.
thirsty.
So for me, the reason why the context of quote-unquote digging up old things. First of all, I don't think digging up old things is the best way to go. But for me, what was interesting is not how long ago was it, but like your conceptualizations of events. Like if the blue tea thing, not if, the blue tea thing happened, you said 12 years ago. Okay?
I want the good
And your
areas.
conceptualization of it now is that maybe it changed after this conversation or other after conversations, but if the conceptualization was, yes, I might have was going to react disproportionately, but she also reacted disproportionately. So that's the context of it.
Okay.
Then for me, it doesn't sound encouraging that you won't do that the next time when someone is unfair towards you.
I don't know. I do my best, but it's again, it's hard.
No, I don't doubt. So do you feel like, would you then say that like when you react in ways that you can later reflect on and think they're disproportional, would you see that as fuck-ups? Like stuff that you'd like to avoid in the future?
If that's what you want to label it, sure. But yeah, I think I generally do.
No,
if I
I
was
want
more,
you
if I was
to
similar
label
to
it.
the, if I was more similar to how I was in the past, for instance, when Lab would have
Man, I
started like
just
leaking
jumped.
some rando fucking sex details of us that are not true, I would have just leaked the entire encounter from start to finish, and I probably would have just Me Too'd her. I would have written a whole thing about how I felt like she pressured me, she got me energy drinks to keep me awake, that I was tired the whole time. I would have like wanted a whole thing like that if I was in that same mind state. But I was willing to cut her some slack and let her do her little song and dance before I got to where it was. But so yeah, I think I've significantly changed with how I handle problems compared to where I was 12 years ago. Yes.
Okay. So do you feel like that ended up like backfiring for you, that you treated Lav differently than what you would have been otherwise?
No, probably not. I think it's probably for the better that I did things the way I did.
Okay. So when things like that happen, I guess what's the most recent thing? Can I bring up the decal skid, or do you not want to talk about that?
Yeah, if you want to, go for it.
Yeah, so I guess, what's your current take on that?
I think if somebody is like maliciously fucking with your income that much, I think you're carte blanche to do whatever the fuck to make them stop. It's like such an egregious violation of everything that, yeah, fuck them.
Okay, just very quickly. I was told that sometimes what you say is like meant to be giga chat.
Stop! I'm not giga chatting right now. If I was giga chatting, I'd tell you. That's my genuine stance. That if somebody for lulz is destroying your ability to like do your job or like make an income or whatever, I think that you can go to up to whatever you need to do to make them stop.
Okay, so and
Yeah, but
insofar
try
as
to
the
do it in
DDoS
ascending
kid,
order. Don't
you
start at the top.
don't have. What are we saying? That like if you hadn't found a way to make him stop, you would have been fine killing him? Like, what are we saying?
There's probably like a better chain of escalation. So like it probably should have started with like vandalizing his property and then like beating up his dad. I don't know, getting people to, like there probably would have been a better chain of escalation than just killing him initially outright, probably. But
Yeah,
something
chain of
including like
escalation.
some
That's a
sort
good
of
way
like
to say it.
yeah, like upping it to something more severe.
So
Where's the shark?
I think you know I disagree with you,
Okay.
but that doesn't really matter. I'm more
Speak
interested
of the
in
devil.
what do you think about your audience's reaction to that stance of yours?
I don't really care, but if I had to consider their reaction, I mean, I'm okay with if somebody's like stealing your ability to work a job and you've got to like defend that job with physical violence. I think it's okay to do that. I would say I'm generally okay with that position.
Okay. Do you care about your audience?
Hold on, you cut out for a sec. What did you say?
Why don't you care about your audience?
I do care about my audience, but for that particular thing, I'm not thinking of my audience's reaction to that because my whole job is on the line.
Okay, I see. So I feel like, generally speaking, a lot of the dissonance between people who criticize you and you is that people who criticize you would say Destiny mobilizes a large audience type of stuff. And you see, I'm gonna say this as charitably as I can. You see a much higher level of separation between you and your influence over your audience. So for you, that critique doesn't click.
Hold on.
And for
Wait.
them,
No. I
What?
think I take more responsibility for my audience than almost anybody on the internet. I don't agree with that critique. I think a lot of people hand wave off like all their responsibility for their audience, but I think I'm generally pretty responsible for mine.
okay. Let me see how I
I was the
integrate
first
that.
person on the entire fucking internet, for instance, to ban faggot from my chat room. I did that. I made a post on that in 2013, way before Twitch had official positions on that. I think I was like one of the first people as a large influencer to take a position against that.
Okay.
I also am one of the only people early on, I don't know if people do this now, that I hardcore enforce like cross-platform bans for people that do like weird fucky shit. If they harass people and we catch them, we ban them from every platform. Like I was the first person to do a lot of this type of thing. Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay. So that's good. I think I think it's good. But let me see how I explain. So what I meant by large a separation between you and your influence over your audience, I think that a lot of the backlash to a lot of the things that you end up saying, for my people, because I am a butterfly among butterflies, they see it as like, well, Destiny says something, and then there's not an insignificant amount of his audience that takes his word very highly, very seriously, very significantly. So whether Destiny is kind of memeing or
Now I'm
giga
just gonna let
chatting
it
or
lay
being
there.
serious, now
Speaking of
this
which,
opinion
let's
that
get
is,
another
I'm going to use the word problematic,
Uh-huh.
like assimilates and now spreads a lot more severely. And like, I would say, obviously, taking responsibility for that is, once it goes down the system, is impossible, which is why I
Well, yeah,
would-
I agree with that, but like,
Okay.
have I giga chatted like an important opinion? Like, have I done that? Or I feel like if I do giga chat something, I might be a bit ironic, but I'm never ironically giga chatting something I don't agree with. Unless it's like ultra ironic and it's obvious. So like sometimes I'll say like, oh, because I hate women. But like I'm pretty sure I'm past like anybody taking that seriously. But like I might giga chat like a little bit about like the killing people in self-defense, but that's a position I genuinely have. Like I'm not like, I'm kind of giga chat like memeing it, but it's not a meme. I really do feel that way.
Yeah, so like I'm gonna like tell you why I'm saying this, and maybe you tell me to dismiss it. Like sometimes I critique you on my stream, for example, and then some Destiny people would come in, so people are very passionate about you. And like we will go back and forth on a take that you had. I will make my argument, and at some point they'll say, well, you need to ask Destiny what he really thinks about that. And I'm like, what do you mean? I heard what he said. That's what he thinks about that.
Can you give me an example on a thing?
Yeah, let me remember what it was. It was very...
It doesn't have to be like exact. I'm just curious in general, like, or even like what the topic was vaguely.
I think it was this thing. I think it was like the sex with orbiters thing.
Okay, I've had full-on panels where I've had conversations with like, I don't think there's a problem necessarily with like fucking fans or other streamers. I don't think that's necessarily bad, but obviously there's a lot of ways it can go bad. But I've been pretty consistent on that in like all my conversations with that. So I might meme about it too, but like I genuinely do think that it's not like it's an okay thing. It's fine. Well, it's not an okay thing. It's fine, but it's like it's just something you have to proceed with caution with.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it like this.
Okay.
I think that the reason why you feel very like tone and speech policed by the left is because people on the left or progressive circles are saying once Destiny says something, and especially then he double downs on it and like triple downs on it, um, that is now like in the general population. Um, so they want you to be more careful with what you choose to say initially and double down on, because once you say that, like you backtracking or you, and now you're going to say I never backtracked, but just give me a second. You know, once it's down there, you can't control that, and I wouldn't expect you to, which is why I say like the level of responsibility is not about controlling whatever your audience thinks. It's just I think you are unwilling to recognize how much actual influence you have.
What do you think I'm unwilling to recognize? I don't understand why people say these things. What am I unwilling to recognize?
Okay, we're gonna do this.
Well, I just want an example. I just need to know what you're talking about. Don't be like, oh, we're gonna do this. I usually work in examples. Tell me what's something you think I don't recognize.
Okay, let me explain. The reason why I'm saying we're gonna do this is because I get anxious because I know you know your shit very well. I'm not as well read on everything. I don't know all of the Destiny lore, and I know that your chat doesn't like me, okay? So it's me bracing myself for something. It's not me being mad at you. It's me emotionally preparing myself,
Gotcha.
Okay?
Do you understand that on my end, it would be frustrating if you have this characterization of me, but you can't think of a concrete example where I've done it. And I understand people do that. Well, like that's frustrating for me, but
I have a concrete example. I just
okay,
like
go for it. That's fine. No problem.
Okay, should we talk about Nick Fuentes?
Sure, go for it.
Oh god. Okay. What's your stance on? Okay, first of all, because I keep arguing with people about this. Were you friends with Fuentes, or were you friendly with Fuentes?
Probably friendly. Like, I don't think we've ever had a private conversation, ever. I don't think I've ever talked to him in voice outside of stream before. And we've traded a few DMs, but they were, like, exclusively over, like, when to show up on stream and everything like that.
Did he not visit your house? Was that not a thing?
Yeah, him and, I think, Abba and Dan, yeah.
Okay. Are there
But he
any
didn't, like, he didn't fly out for us to have, like, a gay butt sex vacation with each other. He was, like, in the area. It obviously, a conversation in real life is, like, super compelling. So he DM'd, he said he was in the area. It's like, oh, yeah, you should come over. We should, like, chat, yeah.
Okay.
But we weren't having, like, sleepovers. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just to make sure, is there anyone you are... Because, like, okay, were you and Mr. Girlfriends?
I'd like to think so. We had like off-stream conversations. I shared some personal things with him. I gave him a lot of like work advice. He confided some things in me. Like, yeah, I would like to think we were. Yeah. But I mean, I guess as much friends we are for never seeing each other in real life or like only knowing each other for a little bit less than a year. But yeah.
Okay, so for you, like the how many conversations you have off-stream and how much engagement off-stream is a good indicator, partially?
Sure.
Okay, so if you choose to spend your time off stream with someone, that would be like a good sign of something.
Generally, yeah. Even my wife has trouble getting me to spend time with her off stream, so yeah.
Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm saying. That's like, you know, a lot of your private life ends up on stream, so it would be hard for someone who only watches from the outside to tell like how friendly, what you actually feel about the person, you know?
Sure.
Okay. You weren't friends. You were friendly.
If you want to say that, sure.
Well, I said you were friends because all.
I guess, okay, if we want to continue, I have to ask, what do you mean by friendly? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know. Whenever I said you were friends with Nick Fuentes, somebody, like, DGR comes to my chat, it's like, they were friendly. And I'm like, does it make a difference? So I'm just trying to...
so I think of friends as, like, this is a person that I would vouch for. I think they're of a character that I kind of agree with, like, moral character. And it's somebody that I might like share like personal parts of my life. But that's what I think of as like a friend. For me, friendly is like we've got like a working professional relationship.
Okay.
So like I would consider you and me to be like friendly, right? We've chatted a little bit privately, but not much. And then you've been on my stream a few times, and I don't hate you. I don't think you hate me. I'm not sure. So we're like friendly, right? That's what I would say.
You're not sure? Okay, good. My God. Okay. For me, because you're a streamer and most people are not part of your personal life, I think the perception people get in terms of your relationships is what's important. So, just to reciprocate, I don't know you as a human being and as a private person outside of the persona of Destiny. Therefore, everything that I think and say and do regarding you has to do with the persona, not with who you are, because I don't even fucking know who you are. I don't know you. That would be very weirdly parasocial to be like, oh, Destiny privately should do this and this and this. I don't care what you do privately. It's not my fucking business. So when I say friends are friendly, in that context, all I care about is what your audience is seeing and perceiving. So if in that context we don't mind friendly or friends because end of the day your audience saw you interact in a friendly manner with Fuentes.
Sure, but they
sometimes...
say me that I disagree with all of his ideas, that we debate things constantly. Yeah. But,
okay.
sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, in regards to Fuentes, I think that I heard you say that, like, you expect a certain level of, like, thinking from your audience. So you expect them that if they are exposed to an opinion that they have, like, you expect them to think on themselves, by themselves, not like through you. Do you still stand by that?
I mean, it depends on the topic, but in general, yes.
Okay.
But that's going to depend on the topic. But yeah, what about it?
Okay. So basically, my argument with like platforming Fuentes, for example, is that I think it's very known that if someone likes someone personally, they'll be more amicable to their positions and dispositions when they act out in negative ways. Do you disagree with that?
No, that's probably true. You'll cover for friends more either because you know them better or because you just want to cover for a friend, sure.
Exactly. So out of that perception that I have, I felt like platforming Fuentes was irresponsible because even though you were disagreeing with him on some things, like even in the panel where we were on, where you said you found him to be an impressive person, sure, on its own, it's just a statement. But if someone has grown to think Fuentes is kind of funny or like a chill dude, except for that he's a neo-Nazi or whatever, that does make them less guarded towards his opinions. Would you disagree?
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah. So my critique of the whole Fuentes situation is that I was worried that because you have a very large audience, some of them are going to be with their guard less up towards the very cancer ideas of Nick Fuentes because they're like, well, Destiny doesn't hate this guy, and Destiny talks to this guy, and they do chill and like can be friendly. And it's all subconscious. Let's not pretend like it's like a conscious thing of like Destiny approves of Fuentes, so I guess I approve of him, you know? But you get what I'm saying. And that was basically my critique, that when you platform someone like that, it exposes your audience, or it lessens the guards that your audience has towards X
Yeah, it's possible. Sure.
Well, no, because you're saying it's possible, but I'm saying
it lessens the guards, but then there's hopefully there are things that like you do to counteract that, right? Like, I think it's possible to be friends with people that you have dramatic disagreements with and opinions. I hope that I demonstrate that with my platform. But just because you have your guard down on somebody doesn't necessarily mean that we should take what they say at like face value, right? So I can show that like, oh, like Fuentes is funny, he is smart, he is ambitious, but like there are still major disagreements within his platform. I don't agree that if somebody has dangerous ideas, we need to do every possible thing we can to demonize the fuck out of the person. Otherwise, we might accidentally become Nazis. I don't buy into that framework as much. I'd rather be honest about the person and be able to say things like, yeah, this guy's pretty funny, his content is like pretty good, and he's like, you know, pretty smart, but like even we can still simultaneously recognize these things in that person and disagree with the things they say.
Do you feel like I said that we should demonize people, or is this again
when you
like
say
a you people thing?
When you say something along the lines of like you can't recognize that the person is intelligent or funny, then it sounds like what you're saying is we've got to like create a caricature of the person.
Did I say that?
I didn't say you said that. I said it sounds like you're saying that, meaning that you implied it. So yes, I believe that when you're saying you cannot say a Nazi is funny, then the implication is that the opposite. We have to say, well, they're not funny, or we have to not acknowledge that at all.
Did I say that?
Okay, I don't know what you want. Okay, go. What do you want to say? Okay, what do you think? Tell me what you think. Let's say there's a funny Nazi. How should I refer to him if I'm not allowed to call him funny? Or you don't think I should call him funny?
Okay, can I explain?
Nope. Just tell me. Answer that question.
I need more context.
Okay,
That's why I
Nick
need to
Fuentes.
explain.
I think Nick Fuentes is funny. You probably don't want me to say that on stream. So if somebody asks me about like his humor, what should I say instead? What's a better thing to say?
Wait, why don't I want you to say it on stream?
Because if I say that he's funny, then we'll let our guard down and we'll laugh at his jokes, and then we're more likely to be amenable to the other bad things that he says.
Okay.
That is your argument. Wait, do you disagree that that's your argument?
I think that if that's what you distill my argument to, then I'm either speaking very unclearly, or you're, I guess, kind of strong. I'm not sure.
Okay,
what's
hold on.
happening.
Let me restate your argument. This is exactly what you're saying. If I'm misunderstanding this, then you're speaking poorly. It sounds like what you're saying. It sounds like what you're saying is that if we take figures and we kind of like compliment them on strong points of them being like intelligent or funny or whatever, and then we act like in a personable way because of those traits, that we're more likely to be gentler when they say crazy shit like we should deport all black people or Jews are the cause of all the problems in the world. So we should be careful about giving praise or consideration to people that have like really abhorrent ideas. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Am I completely wrong on that?
Not completely.
Okay, that sounds exactly what you're saying. I don't know what else you could have possibly implied, but you can tell me where I'm wrong or missing on that.
Okay. I was building off the understanding that we were roughly working from the same platform of what your relationship with Nick Fuentes professionally was. So I'm not talking about saying Steven Crowder has a funny face and you kind of want to fuck him. You can compliment whoever you want. Like, I don't care. What I was saying is that Nick Fuentes was a figure that was around your community. In fact, he was called Nick by people a lot of the time.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
I'll explain to you once I'm done making my point. Okay. So basically, you had a professional relationship with Fuentes that didn't just extend to, oh yes, I gave a neo-Nazi a compliment once or twice, or said this argument of theirs was good. There was chicken and waffles, there was come to my house, there was sometimes just chill moments between disagreements. Do you disagree that that's reality?
No, that sounds like an accurate summary of what happened, yeah. I just don't think any of that's necessarily bad, yeah.
Okay. My critique is that that entire context lends itself to your audience being exposed, experiencing, well, when I say exposed, you feel like, can't people be exposed to neo-Nazis? My argument is that when that is the context we are speaking about, it does lower the guard that some people in your audience have towards the more toxic elements of Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I feel like you just restated what I said almost verbatim, but you were really unhappy with how I phrased it, but okay. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying now.
Oh my god. Okay, I will take a second to recenter myself. Okay.
Okay.
So. Do you really think that was verbatim what you said?
I think you just essentially restated what I said, yeah. But that's fine, whatever, go ahead.
Okay. So you think what I just said implies that you can't compliment neo-Nazis on their humor?
That I have to be careful of doing that, because if we start like paying attention to their positive traits, it makes people more like warm towards or accepting of their negative traits, yes.
Okay, then let's discuss the concrete example that I brought up. We were on a panel together on what's the biggest threat to progressives, where you were arguing that basically progressives is the biggest issue to progressive. And in the context of that panel, Nick Fuentes was brought up, and you chose to say Nick Fuentes is impressive and has done more in his field and towards his goal, which is neo-Nazism,
yes,
than most progressive.
Yep.
which is a factually true statement. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Good. Do you not think that might make some people in your audience, not an insignificant amount, feel like there are, in that moment when you juxtapose progressives who are shitty and sitting on Twitter online all day, and Nick Fuentes, who's a hardworking man towards his goals, don't you think that's creating a problematic image that maybe you shouldn't advertise to thousands of people?
No, I think that the image is that progressives need to do better, and we need to hold progressive content creators to higher standards. I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard that apparently Vosh just said something about how he has autism, so he can never do real political action. That's fucking insane. Also, I don't believe that Vosh is even autistic, but like, yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think the important thing is to mirror it to like, well, what do our progressive figures do? We've got Hassan, who buys dogs for rich people, and then we've got Vosh, who says he has too much autism to get on an airplane. I think it's okay to make that comparison to show that our side is lacking. Yes.
Okay, so when you make that comparison, it's less about praising the person you're friendly with and more about putting down progressives.
That was the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation was, what is the biggest threat to progressives? And my answer was progressive. So yeah, of course.
Okay. Whew. How do I address this?
Can you take a break and grab a Diet Coke? Are you okay?
Yeah, Diet Coke? What the fuck are you saying right now? I will take a sip of my Coke. I don't drink Diet Coke.
Oh,
How dare you? Okay. So, I get that that's the point you were trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree that a not insignificant amount of people in your audience might see that as just a way to increase their vitriol towards progressives?
It might be, I guess.
No, don't. It might be me.
It could be, but that's not an argument for me to not engage in that behavior. If progressives are having vitriol engendered towards them because of their actions, then it's not something that I'm concerned with. But yeah, it's possible.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. That's how we got here, right? Because
Okay.
I was saying, hey, you're saying certain things that has certain influences over your audience, and then you either say that you don't, but it's not that you're saying that you don't. You're saying that it doesn't dissuade you
No,
from
hold
doing
on.
so.
You're playing a dangerous game here, mixing things
I'm
up.
not.
If you
Oh my fucking god.
Can I finish? Fuck. If your initial thing was, do you think you said some things online that might make your audience like progressives less? I probably agree with you. That wasn't what you opened with. You came off the back.
With you because you feel like there's a greater level of separation between what you do and say versus how your audience
Yeah, and I disagreed with
perceives
that in the beginning. I think that my audience probably carries a lot of what I say to other parts of the internet. I think my audience is very fucking influenced by the things I say, so I wouldn't agree with that, even that initial comment, so I think I already said, yeah. That's why I gave the two examples of banning the faggot word and doing cross-platform bans, because I try to hold my community really accountable. I think a lot of things I say carry with these fucking crazy people.
Okay. So, but then you say, there are some things that I'm willing to restrict my behavior around. Wait, but even the two examples you gave are not stuff that you had to change. It's
They
stuff
were
that
stuff
you
I-
just enforced on your community.
No, hold on. Me saying faggot was a big change, bro. Do you know how hard it was in 2012, 2013 to let go of that? That was an important word to the RTS community, okay? That was one of the cornerstones of our vernacular, all right?
Okay, so you're saying that you chose to not say the word faggot while you banned it.
Correct.
Okay, good. What's the other one?
The other one was doing cross-platform ban enforcements, which I guess that's not arguably my action of banning people. I guess that's punishing them in a unique way for their actions, but...
Okay, cool. So, what I'm specifically talking about is actions that you do that I take issue with that, and you can say like, hey, I don't care about this critique, it's not going to make me to change my behavior, which you did during the looping panel where you said this doesn't fit into 180 characters, so I'm not going to make like 2 tweets about this, right? That's like a quote unquote valid thing you can say. Like you can just say I don't want to change my behavior, right?
Okay.
But then I'm allowed to say, okay, but if you don't change your behavior, even though you recognize it has leverage over your audience, I'm allowed to criticize you that you're influencing your audience in a certain way. And obviously you do.
Yeah, but I
You
think
are
the
an
ultimate,
influence.
meta, the overarching goal of this conversation, I would imagine, is what you're trying to demonstrate to me is, hey, you're probably influencing your audience in a way that you don't want to. I imagine that's your goal of this conversation, right? You're probably trying to get me to say, like...
That would be pointless.
Oh, but then wait, then what the fuck is the point of this conversation? You're just looking for dunks?
Dunks? No, okay.
Aren't you trying to
Oh my
encourage
God.
me to change my behavior because I might be influencing my audience in a way that is not good for what I'd want them to think?
Well, I think you're a very intelligent person, and I think you know what you want. And I think you've heard enough critiques to know what you're fine influencing your audience and what you're not finding in influencing your audience towards. So I don't think that a random butterfly coming into your chat and being like, yes, you're progressive, but you are mean to progressive, I don't think that's going to change your mind.
Wait, then
Like,
what is your goal for this conversation?
my goal for this conversation is to understand how much level of responsibility you assume to yourself so I can have more accurate critiques of the behaviors that you choose.
Okay, I
to
assume
not
a pretty high level of responsibility. I assume that people that I have moderation powers
Can I
over...
finish?
My bad. Sorry, go ahead, Miss Katie.
So, all I was saying is that I have realized, first of all, I'm not interested in critiquing people for things. Like if I say, oh, Destiny, you do X bad, and then you say, well, I'm fine doing this X bad, then it would be stupid of me to just continue whining about that. What I will start whining about is that you are fine doing X bad, even though you're saying that you're aware that it is X bad.
My shit is glitching. These people shouldn't even be breaking out of here. Sorry, go ahead.
It's all good. So my point is not to like convince you of anything, because I don't think I can convince you of
I
anything.
understand. So I don't understand how you're not just here for dunks then. Or what exactly are you here for?
What dunks? Okay. I'm here for because we are not friends. I cannot have private conversations with you about choices that you make. So if I want to hear your opinion and your state of mind about a choice that you made publicly, I have to come here and ask you, which is what I'm doing.
Okay. I don't fully understand that sentence, but go for it. Okay, fine.
What?
I don't know what I'm asking you. Why you're asking? Is it just you can critique me better? That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay, but what is the point of making a critique of me?
What is the point of making a critique of you? You are a very large content creator that has a lot of influence in this space. And when I make inaccurate critiques of you, people get very mad at me. So if I'm going to make critiques of you, I want them to be accurate enough and fair to you.
Okay,
and
you're
your
telling
state
me
of
what you
mind as
want
well.
them to be. I'm asking you why. Why do you want them to be accurate? What is the goal of critiquing me?
Oh, okay. I don't think you are going to change, but I think if I make accurate critiques, part of the people in your audience are going to feel worse about some of your actions, and that is my goal.
Okay.
Well, you're
Yeah,
just
I don't think that you
full-on
are
a
changeable.
monster.
I think some people from some sections of your audience might have some issues with some of your behaviors, but because people make inaccurate critiques of you, they're not really led through it in a effective way.
Gotcha. Okay, so your goal is to turn my audience against me. All right. Go
Is
ahead.
that how you... do
There
you
is
think
no
that's
better
fair?
interpretation than that.
Really?
Yes.
Don't you think that's a really childish response to what I said?
No, that is the goal. The goal is you think if you can critique me hard enough, that audience members of mine will become resentful, and that'll either be the impetus for me to change or for them to leave.
You think I told people to leave your audience?
I don't understand how you have this amazing conception of how by subtly complimenting a Nazi, you could lead to people, blah, blah, blah. You all have all this pipeline figured out, but then when you say something as blatant as like, I want to make your audience mad at you with better critiques, you're like, well, how could that make anybody ever leave?
Oh, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what you just said. That's what you just said.
That's not... I didn't say, oh, that could never make anyone leave. I said that when you're describing my actions and intentions, you know jack shit about me, but you assume a lot.
I just asked you. That's what you just told me. You said you want to make my fans upset with my behavior.
I said that I think some of your fans might have critiques of certain behaviors that you have. And I want them to stop whining and sucking your dick.
No, that's not what you said. That was like part of the... That was a step. You said
Oh, no. I'm explaining what I said because you obviously don't get what I'm saying. Okay?
All right.
I want them, instead of sucking on your dick, to just be like, yeah, I do think it was a problematic thing that Destiny did. I still like him as a content creator.
you
I
want
still want
his
to like listen to
his
him.
viewers
But
to
yeah, I
agree
do
with
think that was
you.
bad.
Okay, so
And
you
you know
want to
what?
foster resentment in my fan base towards me. Is that a better way to say it?
That is so...
You want my viewers to agree
How can you
with
say that my people are
That's
the
what you're...
one,
I don't
like-
understand how you don't know that's what you're doing.
No,
I don't
but
know.
you're...
Maybe
okay,
I'm-
no,
okay.
you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? That's fine. If you want to call that resentment, you can call it however you want.
Well,
I think if
you're
someone
making
have-
somebody resentful over the behavior they're exhibiting.
Steven.
You're jumping through
If
linguistic
if
hoops
someone thinks
to try
they
and
are
make what you're
validly
describing sound
critiquing
good.
You,
You
and
are
they
a
resent
horrible
you for
person.
it, don't you think that's a natural thing to do? Don't you think that's healthy?
That what?
Do you think you do nothing wrong, nothing that is worth of ever being critiqued? I don't think you think that.
Okay.
No, you answer me.
I'd have to think about that a lot, but I'll say in general, I probably do some things that are worth criticizing. Maybe, yeah.
Okay, so if I point those things out and I ask your audience to say, yeah, I don't like this thing that Destiny did, that's me asking them to leave your community?
I don't know. The more human thing would be like, I want to bring this to your attention so I can change your mind on it.
Wait, what? To you or to them?
To me. Like, we're having a conversation
Yeah,
right now.
but you don't change your mind, Destiny.
What are you talking? I just gave you 2 examples of novel things that I've done in the streaming space. I've changed my mind on tons of things over the years.
Wait, you mean 10 years ago when you banned the word faggot?
That's one thing, and the cross-platform ban enforcement is also another thing I do. Yeah, sure. We could probably think of other things. I've changed my mind on a lot of different things. I toned my Twitter behavior down a fuck ton over the past year because of like feedback that I've gotten from people. Yeah, what do you mean? I've changed the whole way that I deal with like conservatives. It's a whole like new paradigm in my approach. I got famous for bullying the fuck out of people 6 years ago in debates, and now I try to be like way more chill. I wouldn't have entertained a conversation like this, for instance, like 5 or 6 years ago. I would have called you retarded and banned you from my Discord. So yeah, I think I've changed a lot of my behavior. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question then.
Okay.
Do you think that the only way to engage with people having behaviors of yours that they disagree with is to bring it up to you and then fight you until you change your mind on it?
No, I think it's to bring up like a criticism of somebody and you say like, hey, this is a thing you do. I think you probably shouldn't do this because it probably doesn't comport with the values that you say you have. So you should either change the behavior or be more honest about your values. I think that's generally the way to do it.
Okay, but what if you then say, I actually know my values better than you, and I don't feel like this clashes with my values? What do I do then?
Then you either leave it there, or you try to turn their fan base against them, which is what you've decided to do.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, that's fine.
Well, here, let's say, okay, so this is a criticism I've given.
I think it's...
No, let me do a thing. Let me do a thing.
That's a really childish way of looking at it?
No, I think you're being fucking retarded or dishonest right now. So let me give you,
Oh
this
my
is a
God.
criticism that I've had of you in the past. I think we've talked about this publicly. It's you and Pixie. I think that you guys have like, there's ways that you intonate that I think turns people against you immediately, even though they don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, right? That's like a criticism I've given you. But I gave you that criticism, and I said like, oh, maybe there's something you should change, and that was it. And if you decide not to, and I was like, okay, fine, then she decided not to. But imagine if I were to say something like, okay, today I want to bring on Katie's fans, and I'm going to try to convince you guys that she intonates in a way that's very ineffective for speaking. What would that feel like to you?
Do you feel like that's a comparable
I'm asking
thing?
you to answer that question. What would that feel like to you?
That would hurt my feelings very much.
Okay, you're not gonna answer the question. All right. Well, in that case, let's keep
I
going.
just-
Where do you want to go?
I just
I've taken my
answered
sword and I'm ready. Let's go.
I just answered it.
That's your real
Do you want
answer?
me
It would
to-
hurt your feelings?
Yeah, it would hurt my feelings.
Why would it hurt your feelings?
Because a bunch of people conjugating about talking about how my voice is annoying wouldn't feel good.
Okay. I would say that the one step further is that it would probably feel pretty gross if my entire goal for these conversations was to just, I didn't even care to convince you. I just want to start turning your fans against you so that either they do it or they leave. Because that's what's going to happen from that, right?
Can you, okay, I'm going to try this again. Thank you. I think
Please, thank you for being so patient with me. Go ahead.
I think you're a very smart person.
Thank you.
And I think I am not the first person to bring critiques to you.
True.
So, when you do something that I disagree with, I assume that 100 people have already talked to you about it.
Okay.
And then I also talk to you about it.
Okay.
And then I ask you lots and lots of questions about how you think about it and how you feel about it. And then you tell me, hey, look, this is how I feel like I handle my platform. I think I'm doing it responsibly. If I'm still left with the notion, I don't feel like he's handling it responsibly, and he's saying that he feels like he does, then that's an impasse. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life trying to convince an adult man that they're wrong about their opinions.
But you are going to try to convince my audience.
I'm not trying to...
It's okay to say yes to that. It's not a gotcha. You can say, like, yeah, I do want your audience to not like you for this. That's fine. I don't know why you would deny that.
Wait. Okay. I did say that I want your audience to stop sucking your dick when there's no need to do that.
I don't know why you're
say
getting
that.
hyperbolic. What you're trying to do is you're trying to call out a particular behavior that you want my audience to not tolerate from me. That's what you're essentially doing, which is fine.
Well,
I don't know why you don't just own that position.
Wait.
Whoa. That's my meme, by the way, but go ahead.
Is that your meme?
Yeah, I'm the one that invented. Wait. That's literally my meme. But go ahead.
I don't even know where that came from. Okay. So, what do you mean by not tolerate?
As in, like, demand that the behavior changes, or they either watch me less or stop watching me.
Okay. So, in terms of what I want your audience to do, it would depend on how the individual audience member feels about what you did. For example, I'm sure there are some people who feel very, very uncomfortable with something specific, but you've contributed to their lives in many, many positive ways. So they would feel uncomfortable to just like, Destiny is a big part of my life. He really influenced me
Yeah, but some people would probably
positively.
leave, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and that's what you're trying to start that, right?
I'm trying to make people leave your community if they disagree with you.
That's-
Yes, I guess.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's not necessarily
Okay,
a bad
sure.
thing, but sure. When I argue with
Okay,
people like Fuentes, I hope that like people don't listen to him as much. That's part of my goal in arguing with them. Like, yeah, I don't think that this guy's ideas are good. Yeah, that's my goal. That's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, sure. Then if you want me to say it like that, it's just that it's a problem when you then load it with like, you're trying to turn my community against me, and you're trying to make people resent me.
That's
and
what you're
leave me, and
doing,
you're
though.
saying-
That's fine.
But you're saying it in a very like upsetty spaghetti way.
It's not upsetty spaghetti. It's what you're doing. It's very like malevolent. Like, but I mean that's fine. It is because you're trying to turn my audience against me on a behavior that
You're doing the thing again. Why,
I'm not.
why
I'm
is
just
it
saying
malevolent?
factually what's happening. It's
Why
like
is it malevolent?
because it's a
Why?
very like I'm trying to like kind of take you out kind of way. I'm trying to like stir up your fan base to be really upset about a behavior that you disagree with me on, and that's my goal is to like get them like
Okay.
riled up so that they want to like either stop watching you or like force you to change the behavior.
Okay. So, when you were debating Fuentes
Mhm.
to try to make people listen to him less, you were being malevolent as well, right?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, our ideas are almost completely contrary to one another. Yeah, if you're listening to me and you're hearing things that are like, damn, this is actually I kind of vibe with this, then you're probably thinking for Nick like, oof, I don't actually vibe with Nick on this. This is kind of fucked up. Yeah, of course. And he's trying to do the same to my audience, right?
If you're being malevolent when you're speaking to other people you disagree with, then yeah, I guess I'm malevolent too. I just think that since again, you are a smart man and the people that I talk to keep telling me how you have the best social skills ever, I think you understand that I don't even know how many people are watching right now because I'm not reading chat. But let's say there are
I don't know either.
2,000
Don't worry.
Yeah, let's say there are 2,000 people watching right now, and you tell me that I'm behaving in a way that is trying to turn your audience against you, and that I'm being malevolent. I don't think that you don't understand that paints me in a very specific way towards your audience. You might not care that it does.
I mean,
can
it's gonna
respect
paint you
that.
as somebody that's like coming against me, but you're doing that all on your own. Like, that's.
Yeah, but you're acting like people aren't allowed to come against. Okay. Let me
I can't believe these
rephrase
Mr. Girl narratives are actually fucking penetrating your fucking retarded skulls. This actually blows my fucking mind. If you're saying, wait, hold on, no, hold on, wait.
Don't do this, you people. Crap.
Hold on, I am going to, because I think that these things are more effective than I initially thought. Okay, when you say I'm not willing to hear criticism, bro, I've had you on here for like an hour to essentially like anti-fan my fan base. I think I'm being like more, and I'm trying to answer your questions as honestly as possible. I'm giving you a lot of room to talk. I've let you cut me off and finish, and I cut you off sometimes. Like, I feel like I'm being pretty, I'm trying to answer questions honestly as possible. I don't know how somebody could come away from this conversation, and you're like a very small creator. I'm not shitting on you, but it's not like you're like a person that's like, oh, I need to get on their good side. I have nothing to gain right now, okay, from having this conversation with you. Right? It's not like I'm like, yeah. So I like the idea that like, oh, it seems like you're not open to criticism. That's a narrative that Mr. Girl Paris is just. That's.
Do you realize I've never said that?
What did you just say? I'm sorry. What did you say? Could you re-say it? Because that's what I heard.
I get that you're.
No, wait! Don't make a joke. No, don't make a joke. Tell me what you just said. What did you just say? It sounded like you said it sounds like I'm not open to criticism. Did I mishear that? Did I totally strawman that? Or
I don't remember saying something like that.
Okay.
If you don't remember, how do you know you didn't say it?
Well, if she doesn't remember saying it,
I'm not gonna lie.
Sure, but wait. If we rewind the tape, it sounded like that was almost exactly what you said. That it sounds like I'm not willing to allow people to bring criticism to me. I think that's what you were on the verge of saying.
No, I stopped myself in the middle because that was not what I was trying to say, anyways.
Oh, it sounded like you stopped yourself because I stopped you. But go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm saying is that it sounds like the way that you're painting it is that people are coming after you, not because there are legitimate concerns, but they have illegitimate concerns, and then they try to turn your fan base against you if they can't convince you of the illegitimate concern.
I mean, I think the concerns, I think the concerns are illegitimate, obviously. If it was a legitimate concern, I'd probably listen to it. So yeah, of course, we have substantial or substantive disagreements. We're actually disagreeing on whether the behavior I'm engaging in is bad or irresponsible, whatever. Yeah. So of course I'm going to fight back on the characterizations that you're making of me. I think that anybody would do that, of course. Like when I say something and you disagree with how I'm characterizing you, you're fighting back against that characterization. I don't think you're doing that because you're closed to criticism. I think it's because you disagree with the way that I'm characterizing your arguments, which is fine. But I think you were about to say that I'm making it like people can't go against me. Like I'm fine with that, but I mean, I'm allowed to disagree with you. Okay. Don't do the 1 HP, boy. Fuck you.
You're allowed to disagree with me. Obviously, this is your platform, and even if it wasn't your platform, you were allowed to disagree with me. But this specific, scuffle came from me saying, hey, look, if I can't change your mind, and we agree that we're all malevolent in the way that we're trying to influence each other's audiences, why are you making it sound like there's something bad about me?
Sure, let me explain. And I understand that I've maybe poisoned this community because I've been the most fucking gracious person when it comes to being a large figure, okay? For most content creators, I'm not exaggerating with what I just said, okay? So I'm trying to...
I'm sure you're not.
I know, this is the year of boundaries, so I'm trying to reset some of these things, okay? The idea that a person could come into a community just to learn how to air grievances more effectively against them, to get their fans to be unhappy with their behavior, is something that 99% of content creators would outright insta-ban. Most people would never entertain that conversation. Do you acknowledge that, or do you think I'm being hyperbolic there?
I think that's fair.
Okay, so I think it's okay for me to make you, or at least my audience, aware of that's kind of what's happening. I don't think that's unfair of me. I don't think it makes me closed-minded. That's just a reality of the situation, that if you're going to come here, and do that, then of course I'm going to mention it. You're just trying to hurt my fan base.
Let me ask you something. Okay. It's the year of is it the year of vulnerability too, or just boundaries?
What, I can be as vulnerable as you want me to be. What's up?
Okay. Does that hurt your feelings?
Does it hurt my feelings? Okay, define hurt my feelings, I guess.
Okay. does it make you feel resentful or upset or underappreciated or hurt in some way?
Some of those words, yeah. It's mainly annoying that that somebody would think that their goal needs to be to turn my fan base against me because we can't disagree over like how we feel about a particular action I have, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I say what it feels like as a dick sucker?
Okay.
This.
Oh my god.
It just, Katie, it just kind of seems like really dehumanizing what you're doing, which is like coming on here, you're complimenting him, stroking his ego, telling him he's so smart, but then also telling him, I know I can't convince you, so I'm just like talking to your audience. Whereas, I think we understand that he likes these conversations, or probably likes these debates, because people are actually engaging with him. So to have it and to realize like after this long, an hour in, that you actually don't think that you're gonna change his mind, you're just talking to the audience. It's like he's not even there.
Okay.
I think that's a fair summary. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you essentially say you're like writing me off. You're like, okay, well, Destiny's beyond reach, so I'm just gonna try to convince his audience that he's like a bad person for these things.
Okay. So
And
you
I think
felt.
and just to be clear, I think it's really hard to put an emotion on what it feels like to like be dehumanized. So you're asking things like, does it hurt your feelings? Are you sad? Do you feel this? Like, just overall, just the feeling of like not being a person to another individual, very hard to articulate.
That's great. Thank you. So. Okay. So you feel that in this conversation, Steven, that I was not talking to you at all. I was talking to your audience.
Yes.
Okay.
Or in terms of not talking to, you're not trying to persuade me. Because that's why I asked, like, what was the point of this conversation? To try to, like, yeah, and then I said, like, well, usually you're trying to persuade somebody something that you're like, no, you're already a lost cause. I'm just trying to, like, stir up your fan base to get pissed at you instead. That's what it
Let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
Do you think I could convince you that having sex with your orbiters is wrong and irresponsible?
It's possible if you made the right argument. But I mean, I don't think you can know because it's a conversation I've had a lot before, and I would be surprised if you could bring up some novel thing relating to that conversation. But I mean, it's possible. You changed my mind on the Jordan Peterson stuff, and I was super against you initially on that. I mean, it's possible if you make the right argument, sure.
Okay. So, since that's what you're saying, you think it would be unfair of me to think I don't have a novel argument, so therefore I should just not talk to him about it.
I mean, you can try if you want. I don't know how to make you understand how weird it feels when you say, like, I can't convince you, I'm just going to turn your fan base against you. That's essentially...
Yeah, but the thing is, I didn't say that.
Oh, you also said other things, like, well, I don't have proof right now, even though...
When did I say that?
You
About
have
what?
The belief. The reason why you went into the topic of Fuentes.
When did I say
Like, you were
don't have
trying to...
proof?
Listen, I'm not going to deal with your fucking memory loss. Whatever. You guys go on.
Thank you.
I think it was when I was asking for examples of things.
Yeah, I think I supplied examples. But
Well,
okay.
I think
no,
we
you
have...
specifically said you don't have any right now.
Didn't you say you were gonna let us talk?
Yeah, I lied.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. So, Steven?
Yep.
I am totally open to have this conversation. I think you misunderstood some of the things I'm saying. That's completely fine. I don't feel comfortable around here, so I'm gonna leave.
Okay, wait, hold on. Cherry will step out and we can finish the conversation, okay?
Okay. See ya.
Be careful. Okay.
Okay. Cool. So, you said that when you talk to Fuentes and you're trying, and you want people to listen to him less, that's malevolent.
In a way, yeah,
okay.
from his perspective, yes.
Okay. When you talk to Fuentes, do you feel like you can change his mind?
Given enough time, maybe? But at the very least, I
Okay.
think for his audience, I think I can, yeah. I hope so.
Okay. So you would be fine with Fuentes saying, it's really dehumanizing to me when you're talking to me right now, but you're actually talking to my audience and not me?
No, I'm okay with him thinking that, because we're like political enemies. That's fine. I'm not his friend. If he was like, listen, Destiny, I feel like when we're having conversations, you're trying to like fucking turn my audience to like completely like not like me. I'd be like, yeah, of course. We are ideologically like opposite from each other. But like
Okay.
we're not friends or anything. Yeah, of course I would expect him. But I'm sure he knows that, right? He's trying to do the same to me. Like,
Okay. Am I your friend?
we're like friendly.
Okay. So is what you just said about Fuentes not applicable to us?
Not really, because I view our political, like our political goals or whatever, I think are hopefully more closely aligned than me and Fuentes.
I think that's fair. I would hope that our political goals are, well, it would be very hard to assume that our political goals don't align more than me and a neo-Nazi. So I guess that's completely fair. Yes. So you feel dehumanized?
Yeah, I guess a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So do you feel like the words that I used to describe your feelings were insufficient?
No, I just don't think you care about them very much.
Why do you feel like I don't care about your feelings?
Because you are either incredibly autistic or you're just incredibly inconsiderate in saying things like, oh yeah, like I can't change your mind, but I'm going to make your audience really not like you for the behavior that you engage in.
Okay. So I'm going to explain to you about myself. And you can call me a liar or dishonest or whatever you want, but I'm just going to be very clear. Okay? I don't like lying.
Okay.
And I believe in honesty. And I communicate very directly and as honestly as I can because I want to treat people who are in front of me like equal adults to me.
Okay.
So it would be very dumb and deceitful of me to try to weasel and lie about
Okay.
what I feel and what I want.
Yeah, I already disagree with part of what you said, right?
Okay.
When you say
Do
treat
you want
people,
to tell me that?
that's what I was just doing. Yeah, so when you say like treat people in front of me like adults or whatever, I can't imagine you having a conversation with like a teacher in front of the class or something and you say something like, the teacher's like, well, why wouldn't you ask me to change the way that I teach or something? And you say something like, well, I'm not here to convince you to change your teaching methods. I don't think you'll listen to anything I say, but I bet I can get your students so upset that they try to get you to change your teaching methods. Like, that's like a pretty, like, dehumanizing thing to say, because you're not even talking then to the professor. You're just like, you're talking at the professor, hoping the students, like, stir up resentment against the professor.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we can address that thing now, even though I was unfinished, but it's whatever. In this specific conversation, I'm not talking to your audience. If I was, I would be looking at chat or whatever. Well, that's not true. I wouldn't look at chat either way. Your chat doesn't like me. But I came to talk to you because I need to know what you think.
Yeah, but you're not talking to me for the purposes of having a back and forth conversation about my behavior. You're talking to me in order to become more rhetorically effective at my audience.
Which is what your audience asks me to do when I critique you.
Yeah, but I would hope that if there is an issue or something related to me, you could just talk to me about it instead of saying like, I'm not going to change your mind. I'm just going to get your audience like to hate you.
Okay, so now I'm going to make my second point.
Okay.
I have talked to you
Okay.
several times about issues that I have had with you.
Okay.
I have seen that I have asked you questions in those instances about what you think and what you want to do. It has become clear to me that my criticisms are that I don't have a way to make the novel critiques that you need to be made, or that I have the rhetorical tools to convince you of that. Therefore, I see you as an adult who has agency and ability to make their own decisions. So, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life treating you like a baby, trying to convince you of things that you have clearly stated you are either disinterested in or am not going to change your mind about unless I have a certain argument that I can't make.
Okay,
so
what do you think my action is from there, if that's what you truly believe? What do you think I should do from that point?
From where?
From what you just said. What should I do if what you just told me is your genuine feelings?
I don't understand.
Like, how should I treat you? How should I engage with you?
You can engage with me how
I know I can, but I'm asking, what do you think is the most reasonable action for me to take? Course of action.
if you don't agree with my critiques.
Yeah.
Most reasonable. Most reasonable would depend on who you are as a person, and I don't know who you are as a person.
Okay, for 99% of
Which means
people, the
you're
most
not
reasonable thing would be
capable
just
of
permaban you from my
empathizing
server and never
with
talk to
me.
you again, right? Because you're saying that like
okay.
I'm beyond reach to you. You've made good arguments. Apparently, there's no way you can be wrong. I must be incorrect. So now your next phase is to create anti-fans. You're trying to learn my arguments as good as possible to get my fans to be upset with the things that I'm saying, so that you can slowly get them to be convinced that my positions are incorrect. So like, why would I ever engage with you at that point? That's like what 99% of people feel like. Why would I ever have an engagement with a person whose only goal is to learn my arguments better to turn my audience against me?
Okay. Do you think I can never be wrong?
It's kind of the way that you're speaking is, yeah.
Okay, so when you and I have had back and forth, like today's back and forth about like the orbiter thing, or like the retaliation thing, you don't think you could have convinced me otherwise?
It doesn't sound like it. No, it doesn't sound like you're open to being convinced on any of this stuff. I don't even think we've had like a formal debate on like orbiter sex, but it seems like you already think that I'm like completely wrong about that and can never be persuaded away. So, and then the way that you speak about like, oh well, I can't reach you, so I'm gonna talk about the way that you speak, it makes it sound like, yeah, you can't have a conversation with me, like it's over.
Okay, so maybe I am not making myself clear.
Okay, I think you were pretty clear, but
no, because like you keep saying that I'm trying to turn your fans against you, and you're saying it as if it's like a bad thing, even though you said it's fine if you disagree with someone.
I'm not saying it like it's a bad thing. Don't normatively load my words. I'm just saying that's what it is. It's a bad thing from my perspective, of course, but it's not like necessarily wrong. Like I said, I do it to other people that I would disagree with, right?
No, but if you then say it's dehumanizing to you, then
It's okay to be a little dehumanizing. I'm a little bit dehumanizing towards Nick. I don't treat him like, yeah, fuck, Jesus. I completely disagree with a lot of the things that he says. And I'm using him to some extent as a means to an end to like change the way that our audiences like view our perspectives.
Oh, okay. Then let me say it like this. I think that my way of influencing you is very limited. I've spoken to you about certain issues, and I do not have the rhetorical tools to change your mind about those issues. I also feel like you have very little, and like business-wise reasons to come around on those issues.
Maybe you're just wrong on those issues, and I'm not. Is that possible?
Okay, of course it's possible.
Okay, but then why would you think that like I'm trying to think, like there's things that I disagree with you a lot on, but I would never think like I need to go to your community and I need to get Katie's fans to understand how fucking wrong she is on this particular topic until they start badgering her about it.
Do you think I go to your? When did I go to your community?
Right now. You're not here to talk to me. You're here to learn how to talk to my community. That's what you said.
Okay. Do you remember when I said we are not friends, so you will not have a private conversation with me? So the only way I can speak to you is to come to you like this?
Why? I don't know what you... I mean, it's possible to have a private conversation. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Would you like to have the rest of this conversation privately?
If you want to, yeah. We just have to figure out a time, but yeah.
Okay, then I'd love to do that. I didn't know I had an avenue to vent out my personal... critiques of you privately. That seemed like not something that am I an orbiter? Like anti-fans or butterflies can do. I am happy to hear that I have that avenue. If you want to ban me off your platform, that is fair too. I did not come here, however, to talk to your audience. As I've made it very clear, your audience is not very receptive to me. I came here to talk to you. And if you and I disagree and you don't think that I'm right and I don't think that you're right, then we go from there. That is what I said.
No, you're using the wrong
okay.
word there.
I mean, I heard you say that you came here
right.
to learn
As
more
an
effective
universal
arguments to
fact of
use
the
against me when my audience is like in your chat.
You're
That's what I
wrong.
heard.
Okay.
Just
So what I said.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Tom.
what
universal
I said
fact, you're
was
wrong.
that I came here to talk to you, to hear your opinions and thoughts and your conceptualizations of issues.
Mhm.
So when I levy critiques about you, I actually know what I'm fucking talking about. Which is weird that you would find it dehumanizing, since you constantly tell your chat that when people criticize you, they should ask for examples,
specific things to substantiate, and that's what your chat does with me. So I come here to the fucking source to ask you what you think and what you feel, so I can make better, more nuanced critiques about you. And
Yeah,
that
but your
makes you
goal
feel
isn't to change my mind.
Not it makes
right?
you dehumanized.
Yeah.
And
Because your goal
unseen.
isn't to have a conversation with me to change my mind. Your goal is to change my mind through getting my community to disagree with me.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
And I guess like we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
I see it, and if you disagree with this, you can call me autistic or whatever you want.
Okay. Thanks.
I see it as a sign of respect I have for you, that I will not spend the rest of my online existence bitching about stuff that you have made very clear to me, boundary-wise, that you don't give a fuck about. So
Okay.
I am moving on to critiques that I actually think are valid. Because I'm not going to critique someone for eating vanilla ice cream when they said, I know I'm eating vanilla ice cream, and I'm fine with it. I'm not going to keep whining that they eat vanilla ice cream. I'm going to be like, this adult has decided that vanilla ice cream tastes good. Therefore, I will criticize them since I think vanilla ice cream is actually abusive towards Jews. Okay? Like, I see it as a sign of respect. I'm sorry if you don't see it that way.
Do you think this conversation has been respectful?
I think that I'm losing my temper right now.
Why?
Because
Or not why do you think you're losing your temper? Like, what are the reasons why you think I'm saying, like, what's causing you to lose your temper?
I feel it makes me sad that I feel like I've tried to be fair and respectful to you, and that is not how that's interpreted, and that makes me sad.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I would say, I don't know how many people you communicate with in general. I will take some responsibility, I guess, for setting the expectations for how people deal with me. But I think that the overall tone of this has been pretty disrespectful, has been like hyper accusatory, and has been like relatively dehumanizing in the admission that nothing you say is ever going to change my mind, so your goal is to just argue with my orbiters. But I know that I've kind of like set the standard that it's okay to talk to me that way, and I'll just be chill with it. But I think that most people would interpret this as like I said before, if you had laid out those clear goals of like, I can't change your mind, but I can get your audience to get like resentful over things, which I guess we're disagreeing that you said that, but I think that most people say, like, oh, okay, well, I'm never going to talk to you because you're not even interested in having a conversation with me. You're just trying to turn my audience against me. But
So, and maybe I'm going to say this again, and you just tell me if it means nothing to you.
Okay.
But I said that I came here to talk to you, to hear your thoughts and opinions.
yeah,
about things.
but not so you could change my mind, so that you could get my audience's mind changed.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that if we had talked and I've gotten your thoughts and opinions on things, and I didn't just ask you questions, I also told you what I think, right? I levied critiques, correct? So I didn't hold my cards. I didn't hide them.
I'm not saying you
I
did.
gave you.
You're missing. I don't
wait,
understand.
Wait.
Okay, go
No,
ahead.
please. So you think that if you had reacted to my critiques in a way that I was like, oh, I think he sees my point. Maybe I can make a difference here. You think that I wouldn't care about that?
I think that you're upset that I don't agree with your points. So, but you think you're really correct on them. So now you need to go the next step and get my audience to agree with them to make me understand why I'm wrong. That's what it feels like, what you said.
No, that is true. Yes, I don't think I have nearly enough influence on you as people in your audience. I do think that you are used to being treated a certain way. I don't necessarily think that people from your community are going to leave, and I don't necessarily think they should leave. I just want people to not defend things that shouldn't be defended, even things that you're saying that shouldn't be defended. And that's like, maybe that's a fanaticism issue in your community and it's a small portion. Maybe that's just the portion I'm being exposed to. But when I know that there are things that you've taken full responsibility for, and then I need to argue with people about whether it was actually justified or not, I'm like, okay, well, I don't know how to explain this to someone. Here, Destiny said this, Destiny said that. So I apologize that you feel dehumanized, that I want to know what you actually think about things and not the version.
Okay, wait. Do you understand that, like, you didn't just apologize, right? I can't tell if you're me or not. You know that was, like, a backhanded, like... What you just said essentially is, like, I'm sorry you're so fucking retarded. Like, I'm sorry that you didn't realize that I was coming here to get it from the source. That is exactly what you just said. Do you not realize it?
I think that you assume that I talk and like engage with people the way you're used to engage with people, and that's
well,
not
I'm going by super basic social norms. Okay? This is gonna sound like an insult. I don't mean to, but are you autistic?
I'm not diagnosed.
Okay, because I can evaluate your statements a lot differently, but I don't know if you understand all the times, like the super heavy implications behind a lot of the things you say.
I am the source.
Probably don't. I wish I had like an autism diagnosis. I haven't managed to get one throughout the years. Can try again. We'll have to see. But
Okay.
yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't. I know that I guess without you knowing me personally, you might have certain things that you think I'm saying. So without knowing my personality, it would be hard for you to assume otherwise.
Sure, but I'm just saying that, like, if I say something like, I'm sorry that you're so upset that I'm doing something that's, like, obviously good, that sentence structure, like, autism or not, the sentence structure implies, like, an insult, right? Like, I'm sorry that I was just doing something to, like, save your life, right? Like, that implies...
Okay, let me, so.
Uh-huh.
It was backhanded.
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't meant to insult you.
Well, if it's backhanded, it is an insult, right? That's the whole point, right?
Okay, then it wasn't backhanded.
Okay.
I said it that way
Okay.
because I'm very frustrated.
Yeah, so you did an insult. I get frustrated, I insult people too.
No, oh my god. I was not insulting you. I was frustrated that this did not go the way I wanted, and I hurt your feelings. And I'm saying, I'm sorry that what I thought was an act of respect and me trying to properly engage with you is being perceived in that way. And maybe, probably, I shouldn't have said I'm sorry because that's not an apology to you. That's just how I talk. You can critique me for that. But I don't have a need to insult you. I don't insult you.
Okay.
That is not who I am.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you felt that I made you feel the way that you did.
It's all good, dude. Just...
No, it's not, right?
Okay.
And that really sucks. And that wasn't my intention. And yeah, hopefully we can have a private conversation about it. I'll DM you. And if you feel really disrespected, you can absolutely, like, ban me and not talk to me anymore. That's fine, too.
Okay.
So, yeah. Thank you for giving me the time.
No problem. Have fun, be careful, okay? Jesus. Oh, my goodness. Stop. Hold on. Tuesday night. Woo! Uh-oh, who just joined?
It's me.
Oh. Wait, can I go pee real quick? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Obama.
been water.
I'm gonna be honest, guys, that's not funny. Literally none of you laughed out loud, and it's a tired ass fucking meme. Literally none of your sides hurt.
I mean, certainly none of my sides hurt. Alright. I need to make another one of these. Yeah, screw it. Just throw it.
Did you guys see Pixie did pretty good on Fresh and Fit last night? For going on by herself? Okay. We're not all in agreement, but you know what? She did okay.
Alright, just broke it.
Okay, I'm back. What's up? Wait, am I muted? Oh no. Hi.
No, I hear you.
Okay.
What's up?
Just chilling. What's up?
Dehumanized. I've been thinking about it, and I feel like people have a fixation of, I don't know, trying to make sure you understand emotions from like a first person point of view. Do you ever feel like that?
People try to make sure I understand emotion. Wait, what? Say that again?
Okay, I feel like you can do a thing where you explain how other people are feeling, because you take in a lot of stories, but I don't think you ever properly explain your own emotions in a situation.
A little bit, kind of. So here's a problem. So here's the problem, okay? And this is just a mistake that I make, and it's advice that I give that I don't follow. This is advice that is highly applicable to all interpersonal relationships and professional relationships and public relationships. Setting boundaries is really important, and when you fail to do that, not only do you fuck yourself over, but you make the people around you very confused as well. And I think I've probably done a poor job at explaining that, like, hey, you probably shouldn't treat me like this because, like, it's not like an effective means of communicating with me or my audience or getting anything that you want to get done. And I've done a poor job at that, so I probably set expectations to people that you can just come in and say some like really wacky and wild shit and it'll be okay. And then I'm taking notes of like, well, this is dumb, this is dumb, this is dumb. And then eventually things will blow up publicly, and then my audience will say, oh, well, I don't know what happened. And then I'll kind of be like, well, this is kind of weird. And then they'll be like, I don't know what happened. But in reality, there's been like things building up over time. But I said that like after Brittany, I would start like calling out more when I see this stuff. So now I'm doing it. So like with Katie, like if she would have gone into any other stream and made that statement, like I don't think I can communicate with you, but I think I can get your audience to like be against you. That's like a wild thing to say. Most people would be like, okay, well, now I'm going to ban you from everything because you're like trying to start an anti-fan community within my community. And I didn't think people don't realize sometimes, at least when they communicate with me, how wild the things they say are. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just want to say, I also really liked that she said she didn't want to continue having the conversation because she was uncomfortable with me.
Yeah, that was
like
good.
being there. Because that gives it the opportunity for me to leave. And instead of her later going on and being like, I got dog-biled.
Sure.
As if you can't like communicate that in the moment.
Yeah,
I thought
good
that was
on her.
really good.
Yep.
Yeah. So what do you do from here if you know that that conversation is like if that's her goal. I think you said that you guys are gonna just like talk in private.
I mean, if I truly feel that way about somebody, then I'll probably just eventually ban them or stop communicating with them, or I'll just continue to, like I said, I'm a big on like this cringe shit. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. As long as I'm very open about everything that's going on, then I'm okay, so that at least people know what's happening. So like if that is her goal, then I'll just remind people when they come in. Here's Katie, who's trying to turn my audience against me. Like, let's hear her out. But I'll be like very open about that going on instead of just keeping it to myself.
Mm-hmm. And do you take her to be like five head? Because
No.
I don't.
No.
I take her to be like very not prepared, not to like in the moment in the conversation it tends to loop. So I do think it's like a slip up to just like actually come out and say that. What
Yeah,
do
I
you
mean, I don't
do-
think she's being like
Mhm.
evil or malicious. I think she's being like
Yeah,
very honest. Yeah,
I agree.
But I think it's
I
like
agree.
it's just a little bit fucked up. Like that's, I don't want to say autistic, but it's kind of like, how do you not realize that when you say something like that, how somebody would interpret that? You know. Wait, give me 1 second. Somebody linked a clip. I think of her. Let me just. What is this? 46 seconds. Hold on.
For example,
Why is it so fucking
I've had
quiet?
a few relationships where
Guys. Okay, sorry. Oh, and I can't use my volume thing. All right, well, turn your volume up and then get triggered when I scream, because I can't fucking hear this clip. Okay, here we go.
For example, I've had a few relationships where I've either told my partner that I don't love them as much as I've loved other partners of mine, or that I've told someone that we were flirty or whatever. I told them, look, I'm fine if you're having like a crush on me or whatever, but you should know that I'm not planning on falling in love ever. So if that's an expectation and a need that you have from a partner, I can't give that to you. If you're fine with me not being in love with you, then we can be a couple. You just need to understand that I'm not. And feel guilty.
Okay, one of these things was really autistic, one of these things is okay. But, alright, sorry. Okay, go for it.
I don't get what you watched.
For the first one, apparently she's told partners, I don't love you as much as I've loved other partners, which is probably something you should never say to a significant other ever, unless you're trying to end the relationship. And then the other thing was, she'll tell hookups, like, I'm not looking for something serious, which is, that's fine to say that, but okay. The second one is fine.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, what's up?
What the hell was I talking about?
Um,
Oh, so she's not five head.
yeah.
Don't take her to be malicious. I don't know whatever you take her for. I don't really freaking care.
Mhm.
But what do you do moving forward? Because obviously people aren't just gonna come right out and be like, "Hello, Destiny. I am here to speak to your audience because I don't think I can ever move you."
Mm-hmm.
Like,
what am I gonna do with what?
People who aren't just gonna, I don't know, be retarded and come right out and say that that's what they're doing.
I mean, like I said, if I feel like people are acting in ways that are probably not good for me, I'm probably just gonna, I'll be more forward about it from now on. Like, they don't have to explicitly say that, I don't think. Like, I can ask questions to tease that out. That's kind of what happened with her, is I asked questions, like, well, do you think you can convince me of anything different? And she's like, no. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
but didn't she just like flat out fucking say it, and that's how you know?
Well, but yeah, but it's because I asked the questions to get there. Like, what is the goal of your conversation here? Are you trying to change my mind? And then she was like, no. I was like, oh, okay.
No. I don't know.
Is that not what happened? Is that not how we got there?
No, that's how you got there, but you got there because she's not that like bright.
Well,
So she's
not
gonna
s-
just tell you that. Like,
Yeah,
why,
but I don't
somebody
think-
who's actually calculate. Like, why would they tell you that?
Well,
Why
but
would
I
they
don't think,
fall
because
to-
it's because
like,
she,
to
it's
that?
not about being smart or not. I think she could lie about that if she wanted to. It's probably just she doesn't think she's acting like maliciously. Oh my god, I missed a thing.
Okay.
Wow, okay. Oh, Rodney's. What did I miss? It's a thing. It's a 10-point Empire points. What do you do for cardio? Bro, I'm pretty sure if you do like squats and deadlifts, I think you'll get decent cardio. I'm gonna be honest, okay? There have been a couple times the past couple weeks where I've had to run farther than I was expecting to or climb a bunch of stairs or whatever, and I was shocked, okay? My cardio got way better. Lift big, put those big reps up, and your cardio will improve. Don't run. That's for losers. Definitely don't do the elliptical. That's for losers. And don't swim unless you're gay, because that's for losers.
Base.
What are you squatting right now? Listen. Today was 180 by 5, and it was not a Destiny 180 low bar. It's high bar, okay? The worst types, the most disgusting types of Gojo approved squats, okay? Or high bar squatting. 45 pounds to go to my 225, and then I'm done ever progressing on that lift. Ever, okay? Because fuck that bullshit. Until the end of time. Check the northwest and the forest area on the tip of the peninsula next to a light post. Well, I think I already got that one.
Oh, I need a new fishing pole.
What have been 2 scheduled debates you had? One John Doyle, the other Billboard. The Billboard guy said he wanted to postpone because he got assaulted or something. Kill yourself, you fucking loser. Half of chat is trying to actually think squats are cardio, you fucking know them. Cardio is actually so huge for building work capacity, being able to progress fast in the gym as well. I mean, it might be, but probably not for beginners. I'm sure at some point cardio becomes important, but my cardio massively improved. When I first started squatting, I had to wait on my cardio between sets. I don't anymore, so I guess I could do more cardio. But like, my general cardio for life massively improved doing squats and deadlifts. But I mean, like, you could go harder if you want. It just depends on what you're lifting for. I don't know. If you want to have better cardio, then do cardio. Like, that's it. If you want to have better cardio, do cardio. If you just want to lift bigger numbers, then lift bigger numbers. I don't know. What do you want me to say? On the ground in the flame hallway is where I missed the other one. In this hallway or in this hallway? 1% is for cardio. It's good for the rest time between sets, like you said, but it has huge benefits beyond that. Yeah, sure, fine. Yeah, it does. But it's up. I mean, going vegan has huge benefits. If you want the benefits of cardio, then you need to do cardio. You made it sound like you don't need to do cardio if you squat. You don't need to do cardio. All you want to do is squat and squat big numbers. You don't need to do cardio. You just need to squat. Unless you're at some like advanced training stage where you're doing like 20 different lifts to grow your legs. But at that point, why the fuck are you asking me for advice? You don't need to ask me for anything. But if you're taking like a beginning lifter and it's like, oh, I want to squat more, but my cardio is limiting me. If you start telling this guy to do all sorts of cardio, then he's going to be too fuck tired to do anything. Your cardio will catch up eventually. Like, who the fuck cares if it takes you 6 minutes between sets because you're waiting to catch your breath? Doesn't matter. It'll catch up eventually. Clear the fog wall and the trees directly north of the airstrip. Here? Maybe. Just exercise is like 100% more than the average dude that lives to 80. Cardio won't change that much if you actually work out. Actually, I kind of disagree with that. Cardio is probably pretty important if you want to be like all around like healthier. I think cardio is probably a pretty important thing to do. In fact, let's see. I think I'm gonna make a bullshit statement right now that I have no scientific basis for. I would say that cardio and lifting are both probably equally important if you want to get like healthier. Like a guy that just does cardio all day cardio is probably a little healthier. That'd be my guess. A guy that just does cardio is probably a bit healthier than somebody that just does strength training. Building muscles and everything are really important because of the added flexibility and stability and the protectiveness from injuries later in life. But cardiovascular health all around, like just running and moving your body and having a stronger heart and lungs and everything, like has a myriad of other benefits too, I think. Who just joined? Who is this? Click, scroll. Oh, Train Wrecks. What's up, buddy?
Oh, what's good, bro? Oh. I gotta go eat, bro. I'm so lazy.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm supposed to eat like 2 hours ago. I'm just so lazy. What should I have? So I'm torn between 2 options.
Go for it.
Tacos? Or I'm leaning toward this next one, but I don't know. Okay. Or tomato soup, and a grilled cheese.
Get tacos, dude.
What?
Get tacos.
I love tomato soup though.
Yeah, but it's like, what are you doing? Eating tomato soup and grilled cheese? Just get tacos.
It's so good, bro. I love tomato soup. It's so good. I'm gonna have to get some tacos though, low key. But then again, bro, tomato soup, it hits different, Dest. It hits fucking different. Damn, bro, your kick streams are going well.
Yeah, they're going something. Yeah, true.
It feels like, you know, obviously I'm biased, but I have been known to be relatively objective. You know, when it comes to the you know, to the facts, and I must say, listen, this feels like the old days.
Okay.
Now, you don't need to answer yes or no, but I'm telling you my opinion of this. It feels like the old days, if you know what I mean. The old days, you know what I'm saying? Like on another site. Like it feels like the old days. It's cozy like that. I can't explain it, bro. It's just that it's what should be now. But it's just, you know, they went down the wrong path.
Well,
unfortunate for them.
What's going on with you and Aiden? I didn't catch up with that drama. People were mad about some shit. What happened?
Nothing. It just, you know, he just, I think he should have just went live. Like, I mean, I know who he is off stream. He's not a hateful person. He's a good kid. And I just think he should have went live and been that good kid and just recognized that what he said was just wild. Right? Like, it was just trashy. It was just wrong. I think he should have just recognized it, apologized, and moved on. But instead, I felt like he gave in to what he thought would look cool in front of his audience, and that just, I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way, and I think it's selfish of him, not only in terms of, you know, the overall view, but just in terms of kick. I don't know. So I just kind of, I just thought his apology was half-assed, and I think he should have just been more, you know, he should have just been straightforward and just went on there and apologized and moved on. Because I talked to him off stream. He's not about any of that stuff that he, like, says. Like, if he would have said something along the lines of, like, fuck/them, obviously that's still terrible and fucked up, but it's nowhere near the lines or like, it's just nowhere near saying kill/them. That's just bad. That's just really fucking bad. So I think you should, I don't know, I think you should have went live and kind of, I know what he meant. I know what he was thinking when he said that. Like, he wasn't thinking of it as, like, the sentence of kill them, inciting that violence. You know, like, I think, you know, but he just needs to go live and, you know, and apologize. And there was no clarification there. Like, I know that because I know him off stream, but no one else knows him off stream. So, like, you have to understand that 99.9 out of 100 times, there's no shot anyone, and they shouldn't, is going to see the benefit of the doubt in saying something that fucking wild. Like, that is a, to me, that's a trashy, disgusting thing to say, the kill/them remark, right?
Okay.
And I gave him the example, right? Fuck/them, in my opinion, that's still, you know, transphobic, that's still fucked up. But, you know, with the way he behaved, that's something, if you would have said something like that, you know, I would still disagree. I wouldn't be able to get behind that. But maybe you could, like, be like, okay, whatever. You know, this guy's an idiot. But, like, to do what he did after saying kill/them, like...
Wait, what did he do? Fuck, I don't even know. I didn't even see the fucking... What happened? I've been...
He watched the clip of you watching a clip of teachers teaching their children.
Let me... It's like 37 seconds. Let me watch this real quick. Give me 20 seconds. Times to it.
My pronoun is these, M's, your, M's, ears. Outer bird, mixed Godbill. Mixed C is my teacher.
So cringe, bro.
I don't think I would want my kid in this class. Am I reactionary? I wonder if Nathan has
Listen, bro. So all you guys that get to pick your pronouns, my pronouns is kill/them, okay? Fuck all y'all, bro. Y'all are making the world a shitty place, bro. I'm gonna call you either a guy or a girl. I'm not calling you by a cat, by a turtle. I'm gonna fuck you got a tail, fucking whiskers. I'm gonna fuck, bro. I'm gonna fuck, bro. Fuck all y'all, bro. Self-entitled pussies.
My pronoun is...
Jesus.
Yeah, I just think it was too far. Like, I know what he was trying to convey, I
what
get
was
it.
he trying to convey?
I think he just like. I don't want to sound like a apologist or whatever
Yeah.
the fuck, right? Like
Careful.
there's no way you can ever turn that into anything good. So by no means am I doing that. But like what I mean is he's not someone that's hateful. So like I think he's just a dumb fuck that said something dumb as hell, but I truly believe he didn't intend for what he said and what it means. I don't think he intended. But what he said is unacceptable and it's unforgivable. He should have went live, re-clarified what he tried to say. And instead he's like, oh, it's a joke. It's like in no world can that be a joke. That's what I tried conveying to him. There's no context in which you could argue that that's a joke. Like that there isn't one. There is not a context. And that's me, bro. I'm an anti-cancel culture motherfucker. Like I say fuck both the sides, right? And even in my view, there's no context where you can like make that joke in that tone. So it's like I think he should just went live. He should have been who he is off stream, the one that I talked to, right? And he should have just re-clarified, put his foot down, and apologized for that and walked it back. But instead, he went live, and what I felt like he was doing, and maybe it's just from what I've seen in my life, and maybe I'm projecting it onto him from what I've seen from others. But it just felt like he was too concerned about looking like a bitch in front of his viewers. So instead, he doubled down in a way. I mean, he apologized. He gave a half-ass apology, and I say half-ass because before that, he's like, I apologize for absolutely nothing. And then he played music and danced, right? So it's just like, I just think it's highly inappropriate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm someone that, for the most part, if I say some shit that pisses some sensitive people off, I tell them to suck my dick. But if I say some heinous shit like that, and especially in today's atmosphere, right, where there really is no excuse anymore, it's like there has to be a level of accountability, in my opinion, right? There has to be some level. If there's none at all, then everyone's just going to use, oh, it was a joke, it was this, it was that, constantly, right? And they're going to just say everything and anything. There just has to be a line where you make clear that that's not acceptable and that's not okay. And I just feel like it didn't happen, so, kind of gave one of my lectures.
Wow. Did you would you guys ever ban from Kick permanently?
So like that's where the disconnect between me and other owners comes from. If I had the full power, right? Obviously there's like a due process, like an oversight where all the owners kind of get together and decide. And I have my vote. If it was up to me, I wouldn't have permabanned him. I would have definitely hit him with a 72-hour.
Is Aiden permabanned?
No. He's not banned at all.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
No, no. What I meant is I wouldn't permaban him, but I would definitely hit him with a 72, especially with what he did when he came back. And there's other streamers on this platform that I would have permabanned. Not Aiden. I don't think, what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have permabanned Aiden, but I would have definitely permabanned other streamers on this platform already. The problem is, I think we're still, me and the other owners were still, in talks of what that line is. Obviously, we don't want hate speech and nudity. Obviously, those rules have been broken, and we're just kind of getting in meetings every day, figuring out where that line is, building a moderation team, getting a larger moderation team to, watch everything. And
moderating is... Doing non-permabans is really hard. Here's something that I found when it comes to moderating my community. This is something that's really challenging. Is because you never want somebody doing a calculus for is it worth it, and then them breaking the rules. That's why, for a while, I still kind of do this. I'm basically if you do something really bad, I just permaban you. I very rarely do I do time bans, or if I do time bans, they're huge. Because it's if I ban you for a day, who cares? If it's a really funny fucking meme and it breaks the rules, you'll do it. Who cares if you get banned for a fucking day, or even 3 days? Fuck it. If it's funny enough, you do it. But you never want people weighing that in their head. Is this funny enough that I can break the rule? Yeah. So it's a real
completely agreed.
Yeah. So I'm a fan of 7-day bans or longer. You're never banning for fucking streamer bans for 24 hours are a fucking joke, I think. But.
Yeah, the problem is what you said is exactly correct, and this is something I preached on Twitch as well, right?
Because they come back and they're just oh, what's up, guys? And you get more famous for it almost, right?
You get more famous, yes. Yeah. So that example of doing the calculus is exactly to the T correct of what's going on, right? Especially if you're a small to mid-sized creator, and even sometimes large creator, you can, do the math.
Yeah.
How much attention you're gonna get, how large you're gonna get from this 24 hours isn't shit, right? Or you're not gonna get banned. So it's like it causes a real toxic environment.
Yeah.
And it will cause more issues later on. And my primary point to this, to the owners when I get into calls with them, is this.
Mhm.
I understand their position right now. They kind of want to just, go in, do their thing, let anything go for the most part, right? The problem is, and this is where I kind of attack from, that sounds good, but it's very short-sighted.
Yeah, I was gonna say the problem with that is that at some point it's gonna change, and people are gonna feel like you pulled the rug out from under them.
Exactly, and the narrative is gonna be we're no different than Twitch.
Exactly.
So at one point when we have to monetize, which we have to do, right, with all of our splits, we have to, get deals, sponsors, ads. So at some point, I mean, obviously we have a plan because we're still gonna keep it more free, right? We're not gonna work with anyone that requires us to be as strict as Twitch. So we're going to maintain that freedom. And we already have a plan of who we're going to work with. But the blatant nudity and the hate speech is going to have to be cracked down upon at some point. And if you let it roam for the short-term benefit, for what they believe is the long-term benefit, but for what I know as a streamer that's been in the game for a while is a short-term benefit, what you just said is exactly correct. You're going to have to change up on people, and that's going to make people feel, especially ones that have established their brands on the platform, right, for a year or 2 years. It's going to make them feel betrayed. It's going to make them feel like we're just another Twitch. It's just going to feel really shitty. So this is where my experience comes in. And I just hope they listen. I've been hammering every day. Like, we just need to get a baseline TOS, and we need to be very strict about those baselines. We're already letting people be so fucking free. It's already a blessing. Like, and I keep telling them, I've been in the game a long time. I know that what we're offering is already a blessing. That freedom, that knowing that you're not going to get banned for dumb fucking shit, is a blessing for streamers that have no like guaranteed financial security or stability in terms of not knowing when this hype or when this thing's going to die, right? In terms of our viewerships or in terms of live streaming in general, right? Or the next waves. So it's like, what we're doing is already great.
So you don't have to push the boundaries so fucking hard. Like,
exactly. Like, we've offered this amazing thing, and people, we gave an inch, people take a yard. And it's like, we need to stop that now, because if we stop it in a year, people are going to feel betrayed, even though, you're right. So it's like, I've been pushing heavily for that, and they're beginning to listen. So that's the good part. They're beginning to listen. They're beginning to understand, and I'm somebody that wants to have like contextual bans, right? So if one person does one thing, the other person does another thing, the context does matter. I know Twitch said that but never applied it. I think that was Twitch's mistake. Although then again, I would also argue that I don't think anyone at Twitch had the I'll use like more layman's terms for this. They didn't have the in real life experience and the on the internet experience to understand the context, right? Or to understand the complexity of the just to understand context in general.
Yeah.
So it seemed like that they had both their feet in the internet side, but they had no real life experience, because based on their context bans, it was real fucking odd. Like it seemed like just pure favoritism. It didn't seem like context mattered at all unless you were having dinner with the president of Twitch, with your parents, right? So it's like, I do want context bans, but the problem is, and I do understand intention versus effect bans, right? So, a lot of owners say, oh, well, he's a good kid, he didn't mean this. It's like, yeah, I understand that, but you have to understand, making a mistake once every week, you can only use, well, he's a good kid, so much.
Yeah.
There has to be a point where you put a foot down. I understand he's a good kid. I understand I'm a good kid, you're a good kid. But there has to be a point that you let the fucking idiot know that he's causing weight. Do you understand? Like, it's not okay.
Yeah, of course.
Like, so it's like, I've been pushing really hard behind the scenes to at least get a baseline so we can have, a level of consistency now. Because having it in a year and a half is going to be a big mistake. It's going to be a big one.
Rolling out features and everything is, it's really, really, really complicated.
Yeah.
Are you a little bit worried that you kind of become like the face for this? Because like if things go bad or if the owners disagree with you and you kind of get the boot, then literally no matter what, like people are just like train streaming site.
No. Okay. Because based on my experience on Twitch, it didn't matter whether I was an owner or not. I got the worst of it anyways. So realistically, whether I was an owner here or not, right, it won't matter. Like, I would be treated that way anyways. Does that make any sense?
Well, like, people don't hold you responsible for Twitch's mistakes, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about each respective thing that I did on Twitch. They held me responsible for, like, maximum punishment, like unrealistic standards, unrealistic expectations, like just the worst of the worst, right? But they were...
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that, like, for a Kick, like, if Kick fucks up, like, no one's gonna be like, oh god, Destiny was like a big Kick streamer, like, they'll be like, whatever. But for you, they'll be like, well, Kick was like Train streaming website, like, if it fucks up, people might say like, oh yeah, like, that's on Train.
Oh, you're referring to that? No, yeah. So I would actually argue that would be on me.
Oh, okay. I really wish
because
I any kind
I'm under. So this is how I went about it. So before Kick, regarding stake on Twitch, and I felt the same way about the FTX stuff. That I feel like everyone kind of let, they kind of just dusted it under the rug, right? In my opinion, before you take any sponsorship or you affiliate yourself with anybody or anything, you must do your due diligence. Do you understand? Like this bullshit, oblivious tactic used by streamers. Oh, I didn't know. Listen, if you're going to make money from it, it is your damn business to know. You understand? So it's like, it's my responsibility to do the due diligence and make sure I'm working with people and a business model that makes sense. So at the end of the day, I'm doing constant checks. I've done my, due diligence. I've done my work. And I believe, it's in the hands of the right people. And if ever there came a time where that wasn't the case, damn well I'm going to be very transparent about it and let everybody know.
Okay.
That's just like how, that's kind of how I operate. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe every streamer that like takes whatever, it's their responsibility to do the due diligence. Like the FTX stuff, I was very surprised. Like, do you understand how many orgs? Like I understand the argument they couldn't have known, but it's like it's their damn business to know and to consider that. Do you understand? Like, they have to consider that permutation of the possible reality of, okay, what happens if this happens, right? Like, that's why, in my opinion, some of the sponsors that go around on Twitch or other platforms, just a full out blatant, kind of, they pay you and you fully, like, I hate using the word sell out, but, just for this instance, I'll use the example where you fully sell out and just like shill it fully. I think that's a mistake. I think every sponsor, no matter what it is, should have cautions beforehand, right? Like, it's the only way you can protect yourself. Like, I really believe every person who takes a sponsor should, one, do their due diligence, and two, even after doing due diligence, they should still have cautions and not fully shill and put full blind trust into anything. I think it's a big mistake, and especially in today's world, especially on Earth,
that is the
you
planet
should
we're
not.
on, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you should not be trusting anybody fully. So, like, that's why I think all sponsors should be taken and given, and the viewers should all be given caution, no matter how much you love the sponsor or how much, you wanted it. I think you should always kind of have that talk with your guys. I don't know. That's kind of just my idea.
Okay.
Feel me on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I generally agree.
Like, that FTX stuff was wild, bro. Like, I was shocked all the streamers kind of just let their friends off. That was wild. Like, I understand you couldn't have known, but I really think once you take 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 million, there has to be some sort of safeguard. There has to be some sort of caution set. Like, it was just fully shielded. And, like, right, like, if there was some sort of partnership, fine. But it's like, it was shielded purely just for the money part. That there was no actual, I don't know, like, there has to be some sort of accountability there. The fact that it was just dusted under the rug or swept under the rug, and everyone's like, oh, well, whatever, they couldn't have known. It's like, what the fuck? It's their damn...
I think for normal streamers, I think it's okay that they shielded and they didn't know because you're a normal streamer. But I think that the guys that worked in finance, I think that should have been, it should have been a bigger wake-up call for them. Like, if like Pokemon is saying like, go buy FTX, and it's Pokemon. But if it's like some guy who's like a finance guru saying it, then I think there should probably be a little bit more responsibility there for that person.
I don't know. I just, like, if I ever I don't know if yeah, that would be. I would. Yeah.
still will have
I could maybe
play.
come to a middle ground with you after we talk long enough about it, or maybe I could see some responsibility lifted. But I like.
Because I mean, like, how are you gonna know if a company's gonna go bankrupt or if a CEO is gonna like fuck around, or if like a company's got like over leveraged positions on like exotic like Korean Bitcoin arbitrage? Like, is it realistic that anybody would know shit like that?
Yeah, you're right. But what I'm referring to is, like, for example, let's say in a hypothetical world, in a different world, in a different time, I took an FTX sponsor, right? I think it's my responsibility to consider the fact that this is a possibility and say, all right, guys, listen, I'm working with these guys. This is an exchange, but listen, don't ever keep your money in exchanges. You never know what may happen, because that's a general rule of thumb. You should never keep your money in exchanges. It's not smart.
All my
so
money's
it's like
on fucking Coinbase. Okay, let's be real.
Yeah, well, so that's not smart. So like, so realistically, like I feel like these are the precautions that should be relayed to the viewers, regardless of taking sponsorship. The problem is not one person on Twitch takes sponsorships, has any, like, I would probably say I'm the first when it came to the gambling stuff, and same with my other deals that I had, right? It's like there needs to be a level of caution that's set, like, yo guys, I'm working with these guys, you know, they seem good, they seem great, but you need to always keep your guard up, don't keep your money exchanged. Like, these are things that need to be said, and that was what I told Steak when I first worked with them. Like, listen, like, I'm not going to go here and fully go in on you guys, because, you know, like, it's gambling at the end of the day. I'm going to set the precautions. I'm not going to do this false reality bullshit. I'm not going to, you're right? So it's like, so I guess so the place I'll come to the middle ground with you on is, I do agree with you on the how could they have known. So on that, like, overall accountability, I agree with you. But on the personal accountability is the part where I think I'm projecting. I wouldn't, if I fully went in on something and didn't give the precautions on it, right? This is the keyword, precautions. If I didn't get the precautions, I would have a guilt. I would feel terrible if I was working with FTX and I went and I fully shielded for them, didn't set precautions every day, didn't tell people to keep their guard up, right? And then they get fucking scammed by it. Like, I would feel absolutely terrible and responsible, right? So it's a, and the only difference between that is in my control of just letting people know, yo, be careful, don't do this. If I would say that, then I would no longer feel guilty, because I've let them know to keep their guard up and not to blindly trust something just because I'm doing it. I think that's super, that small little thing that streamers can do is the difference, like, in the moral responsibility that I think every human should have on a baseline level. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, sure. Destiny, and one person sponsored by FTX. Wasn't like everybody? I don't know in the streamer space, but I know in the YouTube space, I thought there were a ton of people that took FTX sponsors. We watched that CoffeeZilla video where he was calling out like financial influencers that were taking those sponsorships.
Oh,
Also,
got a
wasn't
new
FTX
shark.
shilled by really famous people, by like celebrities? Am I wrong on that? Like, didn't the
Alright,
guy from
that was a
the
good
Seinfeld writer guy?
resource gather.
Oh my god. Larry David, yeah. Didn't he shill for FTX? Although technically his ad was the most accurate one. Do you know which one I'm talking about? Okay. Okay.
Right. All that's in.
Yeah, she did that. We called her out on that, and then now, you know, this is what she had to say
She
about
don't like it. Okay.
Because it feels like a lot of the like outward vitriol was from people like Abba, right? Who were like Glav, or like his audience who were like Glav. So it's like, for some reason, I'm like not mad at Steven. Like I'm like, well, it's not him.
My schizo
It's
best
not
kicked in,
him.
true.
That's what he's saying. He's literally explicitly saying that to you. It's not me.
Yeah, and so now I'm like Gabba, which like still Gabba, obviously.
So when people are calling you out on your shit and they're like, F you because you're falsely accused someone of some shit and you backpedal and there's no consequence to what you do, they cannot dare to say F you to you, but you're gonna be F them? Yeah, F you, bitch. F you. Roll it.
Editor's gonna have a lot of censoring.
Yeah, whatever. It is what it is.
How about you get all the f***s out of the way?
F you. I think I'm done.
Fuck you. It's like really strange to have this like anger that like I can't place, this like sadness that I can't play.
Ayo, D-Ball.
Oh, what's up?
How's it going, man?
Oh, pretty good. What's up? How you doing?
Sweet, not too bad. Somebody told me you were saying that squats are an alternative for cardio.
Yeah, always get clips, okay? I think somebody in chat asked about like somebody in chat asked some shit about like should I do cardio for squats? If you want to get better at squatting, you probably just squat more. I don't think you need to do cardio for squatting. But if you want to get like better cardio, then you can also just like do cardio. It just depends on what you want.
True. If you want better cardio, you should probably just do cardio. I would
Sure.
agree with that.
Yeah.
So it was basically a falsehood. They didn't say you can just you should do cardio, or you should do squats for cardio. They just made that up basically.
Yeah, I think somebody asked me that, but yeah.
Motherfuckers, bro.
Damn.
Okay.
How's life
That was
going?
all. Good. Life's going good, man. Just eating 4 pizza pops for breakfast. I was up until like
Wait, what is
6
that?
a.m.
What's a pizza pop?
It's like the Canadian version of a pizza pocket. Like they're Pillsbury. Yeah.
Is it like pizza or is it like pastry for like breakfast?
No, it's definitely not for breakfast. It's like hey Trent. It's just a pizza pocket, but like a Canadian version that kind of cooks itself on the inside, like the dough is partially raw. I can fuck off if you guys are having a conversation.
No, you're good. Train just
you're good. It's
completely and
casual.
totally fucking ditched me and made me sound like I have fucking schizophrenia, so you're fine.
Sorry, so for me, I have a list of expected knocks I'll have on my door, right? Because I have like layers of security. So like, I've expected like visits from people, right? And
Okay.
I just had one that wasn't. So I was just a little shook, right? So I had to take a couple precautions, but it ended up being nothing at all. So that's why I had to like just go fully and like mute up.
Okay.
Yeah, so my bad. So we ended, I think you read chat and you said something about what streamers and you said everybody. Then did you keep going after that? I had to turn my
I
headset
don't even
off.
remember what we're talking about, but when is
Jesus.
Yeah. Wait, Nick, what do you stream these days?
What do I stream?
Yeah.
I do mostly like fitness stuff. I'm started playing a little bit of League. I'm trying to climb to Diamond this season.
Christ.
Yeah, mostly fitness, and I'm doing a little bit of League and a bit of like red pill shit, like talking to men about men's issues and that sort of thing. That's about it.
Okay, cute.
Yeah. Just lurking on your stream, waiting for you to say something that I can dive in on you for about fitness, as you can see.
Gotcha. No problem. Anytime.
Yeah.
We are all about gym talks here, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Train, you're a fitness dude too, aren't you?
Used to be.
Used to be. Not anymore. Why not?
I just got, the last 3 years I was pulling 350 hours a month, just grinding. So streaming. So I just kind of, and I'm somebody that has absolutely no balance in anything. Like I'm either full in or full out when it comes to the things that I do.
Yeah.
So like
that
if I'm
super
getting
Sigma mentality.
is Sigma Sigma is above Alpha, the individual, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm like the wise wolf, I'm about my grind. I'm apart from the rest.
True.
Facts, but technically speaking, I think the lone wolf would probably get fucked up by the pack of wolves. So technically speaking, I think there'd be a better like variation of if you can find a good combination. Holy fuck, I'm a centrist through and through. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I just caught myself. Oh my god, I'm actually a centrist through and through. Everything that I do and say is literally a centrist take. I was about to say, find a perfect middle ground between having a pack and being a lone wolf, right? Because it'd be foolish to be a complete lone wolf and to go against multiple packs. Like, you need to still have the loyalty of a pack, but at the same time kind of live in that lone wolf mentality while also giving the freedom to that pack of their... Or I don't know. It's... Wow, I am a centrist through and through. Jesus Christ, I never thought about that.
Damn, you're the middle wolf.
Wow.
You know what? With that said, Dustin, I'm gonna have to have tomato soup and tacos.
I'm glad you finally chose.
Hey,
Why
Oh, we've got
I'm so
Pixie,
sorry.
our resident SJW. How's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have questions about like lone wolves or anything like that. I just have some questions for you, Trainwreck's like totally not involved in any of that stuff.
Uh-oh.
So
No.
apologies. So I'm just wondering, like, you do.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I didn't consent to your questions.
Okay, are you not ready to have these questions? It's okay if you're not ready to have this discussion.
Well, I can already hear in the tone of your voice that you're here for gotcha moments and you're here for complete bullshit.
This is not.
True.
Wait, no. This is not like oh, gotcha. This is a legitimate question because I am actually streaming on your platform right now, Kick, and I wonder some things that have to do with like how you view morality and how you view your past consequences versus now. I want to be very clear. I don't think that there's like any like inherent like moral like straight up wrongs. I'm just wondering about whether certain things are consistent or not, and like how you deal with it or how you think about it. But if you think it's bullshit, that's okay. We don't have to have this conversation. I just wanted. I was genuinely curious.
I don't think it's bullshit. I just think the initial vibe of the way you came in was very aggressive.
To be
and
full disclosure, she did DM me and she's like, "Can I come in and ask you questions?" Like, if you want to, go for it. So just as a heads up.
Well, you should have let me know then, Destiny.
Oh,
'cause
I just let you
otherwise
know.
I feel-
So.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you just let me know after I called it out.
Oh, there you go. Now you know. But okay.
Can you give me
consent breach ambush stream?
Yeah, it does feel like an ambush. But can you explain to me? I mean, Pixie, huh? Do I have you blocked on Twitter?
I don't think so.
What's your Twitter?
Giga Chad.
PXIE love, and then like with 2 E's at the end.
Oh wait.
Uh-oh.
I'm confusing you for somebody else. I apologize.
Who you're confusing her for? Oh my god. I know who.
There was somebody that was just saying some like extremist, like I'm talking like absolutely wild shit.
Oh,
like,
never mind.
Like
I thought you were confusing her for Pichu.
Pixel. Oh, never.
Okay.
I forgot who it was exact. Anyways, I do want to apologize. I did confuse her for somebody else, so that's my fault.
Okay, it's okay. I mean, the conversation. I'll be candid. Oh, not candid. I don't know what the right word is. I'll tell you ahead of time what the conversation topic is about, and if you want to have it now, cool. If you don't, that's also cool. If you rather have a conversation like separately, like not live stream because you're afraid of like gotcha moments and stuff like that, that's also fine. I just have like genuine questions about like how you view things through a moral compass, if that's okay.
Regarding what?
Regarding like the starting of your platform, gambling, and OnlyFans.
Ooh.
Okay. Can I preface your questions with this question?
Go for it.
When looking at Kick and owners of Kick being owners of Stake, do you hold the same consistency for Amazon being the parent company of Twitch? Do you hold the same consistency for DraftKings, FanDuel, and other slot casinos being pushed through Amazon, through Twitch, content ads to actual children, audiences that have majority children? That's what I want to ask you. So, like, if that's the conversation you want to have, then all I ask is the same consistency for Amazon and for Twitch, which, believe me, if you put it on a side-by-side list, and by no means do I want to start, justifying lesser evils with greater evils, but if you do put it on a side-by-side list of the atrocities Amazon has committed on a worldwide scale, believe me, your fight would be with Twitch and Amazon, not Kick and Stake.
Yeah, no, I don't have any like moral judgment myself. Like right now, I'm not really like passing judgment onto Kick or onto even like Twitch and Amazon. I just have questions about how like you've had judgment like in the past and how that relates to now. So
by past, how long are we talking? Are we doing a 10-year dive, 6-year dive, 4-year dive, 6-month?
Okay, so I'm not exactly sure. That's why that's part of the questions I want to ask to be able to understand like if there's been like this change or not. So I'm gonna just ask you the questions because I feel like we're dancing around it and it's gonna be
ask me one question at a time. I have to eat soon, which I told Destiny to be fair.
Yep, he did.
I did. So you let me know what your questions are, and if I can't answer them, I will happily answer them.
What was it again? Pizza or not pizza pops? That's me.
I was
Tomato soup and tacos?
deciding between tomato soup and grilled cheese versus tacos. There's this delicious taco place that has, in my opinion, sorry Pixie for going on this tangent real quick, but I have to do it. I'm really passionate about these tacos. So for me, big tacos are a big no-no. I just hate big tacos. Okay, there's this taco place where it's like tacos that are like maybe like the tortilla is like maybe 2 inches in what was that length, and how would a circle be in diameter? 2 inches in diameter, I guess would be the best way to say it. It's just a small taco. It's 2 bites. And it's absolutely fucking phenomenal, right? Those are the tacos. It's just this bite-sized, or I should say 2 bite-sized, a delicious thing filled with just a multitude of tastes. Or would plethora be the better word? I just woke up.
Yeah.
Could I use plethora of taste, or is that more used for I don't know, whatever. Continue.
I think plethora would work. It's a little verbose, but I think it works.
Well, I think shouldn't plethora be used for like, you know?
How about cornucopia of tastes? How about that?
A cornucopia of tastes. I like that, but then it sounds like I'm a StarCraft 2 pro. Anyways, continue.
Okay. So I know in a lot of your early or mid-career, you were talking about like against OnlyFans, or against like these like e-thoughts on Twitch, etc., that they're preying like on young men, and that they're like getting addicted to like porn, etc.
No. I need to clarify.
Okay.
For you. So that was never my angle. My angle was squad W double standard. So what I would say is, you know, somebody would go out and they will look for attention through the use of sexuality, right? And then obviously in, you know, life, in order for for positive to exist, negative must also exist, right? So what would happen is you would use sexuality to gain attention, and they would pick and choose positive and negative attention. So if they saw, let's say, 80 positive comments, they would love it and they'd want to continue to do it. And then they'd see 2 comments, they'd screenshot those 2 comments, and then they would falsely get behind the movements that I believe are in place for a good reason, you know, whether it's anti-sexism or, you know, anti-misogyny or whatever, you know, the good movements that are giving women a platform and women a voice. They get behind those platforms, they pervert them, manipulate them, use them for their own gain. While they are, did you understand that? That was the Squad W movement I was referring to. I have no issue with people doing those things. I have an issue when they, you know, make their own bed and then they complain about the, you know, negative sides of the shortcuts they're taking, right? Like they damn well know what they're doing when they're going with that shortcut of sexuality, right? Rather than using personality or who they are, they're using sexuality, right? They're objectifying themselves. When you take that shortcut to build an audience, you have to understand there is going to be that, right? There's going to be negatives that come with it. So when you look at those negatives and you play oblivious to why they're happening, I don't believe that anyone deserves or is deserving of those negatives. I don't think it's justified, but you play oblivious to why it's happening and to blame it for a reason that they're oblivious of is what I was talking about. That was the Squad W double standard that I thought was just ridiculous. But yeah, things have changed now that I've grown older and experienced more. But I'm just clarifying what I was saying back then.
Okay. Do you see now how like there's like kind of like like a little bit of contradictory sentiment or thought in that? Or so have you changed your opinion on that, or do you still hold the same opinion? Or do you see now like, oh yeah, like back then, like I had this position, but it kind of contradicts itself a little bit, so now I've kind of moved on from that.
Why does it contradict itself?
Well, you're talking about like how women shouldn't complain about harassment, or how they shouldn't complain
I never
about
said that.
Well, you said, oh, you know, they're trying to like co-opt these movements about sexism, even though they know what they're doing.
Well,
and what they're doing is being sexual.
We'll define harassment. See, like the issue comes here, right? So, I think that's right. So, for example, would you agree that every streamer has a baseline? Oh fuck, me and Destiny. This is PTSD for me and Destiny. Destiny's gonna say, "Well, are they shit talking?"
I'm just listening. Listen,
man?
I'm not here to take sides. I'm just listening. Okay.
No, I hear your voice, but don't forget, 3 years later, you realized I was fucking right about it all. So I'm gonna need a little assistance for the
right about all
wordplay.
of it, I'm listening. Go ahead. Do your thing.
So so here's what I'm referring to. Okay, no woman or no person is deserving of any harassment whatsoever. Okay, even if they, this is where, this is why these conversations can't be had with certain people, okay? And I'll give you an example to what I mean, okay?
Okay.
Let's say, have you seen those videos on Twitter where somebody is like, for a prank for YouTube, is fucking with somebody, and then he just gets knocked the fuck out?
Based.
Right? Most people are going to take the high road and virtue signal and say, that is wrong. He was just playing a prank on him and harassing him and fucking with him. He didn't deserve to get hit. That's assault. He deserves to be in jail. I would argue, no. He was sitting there fucking with him at the expense of everyone else's convenience. He sat there harassing the other individual for content and views. He deserved to get knocked the fuck out. Now, any other creator that's trying to build a name for themselves is going to virtue signal and say, no, that's against the law. He shouldn't have got punched for that, right? So I can't have conversations with people who virtue signal me and don't understand the differences between the context of different situations. You understand? Now, if somebody walks up and says, hey, you're ugly, and then they get punched in the face, I don't believe that's right. I believe that person who punched in the face should go to jail. That's not okay. But the problem is a lot of people are bad faith actors, and they don't apply these different contexts and different situations. They muddy the waters and jumble everything into the same boat because that's what they're pandering to, and that's what gets them views.
Hey, do you think I'm virtue signaling right now?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay. Because the reason why, like, I'm kind of just confused. So I'm just trying to, like,
Yeah.
understand everything. Because I'm thinking, like, oh, you know, there are women who are, you know, like, movie streamers, like, they use their sexuality, and that's how they get, like, views and stuff. But I don't think that's deserving of people, like, saying, oh, like, you know, like, you're a stupid whore or bitch, or even just, like, saying, like, that's the only thing you're good for, right? Because somebody can be sexy and have a personality. Like, these things aren't inherently separate things.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But here's the problem. On one hand, you're using the individual that's only using the sexual. They're only using the content style or the shortcut of objectifying themselves, right? You're using the example of that person and then bringing in the person who's actually sitting there and being sexy while also having a personality or also building an audience around a personality, right? Like, so that's what I mean by the mixing up of context. I agree with you completely. Somebody who's just sitting there that's beautiful or cares about the way they look or maybe has, it takes pride in, certain assets that they may have, which I'm sure you'll have an issue with the way I just said assets, but, like, that's fine. They're not deserving of anything. Right? I don't think they should be getting any sort of shit, and they could ban that shit and, whatever the fuck. But if you're objectifying yourself and it's only that, and you're doing it for the comments of, you're so beautiful, you're so hot, let me give you money, let me give you this, please let me have you this, you're going to, by default, by the nature of how things work, in an ideal world, I agree with you, there should be all positive comments, all good. But in this world where everything is kind of this, everything's in this light of duality, right? You're going to, here's what I'm arguing, okay? I do not believe the bad comments are justified. I do not believe the bad comments are deserving. What I believe is the individual that is doing that content style should be aware that those comments are bound to happen. So they should put into place a moderation system. To see those comments and play innocent and say, why did I get this? Is what I'm against. I think you're playing, I think not you, when I say you, I'm talking in general. I think you're playing stupid when you kind of play that victim card of, oh, why is this person saying this? Like, you're sitting there and you're making your tits the main screen, right? And then everyone's commenting on your tits saying you have great tits, you have nice tits, and you're allowing those comments. So you're going to get one asshole that's going to come and say, oh, those tits look saggy, you dumb bitch, right? Is that justified? No. Is that disgusting? Yes. Should that person be permabanned? Yes. But to play stupid to why that comment is happening is my issue. You understand? To be oblivious to why that's happening and to like make it into this way bigger thing than it is my issue.
I mean, can I offer you a different perspective?
Sure.
I think when women are saying like, oh, like, why is this happening? Or it sucks that this is happening, etc., they're not saying like they have absolutely no idea. Like, they know that there's like people who are like very like sexist or, hateful online in general, right? So that's going to lead to like comments that are hateful. Everybody knows that. It's an internet, etc. I think what they're referring to is that they don't understand like why these people feel the need to direct that hate towards them.
I agree with you.
Right?
I agree with you. Those people are fucking insecure, absolute, disgusting, projecting their misery onto everybody else. So I agree with you. Those people are fucking clowns. And I agree with that take completely. You're right. Like, they have every right to question that.
Yeah, so I think, so maybe this is just something to like keep in mind in the future, and maybe your mind has already changed, etc., from the past. But it's just this idea that women, I don't think women are really playing clueless when they say like, why is this happening? I think they're just interpreting it in the lens of like, why do they feel the need?
It's also women. Well, it's women and men. It's not just women. Men do this all the time too, right? Like, they do it all the time too, just in a different respect, right? Like, they do it all the time. So, and I clarify that as well.
What do you mean by men do this as well? Can you be more specific?
So, for example, I'll give you an example of someone who did it on Twitch, Greek God X.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you remember the stream where he came on with shorts that showed a ridiculous bulge, right? We all know that we know that you can feel that the bulge is showing. We know that you can look in there. Now, any defense would be Oh, so you're telling me what he can and can't wear? Or are you telling me he felt it? Oh, you're telling me how he feels, how he had to see this, right? Anyone with virtue signaling would say, oh, that's bullshit. You're justifying this and this and this and this and this and that. But in reality, we know under the table, he knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. So to come live, right, and to expect not that there not to be comments regarding it, and to play oblivious and to get behind 100 movements of this and that is ridiculous. Do you understand? He knew what he was getting into when he decided to do that. That's all I'm saying. Now, whether the comments are justified or not, I'm not arguing that. They're not justified. You understand? Just because he knows what he's doing doesn't mean he deserves hate for it. But to play oblivious to the comments you're going to get regarding it when you knew what you were doing when he wore that, that's what I have an issue with. I'll never win that argument because you have everyone has a plausible deniability defense to hide behind. No one's going to be truthful and honest and say, okay, yeah, I know what I was doing. Yeah, before stream, I went in front of the mirror for 45 fucking hours and I looked and I made sure my tits or my balls or my dick popped out in this perfect way. No one's going to admit that because why? It doesn't get you views to admit that. It gets you views to get behind the actual movements that are doing good, that are actually pushing for change, using them for these situations and misusing them for these situations, actually. Does that make any sense? I kind of went on a tangent right there.
I think that makes sense. Are you basically kind of saying that like you don't like when people act stupid about it all or like play victim because at the end of the day everybody knows when you play stupid games you win stupid prizes? Is that kind
exactly?
of the idea?
And I hate when they use the actual movements that are giving women or men or whoever a voice and an actual platform that's pushing for change and equality. They're using those platforms to like aid nothing but their own nothing but their own gains and view count and money, right? Like I hate that. Like, do you understand? Like getting in front of a camera and let's say from a Greek situation and hoping your balls pop out a certain way so people see it and you get attention, and then going behind, let's say a freedom for all men platform and saying, oh, I got, someone said my balls are fucking small, blah 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 blah, right? And using that movement to try and enact some sort of change. Like to me, that is exactly what ruins those movements. That is exactly what destroys them. That's exactly what takes the power away from them. They're false flag operations.
I think we just have a fundamental disagreement of what most people mean or say when they're saying like, oh, like, I don't understand why this is happening to me, et cetera, because I'm pretty sure most like booby streamers or whatever own the fact that they're booby streamers. Like they never like, completely deny otherwise. Or they say they're not just that because, again, like parasocial relationships, streaming, you have to have some level of personality or at least a little bit something else to keep people in, right? I feel like the only fundamental difference we have is being fabricated in your head because I don't see where we have a fundamental difference at all. Well, the reason why I say we have a fundamental difference is because you're saying like, this is just annoys me that people are acting like, dumb about this. And I don't think people are acting dumb or the amount of people who are acting
dumb. About what?
About the fact that like they're getting harassment
because
they're doing
booby streams, but listen, once again, you're doing what I said in the beginning is going to be done. You're taking listen, I'm not saying everyone is doing this.
I don't understand why bring it up if it's not like a majority of people to begin with, right? Then otherwise you're making an issue out of like basically
why bring it up?
Because
wait, hold on. Why bring it up? Because it's when it's not the majority of people to deal with.
If the vast majority of booby streamers.
But doesn't that go against your entire argument of every movement of equality, right? The minority. Think about that.
Are people being wait? Are you telling me that by booby streamers complaining about this stuff, other people are being oppressed? Is that your argument?
No, it's not my argument. It's not my argument. I'm saying that the fundamentals of your arguments are it doesn't matter if it's one person or 100 people, right? That's my argument.
I heard booby streamers and I arrived. That was what I was trying to say. None of the words came out of that. How you doing, Train? It's been a while.
So now you're justifying the misuse of platforms for a couple people and saying that's okay as long as that makes no sense.
I'm saying that if you're going to make an argument about this group in general, right?
I didn't make an argument about any group.
Well, you were literally in the beginning, or referring to the past or whatever. You were saying like these booby streamers, like that implies booby streamers more than one streamer.
and if you watched and if you watched my stream and didn't see a 6-second clip, right, then you would have understood the context behind it. But you didn't care to look at the 6-second clip. Why? Because you want me to say those things because it gives you content.
I literally have a See, I
Woman, you've carried the content over for 6 years. It's been 6 years and you've still held it.
Well, that's why I was.
So what do you mean no
asking-
train wreck?
Whoa! That's why I came in here and was trying to ask you questions, not for a stupid gotcha moment, but to understand how your positions have changed over time. Because there's like hundreds and hundreds of hours of content, right? I'm not like, you know, a lot of different things that can be said in and out of context, et cetera, et cetera. Even things in context might not be like completely clear sometimes.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's why I'm here asking you the questions. Okay, if I
So-
wanted to like trash talk you for content, then I would just like be here.
I already
and
assume
for
you're
me-
going to. I assume you're going to. Just how about we do this?
Why do you
How about we-
assume I'm so bad faith, man? Like fuck.
Because everyone in politics is. Just hear me out real
Based.
quick. Hear me out real
Okay.
quick, okay? Why don't you, instead of us, you know, kind of padding our words and, you know, extending this conversation out longer than it should be, right? Just ask me the question directly. Just ask me what you want to ask me directly.
Say it with your chest.
Well, the question that I wanted to ask you in the beginning was like, okay, do you think the OnlyFans stuff is immoral or wrong, or do you think what do you think about that in general? That was my first question that I wanted to ask you.
Do I believe OnlyFans is immoral or wrong?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Okay, cool. That's like literally basically the main thing that I wanted to get across.
Immoral or wrong? I don't think I've ever thought OnlyFans is, or any sort of sex selling being immoral or wrong.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That was my main question. That's why I wanted to make sure and clarify. Like that's
Next
basically
question.
it.
Oh,
Well,
let's
no-
do all direct questions. Let's do all direct questions because I just woke up and my mind is too foggy for anything too complex. Direct questions only. Next.
Hey, I can see the stuff that you're referring to. Like, how long are we talking back?
Well, I was just curious.
What she's
about-
talking is 2017.
Oh, so she is still referring to like the job to spam.
She's talking, yeah. We're going back. We're going back 6 years in time for this conversation.
Oh,
So
so I got that train, by the way. It was very annoying.
jerk off before donating.
Yeah, it was fucking
That was
annoying, mate.
that was
Jesus
great.
Christ.
The good
Oh,
days
it
and
was
the memes.
funny
Last
for you.
thing,
It's
and
not
I'm
so funny for
completely
me.
screwed.
Just
I
got a
can't
bunch of
explore
people
this
spurging
island.
in my chat. I was like, what the fuck
Yeah, I
is going on?
apologize for that. If you have names, I actually
no, it was
I'll happily ban all those people. Like I actually have one of the highest ban rates in my chat because I have moderators sitting in other chats, and if any of my viewers ever go into any chat, even my enemies' chats, I still ban them for harassment because like that's something I'm not for or in support of.
never
So if
collected
anyone
Shark's
from my
items.
community that or you feel
Oh,
like
well.
is from my community is doing that to you or it did, please send the names over and I will roast the fuck out of them and permaban them.
I got the impression that when you were saying the stuff that you were at the time, you probably didn't realize the effect that it might have made outside of your community. Because I don't think that you realized that you would get in trouble for like incel baiting, right? Because I think that's why you got banned that time. Or am I wrong in that estimation? I don't know. That was my impression that I got.
You could be right, but it wasn't my intention, and I quickly learned after 3 years that intention versus, or not 3 years, but I quickly learned it probably like by 2019, because I haven't been banned on Twitch or warned since 2018. So I learned quickly that intention versus effect are two different things. And that's why now, if you watch my streams, I clarify like 15 different times what I'm talking about. So if ever my intention got kind of twisted and the effect came out to be, you know, kind of negative or it caused you any like bullshit, I do apologize, even though I guess it's too late for that and you went through it. So if there was anything I could do in terms of like banning those fucking losers, I'll happily do that.
I mean, you've always been decent to me. It's fine. Like, I spoke to you in the past. It was alright. I don't know if you remember me, though.
I do.
Cosplay. Oh, you do.
I do remember you. Of course I remember you. Yeah. Sorry I didn't say hello when you first came in.
I was like, what did I do?
Yeah. No, I was hyper focused on this conversation with Pixie here. While I was also looking up if the taco place was open. So I already can't multitask. So yeah, triple tasking would have been. What would you call? Would it be tri-tasking?
I think we would just say multi. That's fine.
Multitasking.
Well, multi
Anyway, I
already
wanna-
implies multi, right?
Okay, Pixie, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't want to take over what Pixie was saying, because I was trying to get where you were coming from with the bits that you were bringing up.
Yeah,
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
mean,
Pixie.
to me, that was just like the main question because like that's what I was like most confused about. I just wanted to hear straight from your mouth.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry. I'm sorry. Like I am apologizing or right now or ahead of time or I don't know. But I'm like sorry if I came across as like just trying to like I don't know make you look bad or whatever, because that honestly wasn't my intention. I just like asking questions and like
You're
hearing it
good.
directly from people. So
And I apologize for, you know, for mistaking you for someone else and kind of. I was equally as rude, to be fair. I kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's kind of how I am. I'm more blunt about things. But it could have, since you don't know me like that, it could have came off equally as rude. So I apologize as well.
Wow.
Real quick side note, Pixie, you did a really good job on Fresh and Fit yesterday. That was yesterday, right?
yeah, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
No,
was
honestly,
so stressful.
Yeah, you did fantastic. How was it leaving the studio? Was like shit super weird and tense after the cameras cut?
Myron was really quiet, and I just didn't. What is it? But I think he's like always kind of like that. At least last time he was similar to that. But it was like good overall. Xena and me are kind of friends off stream right now, so it's like really it's really
Wait,
cute.
what?
Dude, that Xena girl? Oh my goodness.
Are you guys?
How?
Wait, real quick, are all of you? Do all of you have a kick? Kelly, Nick, and Pixie?
I'm streaming on Kick right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Wait, listen. If you guys have if you guys need your usernames or anything, just let me know and I can get you if you want to transfer usernames from Twitch to Kick, I can get your usernames, and I can verify and sub button.
Awesome.
Oh, I mean that'd be awesome.
Thank you.
But yeah, Xena and me have been talking about maybe making IRL content together, so that's gonna be interesting too.
Nice.
1 second.
So I haven't seen that video. Is Xena the person that was arguing with you?
Xena's the one that jumped up on the stripper pole, I think.
We need to
with
get
and
this
everything.
chat cleaned up. Have you went to Livebot at all to get this chat fixed?
Me?
Yeah, we're working on we're working on integration with Streamlabs and StreamElements. They're just really slow, especially after Streamlabs got acquired by Logitech. Everything is like it's that bullshit corporate bureaucracy bullshit where you know, everything moves way fucking slower. So it's just tough to get everything through fast. But rest assured that's coming. For now, we have Livebot, which it's kind of something newer. So you know, I know even I don't even understand it. My mods deal with that, but. Yeah, these motherfuckers crazy. That's some wild shit being typed with really old Twitch. Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
These motherfuckers wild, bro. You see those comments, bro? Damn.
I'm sorry, Pixie.
It's
You-
okay.
bro,
I'm kind of lost. I'm not gonna
Bro,
lie.
you know damn well these people would never use this language. Like these guys, like, listen, they're typing this and they're going downstairs and like their mom and dad, hey honey, are you hungry? Come eat. Thank you,
Speaking
Mom."
of, wait, did you see the last 2 arrests made by fucking 4chan? The 4chaners that got arrested? They're actually...
I didn't. No.
I think both of them were overweight kids with neckbeards that live with their moms, literally. I'm pretty sure both the last ones. People can link it in chat.
Really?
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious.
Wow.
In a sad kind of way, but...
Jesus fucking Christ. How is there so much end spam? Is there not like basic words that are just like...
There's a lot of aspiring rappers on Kick.
Well, on Twitch it's the same. On Twitch it's the same thing, right? You have your each chat has to be responsible for that. We just need to get so you just have to have mods banning that stuff.
Are there not even like some basic global
Well, you need like,
words
global
banned,
bans
or-
is probably important, right?
I
Yeah,
mean,
all
they
that-
will just
all that
they
stuff.
will just find a way around it. To be fair,
They
at least.
will,
It
but
wouldn't be as bad.
yeah, I'm working on all that stuff. Any other questions, Pixie?
Not for now. I'm just happy you answered my main one.
Yeah, I don't think OnlyFans or I don't mean what was the other ones? OnlyFans and what else?
Well, just OnlyFans, fans like or like booby streaming, basically anything.
No,
that,
it's
like,
not immoral or wrong at all. Yeah, my entire movement before, which you know, like I told Kelly, you know, I should, and I learned the hard way. Intention versus effect are 2 different things. But yeah, my entire thing was more double standards, and I think I should have probably I do think a lot of clips took me out of context, but I do think I think it'd be a cop out not to take responsibility in kind of not understanding that a lot of the things I said should have been specified further, right? I kind of just, and I didn't understand it then. I was like younger and just real fucking dumb. So, but yeah, to answer your question, like, yeah, I don't believe OnlyFans, Fansly, any of that booby streamer stuff is immoral or wrong. And by the way, refresh your thing.
Okay, and refreshing.
You're verified and your sub bun's active. You just have to set it up in your revenue tab.
Yay! Thank you. I very much appreciate that.
No problem. Any other questions, guys?
I mean, if you wanted to verify and sub me, that'd be super cool too.
Yeah, well, what's your
Big Nick Energy? Know why?
Jesus, that name.
I know.
Wait, what is it? So kick.com, Big Nick Energy?
Yes, that's right.
Know why?
Know why? I'm trying to appeal to the red pill market, Destiny. It's
Clearly.
advertising.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And you have 0 followers, right? You haven't streamed yet?
Yes. On Kick. Yeah, I haven't streamed it on Kick yet.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, bitch.
You okay?
Sorry, I was, figuring out what to eat.
Oh.
I just don't want to
Honestly,
eat, bro.
man, I think you're going with the tomato soup. I think that's the play.
Yeah, see, here's the, by the way, you're good to go, Big Nick. You're verified.
Awesome.
And
Thanks so much.
Oh, look, you have 18 followers now.
Whoa.
Damn, Destiny's chat came through, or maybe Pixies.
I'm blowing up.
Nice.
Yeah. You're good to go, bro. And Kelly, if you need anything yourself, just let me know.
Yeah, sure. I haven't made an account. I hadn't really thought about it, but I guess it would be useful to have, even if it was just using the chat.
Well,
Yeah.
I do want to say this. Don't feel pressured to make the decision on your own. You know, if you have your doubts, you know, if you have your, you know, skepticism kind of, you know, in the back of your mind,
No.
you know, that's understandable. And just, you know, go about it on your own pace, right? Because if you came over because I said something and then something happened that you didn't like, then I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, that would be on me. So definitely do your due diligence and, you know, come when you're ready or don't come. Either way, we're still cool.
Cool. True.
That's so good.
Yeah. Damn, I'm... Anything else, Pixie? Can you think of anything else? I was kind of having fun.
Well, what is it? Maybe in the future, if you want to argue or debate with me, I love doing that stuff. And I try, like, my best to be good faith. Like, I'm not trying to do, like, stupid, like, clippable moments or whatever. Only if you were, like, you know, a really bad red pillar type that was like, I actually hate women and think you guys are inferior to men, then I would be, like, a little bit dirty, maybe. But if you're not that, then I just legitimately
I'm a
like
centrist.
having...
I'm a centrist through and through.
Yeah, we can have, if you're okay with it, or if you want to, just let me know, and we'll have more conversations like this in the future. Up to you, really.
Yeah, I'll invite you on the podcast when I bring it back one of these days.
Sounds like a plan.
Hey. What do you think of the red pill? The state of the red pill train? What do you think about that whole, just the whole
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't even know what red pill and blue pill exactly means. I assume it's left and right, but I don't really know like exactly. And I kind of hate that it's red pill, blue pill, especially since, you know, this is gonna sound wild, but I hate how, you know, in the Matrix, right? The red pill's the real shit, the blue pill's the fake shit, right? I hate that
That's
they
the
made
point,
that comparison.
right?
Yeah, but
that's like the whole point is to say that your opponent believes in fake shit.
Yeah, but aren't some red pill takes like stemming from the very right? They're just
Centrist
fucking
moment.
wrong.
Purple
No,
pill train.
I truly, bro, I'm telling you right now. Listen, mark my words. The only future, you understand? The only possibility for humanity to truly make it into the future.
It's for a son to get
the
banned from Twitch.
distant future. Listen, distant future is going to be under a centrist government and a centrist ideology. I'm telling you right now, it is the future. Why? Because centrism puts to use logic and reason. You understand? Wow. It's logic. Listen. Let me ask this, okay? Let me ask this. The left and the right at this point, they disagree on things just to fucking disagree, right?
True.
Wow.
But what's the one thing that they both agree on? Think about it. There's only one thing they both agree on. Their hate for the middle. They both hate the middle. They both hate the center. You need to think about why that is. I'm telling you, the answer's running from our faces. That might sound like a stupid person thing to say or a high thought when you get really high and baked, you think you've discovered something. It might sound like that, but in reality, it is that fucking simple. No bullshit.
Do you ever think centrism can be wrong?
Well, I would have to say yes, otherwise I wouldn't be a centrist.
Oh my god. This is why he's a philosophy grad, Pixie, okay? Throw down your arms. You have no chance here.
Okay, wait, but then by extension of saying like, oh, you know, the center could be wrong, doesn't that kind of prove that like centrism isn't like the way to go? And I guess yeah, like you're saying,
Well, everything can be wrong, right?
Okay.
I mean, he was just saying that you get hate from both sides, right? Because you're not seen as being on either of their sides. So
Jesus.
He was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, the way to the future is centrism, right? But if there's cases where centrism is wrong or not true, then there are cases where, you know, the future is not centrism.
I think you're conflating wrong and truth with people hating you.
Ooh.
Well, I'm just saying, well, correct me if I'm wrong, Train. Did you not say the future is centrism?
Let me add this for you, Pixie. Let me add this part for you. I think the future is making our decisions based off of logic and reason and having the right leaders who know how to apply the correct amount of emotion or empathy or human, you know, the human emotion that alters logic and reason. If you can have that perfect amount of human emotion into the equation of logic and reason, that is our future. You understand? Humans' gift is that. Logic and reason is truth. So if we can find a way to apply the future is, how can we find the perfect amount of, you know, our...
So Kantian of you. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like, no, it's how can we apply the best and worst of humanity, which is our emotions, into logic and reason. That is the future of this earth. If we cannot figure that out, these splitting of sides that in reality, literally, it comes from the most basic foundations of war, right? Divide and conquer. That's all left and right is. It's all fear-mongering to their own respects. Is one worse than the other? Sure. But once you get into a world where you're justifying lesser evils and with greater evils or whatever the fuck, like, we've already lost. We're already fucked, right?
So,
it's only a matter of time.
To understand your argument completely, when you're saying centrism, you're not really referring to political centrism. You're referring to this idea of finding a center between emotions and logic. That's what you're referring to when you're saying centrism, right? Or you're referring to political axes.
I believe the political will follow after we find a overall center. The political will follow the ladder or whatever the fuck. What were the two options?
So I was just clarifying because
one follows the other is what I'm saying. So the political ideologies of centrism will follow after we obtain, or what's the better word? Is it ascertain or whatever the fucking word
the
is?
reason why people attack centrists is because when you say centrism, it's implying that you can find a center ground between a reasonable opinion and an unreasonable one. So for instance, if somebody says, hey, I'm a Nazi and I want to kill all the Jews, and somebody's like, hey, I'm not a Nazi, I don't think we should kill the Jews, and then somebody's like, well, we should find like a center between these two positions, that's generally where people criticize center-leaning people.
Yeah, so in my opinion, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm the one that's misunderstanding, but it feels like that's a misrepresentation of centrism.
Yeah, that's fine if you think that. But you
Right?
just clarify, because that's generally when people attack people that are quote-unquote centrists, it's because they face...
I believe centrism would be something along the lines of, right? You take the best of both and you toss out the extreme bullshit of both, right? Like, realistically, both sides have their strengths. Both sides have their weaknesses. Sure, one side has more strengths than the other, but the other side still has its respective strengths. If we can find a way to take from both and toss out the trash, I know it sounds really idealistic, but I do think it's possible through the use of logic and reason. I think that's the future. The problem is, neither side wants that. Why? Because if we have that, both sides lose their respective power, money, and fucking control. Like that's all politics fucking is. That's all it's become, at least. Power, money, and control. That's all it's become. It's no longer a vessel for the seeking of truth, like, or in the pursuit of truth. Like, it's not. It's literally how to divide and conquer. Each side has their own tactics of fear-mongering, and they attack each other on the exact same shit. And it's odd to me that the only thing that they both agree on is their hate for the middle, which conveniently takes power away from both. So it's just like, I don't know, it seems just very, very fucking odd to me. I don't know.
This is again like genuine question, curiosity. Have you not seen like online those people like I think Matt Walsh and Tim Pool that at certain points claim to be supposed centrist, but like they're obviously like right wing dialogues? Or do you not like really know about that stuff?
I don't know about that stuff. I don't know, but what I will say is if they have like just crazy right wing yeah, they're not centrist. They're right. I'd assume they're doing what I was referring in the other conversation. They're kind of hiding behind certain movements to push their. I don't know who they are, Destiny. Are they? Do they have terrible ideas or bad?
What'll happen is what she's talking about politically is there are some people that'll say like, oh yeah, like I'm a moderate, like I'm kind of independent, I'm in the middle, I don't know. But then when you look at them, they're always shitting on like trans people, they're shitting on progressives, they're shitting on black people, they're always defending Trump or whatever. So it's kind of like that.
So yeah, that's a big fucking issue. So what?
Like if you would have talked to a lot of like modern red people like Aiden would probably say he's like a centrist. He might say something like that politically.
No, shot. He would say he's right wing for sure.
No, I don't think he would. Oh, you should. Never mind. Yeah, ask him something. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I don't think he would say he's right wing.
I'm gonna have to ask him next time. There's no shot he would say center or left.
He wouldn't say left, but I think they would say like center. Like
Aiden's out. He'd definitely say right now.
You think?
I consider him right. I consider Aiden right.
Okay, we'll see. I'm curious what he'd say.
I feel like with Tim Pool, like it would be fair
real quick, Nick. So, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to say this last thing. Those people you brought up, based on what Destiny said, I would say they're wearing the cape of centrism and they're putting the mask on of centrism, but they're when you take those off, you see their truth. True. So that's an issue, right? And that's one of the biggest things I preached against when I did that Squad W double standard shit, right? Like people, they use and abuse and pervert real platforms and real movements and real positions for their own gain in the name of those things, and it ruins it. And I feel like that's what they're doing based on what Destiny's telling me, right? They're putting on the mask of centrism while secretly pushing, right? So the mask of centrism, right? The thing of centrism is a card. They're using that card to get in, and then they're spewing the right-wing shit.
True.
Right? So like that's the issue, and that's damaging the ideas of centrism, which in my opinion, you could almost say, I mean, this would be more conspiracy theory. You could almost say that might be their, that might be the agenda, right? I don't know. Who knows?
Paid actors.
Can you give me an example of a centrist figure, like an actual centrist figure in your opinion?
Myself.
You can't use yourself. That's cheating.
Destiny, the omni-liberal.
True.
Well, unfortunately, at this time I can't, and that's why I say it's the future, and without it, we're fucked. That's the problem.
I have a question. How do you feel about... Okay, you had the recent thing with Hassan. So, if I look at it in that point of view,
yes.
And you have a friend who... Maybe you have two friends. There's one friend who thinks both of you are wrong. And then you have another friend who's like, well, I like both of you. Like, this is just two different types of centrist, right? Do you see why that is such a turnoff to a lot of people who are either you or Hassan? Because putting you both on equal ground for either of you feels like a slight or not paying attention or just being like spineless almost.
Well, I can answer your question, okay? So I would argue that those people aren't actual centrists. I would just say they're spineless, right? So
yeah, I would agree.
So centrism is sold by both sides as fence sitting. It's not. My idea of centrism is the use of logic and reason. Do you understand? Like that's all it is. If you can use logic and reason and apply like I said, one of the greatest strengths and weaknesses of humanity, which is our emotions. If you can put the right amount of emotion, right, into the decisions that are the result of logic and reason, then that's the perfect balance, and that is the future, in my opinion. So
okay,
I would argue.
Wait.
I don't know what that means, but I understand that you think that. Well, your version of it is probably different from what I'm explaining, which is probably what most people think of when they think of a centrist. But even the way that you talked about the left and the right, that you're not going to pick and choose which one's better, but then maybe there is one that's better. It still gives off that vibe, even though, and that might be because you're trying to explain things so shortly.
Well,
but
just combine the left and the
vibe.
right into one entity, right? And then like just think of it as a fucking checklist, right? Put the right, and when I say fucking, I don't mean that in an aggressive way. I'm not being mean. That's just kind of how I talk. But anyways.
You're fucking fine. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Put the left and the right together onto a checklist, okay? And when you look at that checklist, take out all the extremist trash, okay? Take out all the fucking just dog shit, extreme ideals, ideologies. Take out all the hateful shit that is just illogical and irrelevant, and is a result of the worst parts of humanity, the worst parts of emotion or fear or which leads to ignorance. Blah blah blah. Take all that out, and then objectively look at the things right that can be proven through numbers, right? Through data that are beneficial to our systems or to how we operate as human beings, right? Or how we operate as, countries or whatever the fuck, as a world. That's where I think we need to be. Like the fact that we're not, like, to me the fact that I have to even say that or even have an argument for that is wild. Because to me that sounds that sounds like common sense. It sounds like if we truly wanted to get to a place of positivity and good, and we wanted to actually advance as a society and as a civilization, right? And as a species or whatever the fuck, like, to me that's common sense. Like the fact that we aren't there should open so many people's eyes to what's actually happening. Like does that not sound like common sense, to put everything together, see what's good, see what's bad, see what's closed mind? Like the fact that we're not there yet shows how socially backwards we are.
Wait, I have two questions to ask you. So through your definition, technically speaking, somebody who is like a progressive or left-leaning or even like right-leaning or conservative, they can be considered a centrist, right? Through your definition, as long as they're finding a middle ground between logic and emotion, right?
No, it's not a middle ground of logic and emotion. It's mostly logic and reason, and then the perfect amount of emotion. Now, what that perfect amount is, I have yet to find out.
But as long as
picking
someone
the best
is
solutions
doing that,
from both sides.
Wait, sorry. As long as somebody is doing that, they can be considered a centrist to you, regardless of their political affiliation, right?
Yeah, but see, listen, here's the problem, right? You're putting a human being as the arbiter of who is how can I explain this properly? What determines what a centrist is logic and reason. Logic and reason can never lie. Do you understand? It can never lie. So that's what should be the standard of where our ideologies come from, even though I guess you could say logic and reason over ideologies, but that's where everything should stem from. Something that cannot lie. Do you understand? Human beings lie. Human beings have ulterior motives. Human beings, now don't get me wrong, they have positive things to them too. These emotions, there's an upside to emotions. There's an upside to, our greatest, asset as humans. But we need to have a standard. Our overall oversight should be logic and reason. You understand? That's what our overall standard should be. Our arbiter of truth should be logic and reason.
Well, the issue is that everyone thinks they're logical and reasonable, isn't it? So it's
One
like, how
second,
do we
because
figure out what that is.
I would like to hop out because I don't think my Adderall has kicked in enough because I am getting lost. But you could just tell me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna hop out anyway and just still listen. I think, like, what you're explaining to me sounds like a moderate for either party. Like, they would look into both sides, what both political parties believe in, and while they're not going to go all the way to the extremist beliefs or even to, like, the further edges, like go into being a tanky or just, like, anti-American, they would be a moderate, but, like, with their mind made up on certain matters. Whereas I think, like, a centrist can be moderate, but I just don't think that, like, the logic and reason thing is only beholden to centrist. I think you can be a moderate Democrat and a moderate Republican and still, to your understanding, be coming up with your beliefs using logic and reason.
I would agree and disagree. And the disagree part would come in because I believe if you're truly, right, like saying you're a moderate Republican is kind of like what Aiden Ross did yesterday, right? Where he said, I apologize for nothing, and then he apologized after, right? It's like you can't be a moderate and then be on one side. You understand? Like to me, that there's an issue there. For me, right? Like, I understand what that means to be a moderate Republican or a moderate Democrat. I get what it means, but when you actually apply it and you look at it on paper, to me, that's more fence sitting than what they think a centrist is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? Like, to me, that would be actual fence sitting because you're trying to appease to, I don't know. Destiny, can you help?
Yeah.
Thank
All right,
you.
I love you. I hope your tacos are good. Bye.
Thank you. Does that make any sense?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. One of the issues that you're... sorry, go ahead, Pixie, if you want.
No, you can go. Oh, no, I'll go back.
Okay, so one of the issues that you're running into is when we talk about like facts and logic, the problem that we're running into is at the end of the day, some of the questions that we have are going to be moral questions or subjective value questions that we can't use facts and logic unless you're Kant to figure out like what's the correct answer, right? So for instance, here's a question. Let's say that I say I want to legalize firearms in the United States because I think it's important that we have the right to own guns. But let's say 100 children every year die from the legalization of guns. There's not like a facts and logic way of answering that question because you have to weigh the subjective value. Subjective meaning it'll change based on the subject, based on what you're asking. You have to weigh the subjective value of what it means to be able to own a firearm with like the subjective value of the life of a dead child, right? And there's no real way to weigh those against each other, so you can't really solve that problem with facts and logic, and that's where a lot of the disagreements between Republicans and Democrats come from.
Okay, so what I was gonna ask, or what my idea of whatever.
Can I respond to that real quick, Pixie?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to, because I can't. Once you answer that, I'll forget what Destiny said. Or once you ask your question. Let me ask you this. Right now, in our current situation, we don't have the data to apply logic and reason to what you just said. That's because we have never had a country, we've never had an instance in America where guns were banned. So
yeah, but I'm saying like what data point? How can you use data to figure out what's more important, a right or somebody else's life? Like, what's the data we could ever collect to answer that question?
Well, somebody's life is more important than a right. The problem is when you say that, it opens
Well, no,
up
it's
a can
not.
of worms.
That's not true, though, right? There are some rights that are more important than people's lives, like the right to freedom of speech. Our freedom of speech in the United States has the capability to get people killed. We don't have hate speech laws in the U.S. You might say some things that cause people to have so much hatred that they go and kill people, but we've decided that the right of our freedom of speech is worth that cost, and there is a cost associated with it. Same thing with owning guns. Same thing with having cars. We can say cars are less charged, right? The fact that cars are legal means that people are going to die in car accidents. But we've accepted that like that's an okay trade-off. But like there's not a math equation there.
But that trade-off is the math equation.
Yeah, but the trade-off is how do we weigh the life? Like some people might say that one life is too many. Like no lives are acceptable in some ways to trade for a certain right.
But that's not.
You know?
But that's not reasonable or logical.
Yeah, but when you say reasonable or logical, when I say subjective, what I mean is that like based on who you ask, what's reasonable and logical is going to change. There's not like a math
So we need
equation.
a grand arbiter of logic and reason to
that's
be presented to us by some higher
That's
being
God.
that
Yeah,
applies.
literally. There's no way for like a
AI,
human to
baby.
do that. Yeah, fuck off.
So what you're saying is I should just fully lock myself into a room of nihilism and just assume that we're fucked.
No, you have to argue for your subjective values. But different people can have reasonable disagreements over subjective values. For instance, I'm a big believer in defensive property. If somebody breaks into your house and they're not going to kill you at all, but they're going to break into other shit, I think you should be able to kill that person. But other people disagree on that, right? And it's not a matter of...
Well, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Do you believe we all possess somewhere the ability to critically think and to have a basic logic and reason? The ability to reason.
Yeah.
Does everyone have that locked away somewhere?
Pixie, aren't you the philosophy fucking nerd? Isn't this what Kant says, that through perfect logic and reason you can figure out like actual concrete yes or no answers to moral questions?
that is a content point.
Yeah.
That there's a system of logic to determine morality, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really think so, but I mean, that dude is probably smarter than me. But like, well, no, like everybody's like a lot of philosophers debate back and forth on whether there's like a concrete answer of yes or no. But I think right now, people.
Well, do you guys want to know my 2 cents?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm actually not. Well, I'll get to what I wanted to say later. But I think if morality, right, if you disagree with the premises, then it's a completely different story. But if morality is an outcome of how to best function in society, right, or supposedly best way to function in society, So we create these theoretical rules of how we should, or not theoretical because we implement them, but we create these set of rules of saying, oh, people should act this way, don't act this way. You're harming other people because of this. This harm is okay because it benefits society in this greater way, et cetera, et cetera. Then there should theoretically be a set of rules that maximizes basically like human well-being or like human coexistence, right? So with that in mind, you can like theoretically get into a perfect or like the best set of rules is out there theoretically. But finding those set of rules or what that exactly is, that's a whole other problem, right? That's what we have like moral philosophers for. But you could say like in theory, there is like an objective best set of rules. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, but I disagree because there's going to be some things there are going to be weighted in ways that are impossible to measure. So for instance, like let's say somebody says, I think homosexuality is immoral. Those people should be thrown off buildings. How do you, like, we can't maximize for a world that treats gay people well because they would say that that's like a moral wrong in and of itself.
Well, yeah, that's where you go back and you say like, well, if you believe that or if you act that way, like this set of rules is obviously harming this minority like really badly and not really like benefiting anyone, or like the supposed benefit is less than like the life or like.
Well, but you keep saying.
No, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's perfect.
Well, no, I'm not saying that what your system is isn't perfect. I'm saying it's meaningless because what you consider might be a harm to a gay person, they would consider that to be like a positive. Like we should be harming gay people because they're hurting society, right?
Okay, but just because, I guess we're gonna like go back into just like agreeing to disagree here.
Well,
because
no.
just because somebody says that doesn't mean.
Well,
that they're
the first.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, Pixie. Finish.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry, finish.
What I was gonna say is that just because somebody says that they believe something is right, becomes a question. Oh, is it really right or not? And if you believe morality is like, you know, like ultimately subjective, then you would be right. If you believe that there are like objective truths in morality, whether one way or another, then it doesn't matter if the person says, I think this should happen.
Well, of course. Well, but then none of this argument matters. If there's objective truths, then we just figure out the objective truths and then we figure out our normative ways to arrive at the most objective truth, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were you gonna say, Train?
No, that objective truth part covered it.
Okay, the question I was gonna ask earlier is, you were saying like take out the extremes, et cetera, and then we're gonna like, you know, work our way from like the middle, et cetera. Oh, sorry, you said et cetera. Whatever, words are hard. My question to you is that throughout history, it seems that like sometimes the most extreme ideas at that time are the ones that lead to a lot of progress. So for example, there was a certain point in time we're talking about like banning slavery or stopping slavery was seen as like this radical idea. But obviously, as a society, we have benefited from the stop of slavery. We have advanced there. We think that's archaic. So my question to you is, how do you, like, you said cut out the extreme ideas, but how can you do that when maybe some of these supposedly extreme ideas can lead to like really beneficial outcomes?
Through the application of logic and reason, right? So I guess what that standard, what we would need to find is a credible source of logic and reason, which I believe, like, that it sounds wild to even say that. Like, the fact that was presented to me in this conversation about you guys was wild. That you know, like, I understand the perspective that everyone believes they have logic and reason, but I think what we need to do is come together and actually, you know, I don't know if it's through the pushing of education for all. I don't know what is required of us, but we need to find a way to help, right? Because logic and reason shouldn't be this subjective thing where one person thinks they have it and the other person thinks they have it, but both of them have conflicting ideologies. That makes no sense to me. Do you understand that?
Well, but I mean, how do you resolve the disagreement between like a Christian and a Muslim?
But they're not arguing from logic and reason. They're arguing from faith.
How do you resolve the
Right?
disagreement with somebody that thinks that like homosexuality should be allowed in society and shouldn't be allowed in society?
Once again, they're not arguing from logic and reason. Logic and reason would state
Yeah, but the logic is going to boil down. There's going to be some really fundamental statement that kind of isn't in logic and reason. So, like, somebody might say, for instance, that like I think that homosexuality should never be supported for society because it's unnatural, and like unnatural things don't make us happy, and if they do, they shouldn't. And like it's going to be like it's going to be like some really grounded statement like that. And at some point, you're gonna have to like agree to disagree. You're not gonna be able to argue them out.
Want to know what the fucked up part is
Mhm.
in everything that you're saying and everything that everyone's saying in this conversation, including myself?
Mhm.
Where we've come so far, imagine it like imagine a room with 100 balls of yarn, okay? And all of the yarn is just tangled in thousands of knots.
Okay.
That's where we are right now. Do you understand? We need to, with precision, go and untangle each thread of yarn.
I understand what
And
you're
it's gonna
saying. I know
take
what you're saying,
hundreds
but
of
you're
years.
assuming that we can just logic our way to the correct answer. But what I'm telling you is there's going to be some answers. Fundamentally, when we talk about what's morally right or wrong, we're getting to some really, when I say fundamental, I mean a statement that can't get any more basic. We're going to get to some statement that has no justification, right?
So okay, let me say this, okay? Here's what we... Fuck, see, this is the problem. The solution, like, see, logically, it makes sense. But to a dumb person, it's going to sound like a contradiction, which goes back to my point where we need to further education and we need to push for, education to be mandatory, at least to the level of, a bachelor's degree in college. Because critical thinking is necessary for all to get to where I am trying to get to. Like, everyone needs to have the ability and hone their skills of critical
Listen,
thinking.
I understand what you're saying, and we're repeating the same thing, though. You can't, there's no way to critically think your way through is gay, good, or bad. Yeah.
I'm getting there. So what I'm saying is this.
Mhm.
The only way to combat the results of past or current extreme ideologies would be, I guess, to answer it, would be through the use of another extreme, through an extreme technology, right? So maybe AI would bring us, right? Maybe AI would bring us some sort of, maybe AI would be the arbiter of logic or the arbiter of truth when it comes, or objective truth when it comes to logic and reason. The problem with AI is, the reason I consider it extreme is because it won't have the capabilities to apply the empathy and the emotion, right? So it might come to some extreme outcomes, like, let's...
Yeah, but like, here's a question, okay? Ready?
Can I finish real quick? So
Go for it.
what we would need is for maybe AI or some intelligence beyond our own to lay out the foundations of logic and reason, and then that's when we would need to apply or find us as humans have to evolve to a point where we can apply a level-headed amount of emotion and empathy into that logic and reason. We just need it. Right now, what we need is an arbiter of objective truth, right? We need someone or something that has a higher intelligence level than us to come in and lay out true logic, true reason. Once we can come to that agreement that this is logic and reason, that is when we apply, empathy into that. In what amount, I don't know. But that's when you need to apply. Otherwise, we're going to end up in a world where all humans are wiped out because AI is going to fucking...
I'm just a little bit. I'm a little. Okay. I'm gonna say something. Okay. I'm just a little bit frustrated because the whole point of logic, or the way that at least the philosophers think about logic, right, is that you have a set of premises and you have a conclusion. And if those set of premises follow, then the conclusion also follows, right?
That's right.
So
That's right.
that in itself is like not debatable. What's debatable is, are these premises correct or not?
Yeah,
okay,
that's what I've been saying.
Yeah,
Pixie,
okay.
Yeah,
So-
Pixie.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
okay. So I was gonna say, like, this whole idea of, like, arbitrary of, like, truth and logic, that's not even, like, necessarily completely necessary, because as long as you can create a set of premises and conclusion that follow, and, there's no inconsistencies, etc., the other person has to take it, or else they're being illogical.
Yeah, technically the logic part is really easy. That's the easiest part of everything.
Okay, well, that's what I've been saying, but from my understanding, which I clearly misunderstood you guys, it seemed like you were saying that everyone believes they're logical and reasonable, regardless of the premise we provide and the conclusion that comes from the premise, right? You were saying that each person's going to have their own, and then you brought in the mudding of waters through, faith. The mudding, that's not waters. The mudding of logic and reason through faith, and that disconnect. So that's why I brought up the AI things. It seemed like the premise and conclusion.
Well,
who teaches
system
the AI
wasn't good enough.
Just real quick.
Oh wait, I'll also wait real quick just for heads up, you guys. I'm just going in 4 minutes because Mr. Girl and his zombie slave are going to be talking soon. So just letting you guys.
Can I cut through some of the confusion here real quick? So I'm sorry to cut you off, Wick. I know, but like, okay, so this is the problem: is that I think that what is being the misunderstanding here is that when you apply logic to a certain situation, you can come to a different conclusion, right? If we're talking about, for instance, let's take like seatbelt laws as an example, right? You can apply logic to those laws and the implications behind it and come to different conclusions about whether or not they're justified or not, right? So what actually ends up mattering is what you end up, or what you actually value, right? So
wait. I need to stop you. I need to stop you.
Can I finish the example real quick?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so if somebody chooses to value human lives and decreasing the amount of deaths, right? They might say, well, applying logic based on those values, it would be justified to apply those laws because it would cut those deaths. But on the opposite side, you would say, well, okay, but what I value is freedom, right? And so by implementing these laws, logically, there's the argument you could make that it's not justified because what I value is freedom. And implementing those laws would be, against my freedom.
So I gotta say this, okay? So when you said two people can have logic but come to different conclusions, okay? This is where our major disconnect comes in, okay? So two people who have logic, okay, will not come to two different conclusions. That is where the muddying of logic comes in. You understand? Our emotions are making us come to two different conclusions. If we remove those emotions, if two people had logic, they would come to the same conclusion. One person is applying a different set of emotions based on the experiences they've lived through, and they're projecting in an anecdotal fashion what they believe, right? They're altering logic. They're altering the conclusion through emotion. So we need to remove that emotion part, set a base standard of what the logical conclusion is, and then from there we need to set somebody who we trust has a reasonable, application of empathy to correctly come out to a good outcome. So who that is, I don't know, but that's what we need to push for.
Okay, this is where I think that I should jump in because this is a recipe for disaster. This is dystopian. This is just like the
Go ahead. We're already living in a dystopian world.
Things when we have a limited amount of resources and we have to distribute those resources, and no matter how we distribute it, someone's going to take a hit. One group, one class is going to get hurt. How do we logic and reason saying, well, hey, there's 10 seats on the lifeboat. Sorry.
Your argument is actually wrong. No, hold on. Your argument is wrong. What you should saying, how do we?
You gotta explain it. You can't just say, oh,
I'm going to. So when you say how do we logic and reason it, that's the easy part. We can very easily logic and reason it. What we can't do, what we can't do is empathy it. And that's where our major disconnect is here. You understand? And that's my whole entire argument. If we need to find the perfect amount of empathy that's put in. The problem is, right now, imagine in this comparison, everybody is fucking bipolar. You understand? In the world, when it comes to logic and reason. Everyone is applying some roller coaster levels of emotion into their logic, and that's why we're coming to so many different fucking viewpoints. Until we can teach correctly and find a more center objective point where we're saying, okay, you know what? This is the logical, these are the premise, this is the conclusion, this is where everyone should be coming to if they're using logic free of emotion. Now, we can't operate that way, because like you said, Wick, that would be dystopian, and it would get into some dark-ass times. Now we need to find how much emotion gets injected into that. That is the true problem we need to solve.
Who gets to decide these things, right? This is the problem with your thing. Like, who gets to be this arbiter? And I think that pointing to we need some sort of god emperor, philosopher king, some sort of AI.
Why are you acting as if the leaders don't exist already? Who's appointed the leaders of the left and the right that are spewing bullshit and further dividing our fucking societies? Right? We have that already.
The idea on that. I think that the bipolar nature of our political system is harming us. I think it is wrong. I think too many people are ideologues. I'm with you there. I'm with you on that trend. Like, yo, left, right, and center, they're all ideologues, and they all are missing the boat. on these things, and it's going to lead us to disaster because we pick teams and we treat it as a team sport. But I think your solution isn't any better, and in fact might be worse when we just say logic, reason, logic, reason, logic, reason, and it's just so hard to find, impossible, I would say, to find this kind of like logical premise basis for all these decisions. People are going to take their ideologies and biases into it and create these really fucked up systems, and I just don't.
Well, yeah, the problem that we get, and we've touched on this before, is that, or at least you guys have in this conversation, is we're coming to this is-ought gap, right? Logic, when applied to a certain topic, can tell you what is, and you can come to conclusion about what is, right? But it can never tell you what should be. You can use, like, factual statements or logical statements to inform you about what, you think should be, but it's never going to tell you, well, this is objectively the right thing that you should value.
I feel like here's what I feel. I think everyone makes some great points in here, okay? It feels like to me, and this could be my optimism, this could be completely, it probably is illogical, right? But I would like to believe that most human beings, the majority of them, know the right amount of empathy or emotion to inject into their logical conclusions to come out to a morally correct decision. The problem is, the leaders in today's society, the political leaders, are muddying those emotions through fear-mongering. They're muddying those emotions through this divide and conquer political ideology, political war that they fucking manufactured just to give themselves more power, more money, and more control. We need to remove these systems and get the people back to their baseline. Do you understand? And my example of this is, look at how everyone acts on the internet when they watch their political leaders. Now, if we were to get an insight of how they acted in person, believe me, they're way more moderate, way more in the middle, right? It's kind of like this vocal minority thing on the internet, right? We see these crazy motherfuckers, but then when you go into the real world, everything's normal, right? People are more middle left, middle right than we think they are.
Nice. Okay, listen, you guys gonna keep talking? I need to
All
make
right,
my shit.
we'll continue later. I'm gonna go eat as well, guys.
Okay.
Oh, it was nice to meet you, sir.
Let's do this again, guys. I had
Yeah,
fun.
I
Pixie,
do.
it was great meeting you. Wait, where did Pixie go?
I think she hopped out. She was talking to her stream about Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, I'd love to have this conversation more in depth with you sometime. But yeah, peace out. Enjoy your food.
Yeah, love you guys. Peace.
Bye.
Yo, Trey,
Yeah.
are you doing kick stuff? Rip.
Yeah.
Sick.
Real quick,
Ooh,
heads
why is
up.
everyone in here?
Perfectly
What's going on?
predicting the conversation. This is going to be, he's going to blame himself for this convo in order to seem like he's kind of sort of like holding himself responsible, but it's all going to be like, I was on this platform, Destiny made me do it, and that's why I did all the bad actions. That's what he's going to do.
Ooh.
That's my guess for this. What about you? Any big guesses?
I bet you he says he has more stuff.
A cookie. Like, what is he doing?
I don't know. He's going to, wait, what did you say, Rage Pope?
Oh, I think he definitely says he has more stuff that he wasn't able to put in because he wasn't able to verify, and there'll be more stuff to keep drawing attention to himself.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he'll drop anything new. I think it's going to be going over how he acted improperly all this time because he was incentivized to because of how evil my platform is and all that.
Jesus.
Did he say it's going to be like an apology stream? What did he say it's going to be?
It's just he's doing another interview, but it's with Shaylin.
Oh yeah, he's interviewing.
No, Shaylin.
Do you think he wrote her script?
100%. They've already spoken about everything. He already knows in advance every single question that's going to be asked and everything. Yeah, 100%.
Sunday Night Kidology is going to be talking to him too. So.
What was your guess again? That all his bad behavior is excused by, or not excused?
He's going to talk about how,
like,
like one of the big reasons I want to write this is because I'm responsible. Because
Kidology's the last person that should be interviewing him. She's way too open, like, to novel ideas. I don't know.
I don't know. I just don't watch enough of her to know, but yeah.
I think he's going to say that the system has indoctrinated everybody into cycles of abuse that seem normal, and that's why nobody can tell why everything's wrong, even though it is.
Yeah, it is funny when he says, like, even fucking President Sunday is, like, captured by my wide net, I guess.
Dude, that was fucking hilarious.
It's the subreddit question.
Steven, subreddit question.
What's up?
Because of the way bots work on Rumble and Kick, that rule for the orbiter citation thing is super hard to enforce. What are your thoughts?
People are making clips of it somehow, aren't they? Wait, you can make clips on Kick now, can't you?
On Kick, maybe, but for like Rumble, any link to Rumble gets immediately nuked by Reddit admins. I can't do anything about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, Eclipse here.
I'm gonna peace out. Sorry for dropping in. Bye.
Yeah, apologize. Damn, what do you want me to do? Solve the problem?
Remove the rule.
Well, no, we have to have. Okay, fine. Then the rule will have an exception for referencing Rumble streams. I think the sourcing shit made the quality of the posts about people way, way, way higher. When people like linked a ton of shit, I thought it was way, way, way better. So I don't want to toss that whole rule, but I guess we could be a little bit more lax if it happened on a Rumble stream. At the very least, you should source the Rumble stream, right? You can source the Rumble stream with timestamp, can't you?
If it has rumble.com in it, it gets nuked.
Can't they just say like here's the thing and then not actually like link the whole thing?
Just
like
the
give
slash?
give the slash or whatever afterwards.
I guess that's part of the learning curve for the subreddit.
Yeah, they can do it.
Does it get nuked in the comments as well?
Yeah, everywhere.
Why does Reddit hate Rumble?
Probably misinformation.
Yeah.
For COVID and shit, I guess.
Okay, that's all I got.
Be careful, babe.
Later.
Super quick question, Destiny. AI, based or cringe?
I mean, kind of based. What do you mean?
Okay.
How would
Well,
AI be
this is the question.
cringe?
Lots of people just think it's cringe, bro. Like they think it's stupid, and the fact that it can't have emotionality means that it's not going to value human life and it's going to destroy us. You know, Skynet shit.
I mean, that could happen. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that's impossible.
Well, could, but like so many people think it's like the obvious outcome, and so we should never pursue AI, right?
They're just mad they're losing their
Well,
job.
no, the real problem is that a lot of people want to act like it's so far in the future that it's pointless to address right now, when we actually don't know how long it'll take to address the issues with AI. So that's something that we should take into account and start accounting for now before we develop some super intelligent AI.
When we had like 50 plus years of this being invented and nobody's done anything about it so far, like it just seems kind of dumb to just stop it now.
I think it's impossible, right? Like we've never been able to stem the tide of like technological advancement. But yeah,
Well,
okay.
you kind of can. It just depends on like how much it takes for you to get into it, right? Like we can do a decent job at stopping people from getting nuclear weapons because the infrastructure is prohibitively expensive. But for AI research, I mean, theoretically, like any group of people can do that in their basement or whatever, right? So it's harder.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's too useful to like. I don't know about AGI. Maybe AGI will just be different, but AI as it currently exists, it's just too profitable in every way to make people not do it. It's gonna happen.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, cool answer.
Oh shit!
AI
Here we
based,
go.
you heard it here first.
Be careful.
Yeah, peace. Enjoy Max.
Carpool, vanpool, or ride transit to work.
Welcome to Mr. Girl Hotline. We have a special guest today.
The woman that was never supposed to be on the internet.
People keep accusing me of wheeling Shaylin out whenever I need her to defend me.
Of course, yeah.
Today, I'm actually.
Wow, he's got it set up
wheeling
on a
her out.
CRT. Amazing.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Shaylin.
Hey. Yeah, so is there anything you want to say before we get started here?
I don't know. Should we explain the impetus for this conversation?
Do you think he said impetus because I've been saying impetus a lot? Or am I saying it because he said it a lot?
Introduce myself officially.
Why don't you just run the show and I'll follow your lead.
Okay. So, hello to everyone. Some of you, I'm sure, are aware of me. I'm Max's girlfriend, Shaylin. I'm an illustrator and artist, and I do the art for his channel. And I'm also widely known for being featured in the hit piece, or not the hit piece, the hit video, the Mr. Girl Real Doll review.
Oh shit.
And also
Those
now
Freudian
widely
slips.
known, as I have spoken out strongly against Destiny, I am now widely known as a
The
zombie sex slave
She was
abuse
watching.
victim. So there's some of the context
They're always
for
watching.
how some of you may know me. And yeah, as Max was saying, the
Who's
reason
Destiny? For new viewers, who's Destiny?
Destiny is the reason why I'm here.
Who's Destiny?
To talk about,
Who's
he's a
Destiny?
streamer.
Yeah.
He is a big streamer. And he is abusive, in my opinion. And Max
Okay.
recently wrote a report about the abuses of his power. Do you have anything to add to that?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, so the reason why I'm here today is because I have been watching the recent coverage of the report from the sidelines and have been pretty horrified at the way that it's been approached, the callousness and lack of sensitivity that I've seen displayed by members of the community, which, again, to some degree was not that surprising to me. I think I've been pretty vocal, as some of you may have seen me discuss my opinions about what I think has been going on. However, I just think that there needs to be an opportunity for Max to speak a bit more freely. And so I wanted to step up to the plate here and provide some space for that. Max, do you have anything else you want to add to your evaluation of the conversation when I approached you about this?
No.
Okay. So what I'd like to do and just kind of start with is to actually go through a bit of a summary of what is in the report, because in the previous interviews I found it pretty disturbing to see that most people could not actually summarize or even in some cases really knew what was covered in the report. In the start of the introduction, Max outlines his opinion and argument, or findings you could say, from his investigation into Destiny over the last 4 to 5 months. And he describes that Destiny is abusing his platform. And so there are 4 components or patterns that contribute to this thesis, if you will. And the first of those is unequal sexual relationships. So Max, can you just explain for me what that means to you and maybe go over a couple of
Oh, this is kind of cute. They're taking my advice. One of the things I told Max is he needs to define what abuse is or define what the issues are. And now he's doing a better job of actually laying on, instead of just taking for granted that everybody's going to agree with him. So good job on this. Okay.
Does that stand out as illustrating this?
An unequal sexual relationship is when in this context, when a large streamer is either sexting or having sex with a much smaller streamer who, well, there's a few ways that they're unequal. One is, in Destiny's case, there is size, so you stand to gain a lot by streaming with him. There's money and clout associated. That's kind of a more common power imbalance that you find in an industry. But additionally, there's the power over the public's opinion of you, which is a bit stronger in the case of Destiny and his sphere than other content creators, where he has this network of highly loyal smaller streamers called orbiters who will pretty much...
Just to be clear, this is true of every entertainment industry. If you look at celebrities that break up with each other, I think Selena Gomez, isn't she still writing songs about Justin Bieber? This happens in all entertainment, where fans will dogpile other people or take an interest in the lives of people that they have, like romantic or sexual relationships, et cetera, et cetera. This is not unique at all to streaming.
Much carry water for him, almost whatever he does. And if they don't, he frequently turns on them. So like most recently, Brittany Simon said that she thinks that Destiny shouldn't be giving relationship advice because his personal life is a mess. And within, I don't know, 2 hours of her saying that, he had blocked her on every platform and vowed to never speak to her again. And part of that criticism she made was a criticism of his relationship with Anna. Probably his most talked about unequal sexual relationship. So then in the case with Anna, you see power over people's opinion of her was a big trigger for her in wanting to clear her name, kind of
Oh, this is good too. He's listened more. He's actually done more research now into why Anna was the way that she was. It wasn't just because of sexual relationship or obsession or any of the weird shit that a lot of people thought, including Dan and Melina. It was because of other people's opinions of her. Oh, this is cute. So he's listened to me. He's taken my feedback, and he should have just hired me to write the second piece. But it seems like he's incorporating a lot of my criticisms now. Yeah, I think he's been watching you since the article release. He's been obsessively watching me because every time there's stuff going on, he's commenting about it in his subreddit. Right? We see him like live posting about it on Reddit. Yeah.
For a long time, she spent.
Now I need to make a battery.
So that's two ways. A third way is that the threat of retaliation, where if you have a falling out with Destiny, you can do what I'm doing. Like, sure, anybody can, write a report or whatever against him. But I don't have the ability to just like snap my fingers and change public opinion of him. I don't have the ability to send a horde of my fans to go onto his subreddit and harass him. I don't have people who are interested in doxing other people or harassing their families on my behalf the way he does.
To be clear, Mr. Girl's community, I believe, did do that to Not So Erudite. I believe they did dox her, and they did go after her shit. And then also, I would argue that Max is, to some extent, engaged in a huge harassment campaign against me that apparently other people have taken part in as well, because Max said that one of the reasons why he was able to contact one of the girls that he did was because a fan reported that she had mentioned something about me in some other area. So that's kind of soliciting your fan base to kind of work on behalf of you, but... just as much as that's more than I've ever solicited mine. To be clear, you get absolutely perma-banned from my fucking community if you're ever like doxing or engaging in those types of harassment behaviors against other people. That's like a zero tolerance policy in my community.
So that's another gigantic power imbalance, which is what happens if it goes wrong. And I don't think people pay enough attention to that aspect of it, where it's like, you don't know that he would do that to you. Most of the people in the report, I don't think would have had sex with him or had any kind of sexual relationship with him if they'd known that if they offend him, and he's extremely thin-skinned, if they offend him in any way, he will use the full weight of his platform to humiliate and retaliate against them.
Also, just to be clear, there's plenty of people that I've had sexual relationships with where nothing has gone wrong. That's not the norm for how my relationships end. That's actually incredibly abnormal. He knows that. That's why he interviewed 40 plus people, probably most of whom I've had sexual relationships with, and he didn't include any of them in the report. It's really strange that he interviewed so many women that I fucked, but at the end of the day, he only includes the stories of two, which was Lav and Anna. Just as that's like a direct contradiction to what he's claiming right now. But
so I think those are the three main ways that there's a pretty serious power imbalance between him and the people he tends to have sexual relationships with, or at least the ones outlined in the report.
Okay, so and for that one, you did mention Anna as being one of the major stories that is sort of covered. I think that many people who are talking about this will sort of lukewarmly condemn his actions in regards to Anna, but this is not really the only, or even one of a few. There's many instances of this in the report itself. So are there others that you think are worth mentioning that are covered in the report for this particular topic?
I thought you were going to start comparing them.
No, I'm just saying.
I thought you were going to say it's not even the worst, and I was going to get really upset with you.
No. Just that there are...
Careful.
I think Anna has been talked about as the biggest example of this, but there are a number of examples of this across the report that I think have not really been discussed widely. So would you like to at least briefly talk about some other examples of that?
Unequal sexual relationships? Yeah, let me get out the report.
Did he not actually?
I'll just say them in order. I want to play favorites. Everybody's got their favorite Destiny victims, but it's not fair for me to do that. Mia Rose. He groped her on stream, which was unwanted. They both have acknowledged this as a sexual assault. It's just he had a much larger platform than her at the time. And
did I? Was I more famous than Mia Rose in 2012? I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not actually sure. Mia Rose was a reasonably popular porn star. I don't know if I'd say she was like A-list, but I think she was like, I think a lot of people at the time knew who she was, but.
Still does today. Melina, now his wife, but when they met, she was a fan. And he went.
Was she A-list?
Oh, maybe. Her and her then poly boyfriend.
Wait, how was what?
Started having sex when she was just a fan.
Wait, where's the abuse? I do abuse Melina, to be
Merrick
fair.
DeVille. Had a sexual encounter, I believe, in 2020. And he has publicly attacked and humiliated her and directed harassment toward her. And the incident in the report is focused on him mocking a suicide attempt at first. Denims and Little Fox are bunched together, but they were two streamers in their early 20s who had either sexting or actual sexual relationships, or both. One had both. One was just sexting. Who Destiny preemptively smeared on a stream because they had a misunderstanding about kind of just boundaries around staying in his apartment the week after TwitchCon. And Destiny was afraid that they were going to make a false sexual misconduct allegation against him, or say that he kicked them out of his house because they wouldn't have sex with him. So he just kind of preemptively went on stream and called Denims a liar, and just kind of aired out his frustrations with them about the weekend and his audience.
Oh, he still doesn't know the facts. I did not go on stream preemptively. He didn't do any, I don't know how he spent 4 months to do research. I don't know if you guys, for those who were there, Denim started streaming first. Denims was streaming first. I woke up and turned my stream on in retaliation. Like, he's just wrong. He doesn't know the story.
Like, why are you doing this? And he was like, I have to protect myself.
No, that's not.
So again,
Denims was already streaming.
Publicly humiliating them.
But okay.
A week later, I just don't think you can consent to being treated that way. Lav. Yeah, that's all the ones in the report.
Okay, and so let's move on to the next one. So the next one you outline as the pattern is retaliation. So you have already...
Please tell chat what Denims did. Me and Iman have been good, or me and Little E-Fox have been good for a long time. I think she has a different name now. And me and Denims are fine now, because I said I would reset relationships with everybody. I haven't heard of Denims shit-talking me anywhere. So me and Denims are A-okay. We're fine. I'm not going to sit here and drudge out all of her old shit with me, unless she wants to fucking do that. Right now, I'm going to reset with everybody, and I'm chill. I'm cool. I don't need to dig all of her shit out again. I don't think that's fair to her.
Addressed some aspects of that with the women who he's shared these unequal sexual relationships with, but tell us about the specific aspects of the retaliation that you've noticed within this pattern.
Within what pattern?
The pattern of retaliation that you discuss in the report.
Well, Destiny has a highly motivated and mobilized community, where often, 2 days ago, he tweeted out, some girl on Twitter took a picture of him at a live event and said, I will pay a heinous amount of money to anybody who throws an egg at Destiny. And
he
Destiny
still is so obsessed with me.
Does anybody know where she works or lives?
Jesus.
This kind of departure from subterfuge and plausible deniability is not super common. It's not really that often that he will make a direct call for somebody to be doxxed and harassed. Usually it's a bit more coded, where it's understood if he talks about you, and you've experienced this yourself. Or if he says something like, Shaylin was so happy before she met Max, and watches a video of you on stream, people are going to start making subreddit posts about you. People are going to start harassing you on Twitter. You're going to start getting weird DMs telling you, like,
I feel when I'm not allowed to talk about anybody.
Stuff like that. So a lot of it is more coded. He will, well, I guess I can just go through, but even just being publicly criticized and humiliated on his stream is a form of retaliation as well. So the stories I have here that are, a lot of them involve retaliation. The first one is the DDoS kid, a teenager who was DDoSing Destiny's stream, I believe in 2011.
Jesus.
Destiny later said that he had planned to kill the kid.
2011.
Because no legal recourse was working. He didn't actually sue him or take him to court. He said that would be too expensive. So he would kill him instead, and his father, and said that the reason he didn't is because he was making so much money on Twitch at the time. And didn't want to jeopardize, I guess, his career. He didn't really mention his freedom, but I assume that was part of the calculation. And he has defended this stance as recently as a couple weeks ago, that he would have been morally justified in killing a teenager who was DDoSing him. That's a pretty extreme example of retaliation. Blue Tea, around the same time, I think 2011, he leaked her nudes to his friends and called her ugly. And Blue Tea had access to his Twitter account.
Not technically. Actually, she guessed the
Or maybe
password.
she said access to his email,
Yeah.
but she changed his Twitter account password, logged in as him, and tweeted out a picture of his genitals. And then Destiny said, and his community was pretty much on her side. They were like, even though obviously she retaliated against him, they were like, you shouldn't have leaked her nudes and ridiculed her. And he floated the idea of trying to get her scholarship taken away because of her behavior.
Wow.
I don't think he actually took steps to doing, or I don't know. Yeah, I know he mentioned it in his community. Was like pretty
I don't know.
against it.
When shouldn't you research that to
Bob
find
7,
out? Don't you think that's kind of important?
The prequel to me, Bob 8.
No.
Bob became Melina's. I don't want to go. This one's a little convoluted, but he became Melina's confidant.
Imagine if he actually interviewed like me or Melina to ask either for questions about it. You know, imagine if he did that. Maybe that would be too much integrity.
Hey, this is
maybe
just
research
too
is for
much
abusers.
User as her confidant for most of 2020, and he also befriended a woman that Destiny was dating. Also, Melina and Destiny have an open relationship.